During military training, all the male students were competing to give water to the campus belle. Only I was staring with gleaming eyes at the pile of ice-cold drinks on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, I still picked up a bottle of plum-flavored green tea from the ground. Then, with an expectant look, I looked towards the campus belle. "Do you want this water?" Xia Sidao was stunned for a moment, then a look of disgust appeared on her face. She subconsciously thought I was trying to regift something to curry favor with her. This guy can be a spare tire if he wants, but he's not even willing to spend money on a single bottle of cold water. He's even trying to use someone else's water to win me over. Thinking of this, Xia Sidao shook her head and said coldly, "I am not drinking it. I have my own water." "That's great." Then, after saying that, I immediately opened the bottle cap and downed the green tea in one gulp. This plum-flavored one. So refreshing. Drinking a bottle during summer military training. Such a big cold drink. I felt like I was instantly fully healed. Seeing this, Xia Sidao was immediately stunned. This guy could actually take the water someone else gave her and just drink it himself. He really was just asking me if I wanted to drink it. At this moment, I picked up a bottle of energy drink and continued to ask Xia Sidao. Xia Sidao stood there stunned, subconsciously shaking her head, with a somewhat dazed expression. Just like that, in front of Xia Sidao, I drank more than 10 bottles of water from the ground, and not far away, the foolish group of spare tires saw me drink all the water they bought, and they all clenched their fists, looking at me angrily. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Receive the money blessing reward. From now on, for every minute that passes, the host will receive a 10 yuan reward." Hearing the system's voice, I let out a burp. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl up. I ignored the angry glares from the group of spare tires and strode off the sports field, heading towards my dorm and watching my departing back. In Xia Sidao's heart, her interest in me grew even stronger. I had just returned to the dorm when my 3 roommates immediately surrounded me with their phones. "Brother Jiang Chen, you're famous." After saying that, they threw a phone in front of me. On the phone screen was displayed the Jiangcheng University Forum, and the top trending title was extremely prominent, "Utterly shameless. Someone else gives water to the campus belle. This guy turns around and drinks it all." The photo taken at the scene was perfectly timed, deeply showcasing my despicable face, alongside Xia Sidao's unparalleled beauty. The two of us formed a stark contrast, like a toad next to a white swan, and the person who posted this, judging by the camera angle, was probably one of the spare tires who gave her water. They deeply exposed my despicable behavior in the post, attracting a crowd of upper and lower classmen to condemn it. Without exception, they all condemned my actions. Some people even came up with a conspiracy theory, saying that I was taking a different approach, intentionally doing it just to attract the campus belle's attention. I didn't have much of a reaction to this. With an annual income of over 100 million, why would I care about these things? Right now, what I need to do is figure out how to quickly spend 100,000 yuan to upgrade the system. The 15 days of military training passed quickly. During military training, there was no time to go out. Now that military training is over, of course, I have to go out and spend some money. So I invited my 3 roommates out for hot pot. We had just sat down at the hot pot restaurant when my roommate, Li Xiaodong, suddenly said, "Oh, right. My younger sister is a beauty at our school." I just texted her, telling her to bring her roommates over. "You guys don't mind, do you?" My other 2 roommates' eyes immediately lit up like stars, saying it was no problem. Seeing that, I didn't say anything. Having girls come over for a meal is definitely a good thing. While waiting, we started chatting. Eventually, the topic unconsciously shifted to me. "Jiang Chen, I heard that in the following days of military training, Campus Belle Xia kept looking at you. Didn't you two exchange contact information?" I picked up my teacup, took a sip, and then said with a smile, "I am waiting to become young master Li's brother-in-law. How could I dare to ask for some other Campus Belle's WeChat?" Liu Yu suddenly saw a beautiful figure and said to me, "Old Jiang Chen, look quickly. Isn't that your target?" I followed the direction Liu Yu was pointing, and quickly saw a few girls who had just come in from outside. Among them was Xia Sidao. Next to her were a few other girls. One of them looked somewhat like Li Xiaodong. She was pulling Xia Sidao over. At this moment, Xia Sidao also made eye contact with me. We were both stunned. Xia Sidao had a look of shock and disbelief. She never expected to meet this guy again under such circumstances. I looked at her expression and couldn't help but grin. It seems she and I are really fated to meet. Li Xiaodong was about to explain something I really didn't know. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a girl. "Brother, what didn't you know?" "No. Nothing." Li Xiaodong still had a forced smile on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. He stood up to make room for the 3 of them. As soon as they sat down, Xia Sidao's eyes were fixed on me, as if she wanted to confirm whether the guy in front of her was the same guy who drank all her water. It wasn't until she sat down that Xia Sidao finally spoke. What a coincidence. Hearing Xia Sidao's words, my 3 roommates understood perfectly in their hearts, but Xia Sidao's roommates were a bit confused. "Sidao, do you know him?" Xia Sidao shook her head and said, "I don't." At first, I thought Xia Sidao would bring up the incident directly, I didn't expect her to have no intention of mentioning it, but that made the atmosphere even more awkward. Perhaps because she felt the atmosphere was a bit stiff. Li Xiaodong's sister spoke up first. Brother, have you all ordered yet? Li Xiaodong shook his head, smiling a bit awkwardly. Then he waved for the waiter. After getting the menu, he politely handed it to the girls. Li Wanwan took the menu and asked Xia Sidao. Sidao, what do you want to eat? Xia Sidao glanced at the menu and ordered 2 vegetable dishes. Then she ordered 2 milk teas. Li Wanwan asked Sidao with a confused look. Why did you order 2 milk teas? The milk tea here comes in quite large cups. Besides, we're having hot pot later. Don't get full on milk tea before the food even arrives. Hearing that, Xia Sidao gave a faint smile. Then she turned to look at me. It's fine. This classmate is a very heavy drinker. Hearing Xia Sidao's words, the girls glanced at Xia Sidao, then glanced at me. The blurry face of the guy in the photo instantly matched the person in front of them. So he's the one who snatched Xia Sidao's water to drink, and he downed it in one go, more than 10 bottles. What a formidable person. Now, Xia Sidao is ordering 2 milk teas. Is she afraid he'll come and snatch her drink again? Li Wanwan's eyes widened, a little in disbelief. Sidao, you didn't mistake him for someone else, did you? I remember during military training, their whole dorm condemned my water-drinking behavior vehemently. They called me a clown, saying I did it to get Xia Sidao's attention. And now, the man their entire dorm hated was right in front of them, and he's her brother's roommate. The 3 guys from the dorm heard Li Wanwan's words and lowered their heads even further. This is so embarrassing. In contrast, the troublemaker, faced the burning gazes of the 4 girls as if nothing had happened. I showed my 2 rows of even, white teeth and said to Xia Sidao, let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Chen. As I spoke, I extended my hand. Everyone present looked towards Xia Sidao, wanting to see how she would react. Jiang Chen, that's a nice name. Xia Sidao didn't turn away in a huff, as they had imagined. Instead, she even complimented my name. Then she gently shook my hand. I am Xia Sidao. Xia Sidao's hand was a bit cold, but incredibly soft. Although it was just a light touch before she pulled her hand back, I could still feel the softness of that small hand. Seeing that the 2 people involved had let go of their grudge, the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The awkward atmosphere of that moment dissipated. They all started introducing themselves to each other. Everyone had a very enjoyable meal. Liu Yu even joked around with one of the girls. After finishing the hot pot, they all walked out of the restaurant. Li Wanwan hugged Li Xiaodong's arm and started acting cute. Brother, my foundation is all used up. Buy me another bottle. Hearing Li Wanwan wanted him to pay, Li Xiaodong immediately shook his head and refused. Buy more? Didn't I just buy you a bottle last month? Besides, Mom and Dad give you 50,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and only give me 20,000. Where am I supposed to get more money? Li Wanwan let go of Li Xiaodong's arm, and said with a serious face, I don't care. If you don't buy it for me, I'll tell Mom and Dad that you bullied me at school. Let's see if they still give you living expenses then. You could tell. Li Wanwan must threaten her brother like this often. She looked very skilled at it. Hearing this, Li Xiaodong immediately softened. Okay. I'll buy it. All right. After saying that, he turned to the 3 of us and said, want to go walk around the mall together? Qi Zhen and Liu Yu both shook their heads. Are you kidding? The 2 of them were dirt poor, going with a bunch of second-generation rich kids like you would just be asking for trouble. The other 2 girls also expressed that they didn't want to go. Seeing this, Li Xiaodong shifted his gaze. To me, old Jiang Chen, are you going? I nodded and said, I'll go with you. I happen to want to buy some things too. Sidao, you should come with me, okay? Li Wanwan took Xia Sidao by the arm and decided for her directly. Xia Sidao, helplessly, shook her head but could only agree. Half an hour later, we arrived at a high-end shopping mall in Jiangcheng. The 4 of us had just stepped inside and were immediately attracted by the wide variety of goods inside. If it weren't for being linked to the system, I wouldn't have dared to browse much in this mall. With my monthly living expenses of only 800 yuan, I probably couldn't even afford an eyebrow pencil here. At this moment, Li Wanwan picked up a bottle-shaped object and said to Li Xiaodong, Brother, I also want this bottle of lotion. Li Xiaodong subconsciously looked at the brand of the counter. He found that it wasn't any big brand, then looked at the price. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It's only 500 yuan. Buy it. Li Xiaodong waved his hand and directly scanned the code to pay. Li Wanwan looked at the salesperson. Pointing to the item on the counter, she said, Hello, beautiful sister. Can I get a set of this? Hearing this, Li Xiaodong immediately got anxious. He could still hear the difference between a bottle and a set. Li Wanwan, don't push your luck. Taking a whole set. Do you want your brother to starve this month? My dear brother, please pay for me first. I'll pay you back next month. Li Wanwan said while hugging Li Xiaodong's arm, showering him with affection. She knew her brother typically responded to softness, not force. Look, your sister's face is all tanned. If I don't take good care of it, I'm afraid I won't be able to get married later. Do you want to support me for the rest of my life? Hearing this, Li Xiaodong immediately gave in, nodding hastily. Buy it. Buy it. Buy it. I am not short on this little bit of money. If my sister can't get married, wouldn't this brother be exploited by her every day? Li Wanwan chuckled and continued. Haha, that's more like it. This type of cosmetic is very good for post-sunburn recovery. You and Jiang Chen can also buy a set. Li Wanwan's words moved me a little. After the military training, I was much darker than when I first started school. Although I didn't want to be some pretty boy, now that I have money, treating myself a little better is the right thing to do. Besides, I still have an unfinished spending mission. How much is this set? I pointed to the cosmetic set on the counter and asked. Hearing this, the salesperson glanced at me and said nonchalantly, Hello, sir. This cosmetic set, the woman's set is 13,800 yuan, the men's set is 12,800 yuan. If you buy both sets at the same time, you can get a 10% discount. After hearing the employee's introduction, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. My previous monthly living expenses were just enough to buy a fraction of this cosmetic set, but I didn't care. I came out this time specifically to spend money. Only then can I upgrade the system to V2. Thinking of this, I directly took out my bank card. I said to the salesperson, Get me a men's set. He'll swipe my card. Seeing me take out my bank card, the salesperson was a bit dazed. He didn't expect the poor guy in front of him to have so much money, but he didn't ask much. He took the bank card and went to the cashier to swipe it. Meanwhile, Li Xiaodong and the other two looked at me in astonishment. Old Jiang Chen. I didn't expect it. You're actually so rich. A 10,000 yuan item. You buy it just like that. Li Xiaodong was truly shocked. Because of my usual appearance, I didn't look like a second-generation rich kid at all. But if we're talking about who was the most surprised, it would have to be Xia Sidao, someone who could spend 10,000 yuan on cosmetics. Could, during military training, drink all the water someone else had given her. Are the weird hobbies of rich people all this strange? Xia Sidao couldn't quite understand. Li Wanwan, who was beside her, immediately spoke up. Brother, look at brother Jiang Chen. He spends money without batting an eye. Why is it so difficult when I ask you to buy a set for your little sister? Li Xiaodong had already made up his mind not to spend more than 5,000 yuan this time. But now, being put on the spot by his sister, he had no choice but to say, Give it, give it, give it. Take the bank card. The password is 6 sixes. Seeing this, a smile immediately returned to Li Wanwan's face. She took the bank card. Meanwhile, Li Xiaodong and the other two looked at me in astonishment. Brother, I knew you were the best to me. After saying that, she happily pulled Xia Sidao along to pay. After the two of them left, Li Xiaodong finally had time to come over to me. He looked me up and down, then exclaimed, I couldn't tell, old Jiang Chen. I thought I was the richest person in our dorm. I didn't expect you to be even richer than me. No way. I can't be the only one to treat for that meal just now. You have to pay for half of it. Li Xiaodong chuckled, clearly joking with me. But I nodded in agreement, but forget paying half. Treating guests should be reciprocal. After we're done at the mall, they ill-treat everyone to afternoon tea. Then I asked again, Right, Brother Dong, do you know a good place to buy clothes? Li Xiaodong smiled and said, Buying clothes? Huh. If it were before, I would have recommended Adidas or Nike. But now, since you're so rich, just go upstairs and buy luxury brands. After saying that, the four of us left the cosmetics counter and went straight up to the floor, specializing in clothing. Looking around, this floor mostly sold women's luxury goods. After searching for a long time, we found 2 stores specializing in men's clothing. Moreover, they were located in a hidden corner near the restroom. How pathetic. We casually entered one of the 2 stores. After walking around inside, I noticed a problem. The clothes here were all a bit mature, not suitable for a male student my age. It's not surprising. After all, the time when men have the most money is usually in their youth or middle age. Male students still in university like me usually don't have much money. And at this moment, Li Wanwan nominated herself to help me, choosing a polo shirt. The price tag was over 3,000, but it looked very good on. I was already tall, and having just finished military training, the muscles on my body were also very defined. I could fit into this shirt perfectly. Seeing me step out of the fitting room, Li Wanwan nodded with great satisfaction. Xia Sidao, standing beside her, said nothing from beginning to end. She looked me up and down once, then turned and walked towards the summer collection area. Sidao, wait for me a moment. Seeing this, Li Wanwan also hurried after her. A moment later, the two returned, each holding a pair of pants. Go try these on. They should go well with your shirt. Xia Sidao handed me the pants in her hand, her expression still cold as she spoke. It turns out she was silent just now, because she went to pick out pants for me. I nodded and entered the fitting room. I have to say, Xia Sidao's taste is excellent. After changing into these pants, my aura was elevated quite a bit. Congratulations, host, for achieving a satisfactory shopping experience. Reward, 4x spending rebate. Hearing the system's voice, I was stunned for a moment. Immediately, a wave of joy rose in my heart. Old Jiang Chen, why are you smiling so slyly? Li Xiaodong suddenly spoke up. Hearing his voice immediately pulled me back to reality. At this moment, it wasn't just Li Xiaodong, but even Li Wanwan and the other girl were looking at me with some suspicion. They didn't know what I was just standing there, grinning foolishly about. I shook my head helplessly, then said to the salesperson, "Hello, miss. Please bag up all these clothes for me." The salesperson heard me and took out a calculator, did some calculations, and then said, "Sir, the total is 49,500 yuan." Seeing this, Li Xiaodong and the others were all stunned. They said to me, "Old Jiang Chen, you've already spent over 50,000 this time. Are your living expenses that plentiful?" I glanced at Li Xiaodong and said with a smile, "I've been playing the stock market recently. I made a little money from it, so I am buying a few more things." After hearing my explanation, Li Xiaodong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Then, I thought you were some kind of hidden tycoon. Old Jiang Chen, the kind with 1,000,000 yuan in living expenses each month. As long as it's not family money, it's fine. Otherwise, a second-generation rich kid like him, in front of me, would feel a bit unable to hold his head high." After paying, I immediately used that spending rebate card, suddenly having nearly 200,000 more. I felt very refreshed, but I quickly realized a problem. At this rate, it seemed I had already bought everything I needed. Carrying large and small bags in my hands, I wouldn't be able to carry anything more even if I went shopping. Now I am still short 50,000 to upgrade the system, so I looked at Li Xiaodong. "Brother Dong, do you see anything I am still missing?" Hearing my question, Li Xiaodong was first stunned, then he looked me up and down, and then looked over at Xia Saidao. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. I was originally hoping he could offer some constructive suggestions, but seeing that look in his eyes, the three of us were immediately speechless. What he meant was that I was now missing a girlfriend. At this moment, Li Wanwan looked at me and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang Chen, if you still want to buy things, I have a suggestion. My watch happens to need repairs. If you want to spend money, you could come with me to buy a watch to try on." That's right. Hearing Li Wanwan say that, Li Xiaodong had a sudden realization. This guy is so rich. He should definitely get a watch to wear. Saying that, Li Xiaodong even raised his hand to show off his 50,000 yuan Vacheron Constantin mechanical watch. Even Xia Saidao beside him nodded in agreement. I felt like something was missing just now. Now, I know. Add a watch, and this outfit will be perfect. Under the enthusiastic recommendation of Li Xiaodong and the others, I was also a bit tempted. A watch is a symbol of a man's status. A slightly more expensive watch starts at tens of thousands. Some ridiculous ones can even go up to 1,000,000. Just buying one can upgrade the system immediately. Congratulations, host, for triggering a side mission. Please, host, within 24 hours, purchase a Patek Philippe watch. Completing the mission will reward you with 3 spending rebate cards. After receiving the system mission, I immediately made a decision to lead Li Xiaodong and the others out. Seeing me make such a decisive decision, as if I were going to the market to buy vegetables, Li Xiaodong and the others were a bit helpless, thinking to themselves, is it really that easy to make money playing stocks now? Not long after, we arrived at the Patek Philippe specialty store. In front of the store were parked all kinds of luxury cars. At this moment, Li Wanwan pointed to one of them, a Rolls-Royce with a license plate of 5-6 seconds, and spoke, "Why is Dad's car here?" I don't know much about luxury cars. I only know how to read license plates. But judging by its appearance, this car is definitely not cheap, at least several million. It really is. Dad isn't here to buy another watch, is he? Li Xiaodong muttered. Immediately, he looked at me and said, "Old Jiang Chen, you're really lucky. My dad has a Patek Philippe Black Gold membership card. If you use his membership card to buy a watch, it will save a lot of trouble. Most importantly, you don't have to wait. Because Patek Philippe watches usually require a waiting period." After hearing Li Xiaodong's explanation, I felt I had come to the right place today. If I really had to wait a whole month, the system mission would have failed long ago. Those 3 spending rebate cards would also say goodbye to me. More importantly, the system would no longer trigger side missions in the future. If that's the case, it would be a huge pity. Brother Dong, then I'll have to trouble you to say a word to your dad. Ask him to help me buy a standard model watch, okay? I said with a grin. Not trying to be prideful. When you need to ask for a favor, you should. After all, favors being reciprocated is normal. Li Xiaodong patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry. It's just a matter of saying a word." Immediately after, the 4 of us pushed open the large door and entered the Patek Philippe store. Looking around, it was all splendid and magnificent. In front of the counter, several female employees in uniforms, with professional smiles on their faces, were introducing the watches in the store to customers. Seeing us walk in, a salesperson immediately approached. She walked straight up to Li Xiaodong and smiled at him. Young Master Lai, you've arrived. This female employee clearly knew Li Xiaodong. After all, his father was a VIP customer of this store. Li Xiaodong didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Where is my father? Take us to see him. The salesperson immediately nodded, turned, and said, yes. Young Master Lai, everyone, please follow me. President Li is in the VIP room. With that, the salesperson in high heels headed towards one of the VIP rooms. Arriving at the VIP room, I quickly saw Li Xiaodong's father. He was wearing a dark suit and looked very elegant. Donger, Wan, you're here. Li Tianming was sitting on a genuine leather sofa. As soon as he saw his son and daughter, a smile appeared on his face. Li Xiaodong responded softly. He stepped forward to introduce us to his father. Dad, this is my roommate, Jiang Chen. This is Wan's roommate, Xia Sidao. Shai Sidao and I hurriedly nodded to greet Li Tianming. Hello, uncle. Li Tianming laughed heartily in response. Hello, kids. After speaking, he looked at his son again and continued to ask, Donger, why did you think of visiting me here today? Li Xiaodong scratched the back of his neck and said with a smile, to be honest, Dad, I need your help with something. My roommate wants to buy a standard model Patek Philippe watch. You know how hard it is to get a Patek Philippe watch. You happen to have a membership card. So, hearing this, Li Tianming immediately understood. He turned his head to look at me and developed a deep interest in the young man before him. Looking at his appearance, he probably isn't the type to be a playboy. Regarding his own son, he was very strict. This could be seen from the fact that he only gave him 20,000 in living expenses each month, so he didn't want his son hanging out with those other second-generation rich kids. Dad, don't worry. The money for friend Jiang Chen's watch was all earned by himself. Li Tianming nodded, looked at me, and asked, I wonder, young Mr. Jiang Chen, do you have a particular style you like? I shook my head. I don't know much about this kind of expensive watch. I'll follow Uncle Li's advice on everything. Li Tianming handled it very quickly. Not long after, the salesperson brought over 2 watches. Li Tianming looked at Li Xiaodong, patted his shoulder, and said, haven't you always wanted a Patek Philippe watch? Today, Dad is giving you one. I hope you can learn well from young Mr. Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Li Xiaodong hurriedly nodded, his face full of excitement, saying, yes, Dad, I will definitely learn from friend Jiang Chen. I never thought the thing I'd always longed for, a Patek Philippe, would be obtained so easily. Old Jiang Chen, you are truly my lucky star. Just as the two were talking, the salesperson brought over a jewelry box. Inside were some pieces of woman's jewelry. Mr. Lin, young Master Lai, this is a gift our store has prepared for you. You can choose any 2 items. Consider it a complimentary gift with the purchase of the watches. These jewelry pieces usually cost around 1 or 2,000. If you take them to jewelry stores outside, they could all be sold as high-end jewelry. But at a Patek Philippe store, these things can only be given as gifts. Listening to the salesperson, I didn't choose for myself, but looked towards Li Wan and Ha Tudao. How about we let these 2 ladies choose? I am not that interested in this jewelry. Li Xiaodong naturally had no objections to my suggestion. That's right. For 2 guys like us, this jewelry is useless. You 2, hurry up and pick. After you're done, well, go out for afternoon tea. Old Jiang's treat. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaodong waved his hand and said generously. Hearing this, Li Wan didn't hold back either. She started picking right away. Tudao, which one do you like? Li Wan held up 2 necklaces and asked, Ha Tudao? Ha Tudao hesitated for a moment, becoming a bit indecisive. Just then, I cut in. The one on the right, it has a swan shape. It suits her better. Actually, Ha Tudao liked that one too, but didn't feel it was right to say so. After all, Li Wan was benefiting from her brother, while her relationship with Jiang then was still a bit unclear. How could she take advantage of him? Li Wan didn't mind though. After all, she had a lot of jewelry. She wasn't short of 1 or 2 necklaces. She handed the swan necklace to Ha Tudao. Then this one is for you. I'll wear this bear-shaped one. Ha Tudao took it and said thank you. In the end, all 4 of us got something. After saying goodbye to Uncle Lai, the 4 of us left. You're not actually a straight-laced guy, are you? Just then, Ha Tudao's voice sounded in my ear. Not a straight-laced guy. I was a bit stunned and asked doubtfully, why do you say that? From high school until now, this is the first time I've heard someone use the term straight-laced guy to describe me. Although she was denying that I was a straight-laced guy, it was clear that before, Ha Tudao had always seen me as one. Seeing my confused expression, Ha Tudao continued to explain, because you were able to pick out a necklace that I like and give it to me. This proves you're not a straight-laced guy. Li Wan and her brother, who were walking ahead and bickering, heard Ha Tudao and I talking and stopped in their tracks. They turned around to look. Li Wan even laughed and linked arms with Ha Tudao, teasing, Brother Jiang, you have no idea. Before we knew you, everyone in our dorm all said you were a classic straight-laced guy, the type who definitely wouldn't get a girlfriend in 4 years of college. Other guys give 2 Dao water. But you? Oh, you're something else. You chugged all the water right in front of her. If that's not a straight-laced guy, what is? After hearing Li Wan's explanation, I was immediately speechless and asked back, so in girls' eyes, if you're not a simp, you're a classic straight-laced guy. Faced with my question, Li Wan and Hatu Dao were both stunned. If you're not a simp, you're a classic straight-laced guy. They didn't know how to respond to this statement, because in their hearts, that's what girls really think. Guys who don't try to please them or don't give in to them on certain things are all categorized as classic straight-laced guys in their eyes. That's why my words left them speechless. Why must guys please girls? Of course, girls in this society are indeed a bit more vulnerable than guys, but you can't see guys that way, like on the day of military training. Hatu Dao, you clearly had water. Why did you still let those guys go buy water? And when they brought it back, you didn't drink it. Isn't that a waste of water resources? I said with a serious face, as if lecturing them, speaking to the point that Hatu Dao and Li Wan were both stunned, especially Hatu Dao. Because she's beautiful. The guys around her have always obeyed her every word since she was young, never daring to go against her wishes. This gave her a sense of superiority, feeling that any guy who doesn't please her is a straight-laced guy, who doesn't know how to care for a girl's feelings. Now that ID said that, she realized that what she did that day was truly a big problem. I am sorry. Hatu Dao's eyes suddenly reddened. After repeatedly saying sorry twice, she seemed to break down. She took off running into the distance on her long, fair legs. Tu Dao, wait for me. Li Wan didn't know why Hatu Dao suddenly ran off. Moreover, I had been polite and elegant just a moment ago, but now I had become so assertive. But, as Hatu Dao ran further and further away, she could only chase after her. Old Jiang, are you okay? Li Dong couldn't help but ask. He didn't know why I suddenly got angry, nor did he know why Hatu Dao suddenly broke down and ran away. I am fine. I was just speaking my mind. What's wrong with Hatu Dao? Seeing this, I was also a bit baffled. I didn't intend to make Hatu Dao cry, and I wasn't even angry. I was just telling the truth. Why did the two girls run off? Li Dong shrugged, speaking speechlessly. You're asking me. Who should I ask? But seriously, old Jiang, what you just said was pretty awesome. You clearly chugged Hatu Dao's water, but now that you've said it like that, it's become her fault instead. This level of linguistic skill. I am impressed, truly impressed. Li Dong was an optimistic person, the type who doesn't overthink things. I asked back. So you think I was wrong? Li Dong seemed very empathetic and shared his point of view. That's right. Girls these days are put on too high of a pedestal. If there's anything that displeases them, they'll be called a straight-laced guy. This either a simp or a straight-laced guy mentality is terrifying, but he quickly changed the subject, revealing a sly expression as he spoke. But old Jiang, I'd advise you to think about how to cheer up Hatu Dao. If Hatu Dao's pack of simps finds out about this, I am afraid you'll be trending at school again. After all, you are now our school's famous classic straight-laced guy. Get lost, I roared in annoyance, threatening, if you keep this up, there won't be any afternoon tea. Faced with my threat, Li Dong put on an unconcerned expression. Spending over 200,000 in one day, and you still have money to treat me to afternoon tea, old Jiang. You really are a big shot. Hearing Li Dong say this, I realized that I had spent over 200,000 today. Looking at my bank account balance, there was less than 100,000 yuan left. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations. Host. Experience points have exceeded 100,000. System level increased to LV2. Wealth blessing increased to 20 yuan per minute. I feel like it won't be long before I reach the pinnacle of my life. Maintain your composure. Absolutely do not get carried away. I put my arm around Li Dong's shoulder. Let's go. Little Dong Zi, I'll treat you to afternoon tea. Let's drink till we puke. 10 minutes later, Li Dong and I found a milk tea shop. After sitting down, Li Dong immediately took out his phone to call his sister, asking where they were. Unexpectedly, he learned that they had already taken a car back to school. From the other end of the line, you could faintly hear a girl sobbing. Although the sound wasn't loud, we could both tell that this must be Hatu Dao's voice. The two of us looked at each other. Li Dong quietly hung up the phone. Old Jiang, do you think you really made Hatu Dao angry? Just now, Li Dong thought Hatu Dao was just sulking, but now, hearing the sobbing on the phone, he realized that Hatu Dao was truly hurt. I shrugged and said helplessly, I was just telling the truth. I didn't do anything. I also didn't expect that my words would hurt Hatu Dao so much. Old Jiang, no wonder people say you're a straight-laced guy. I think you should think of a way to console Hatu Dao. Although we look down on being a simp, you shouldn't be a scumbag either. If this gets out, you'll go from being a steel-straight guy to a damn scumbag. This concerns your dating prospects for the next 4 years of college. Anyway, this didn't concern Li Dong, so he acted like it wasn't his business. He looked at me with a grin and said, of course, if you could treat me to a meal, I might consider it. I'll have. My sister asked for you, to see what's really going on with Hatu Dao. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. I rolled my eyes disdainfully and said in annoyance, you think this is a battle? Know yourself and know your enemy. Win 100 battles. Just one milk tea. Take it. Or leave it. Seeing me compromise, Li Hudong immediately sidled up, saying slyly, milk tea works too. Half an hour later, Li Hudong returned to room 404. His two roommates were lazing on their beds playing King of Glory. They'd been playing all afternoon and successfully dropped 1 star. Seeing him walk in with a black plastic bag, the two of them immediately threw down their phones. Brother Dong, why'd you bring back trash? Trash your sister. This is milk tea from old Jiang. Li Hudong took out a supersized cup of milk tea. His roommate stared, stunned. Holy crap, did you rob a milk tea shop? People drink milk tea, but you're drinking a family-sized barrel. Li Hudong took a big slurp with a smug look. What's up? I have strong kidneys. Not convinced? Drink up. Anyway, this is the ultimate all-nighter tool. After drinking this cup, you'll probably be up all night. Li Hudong paid no mind. As soon as he sat down, he messaged Li Wanwan on WeChat to ask for news about Hatu Dao. You take someone's stuff. You have to do the work. You have to help them. Old Jiang, Hatu Dao seems to be asleep. Wanwan said she was hit pretty hard this time. You should find some time to apologize. I nodded without saying anything. I never thought that just a few casual words could hurt the campus belle to this extent. It seems the guys usually spoil her too much. But I couldn't be bothered to think about it now. I'll wait a few days for her to calm down and then deal with it. Coming back from military training covered in sweat, I took a comfortable hot shower. Just as I took out the newly bought cosmetics set, a shirtless Li Hudong sidled up. Old Jiang, let me use some. He directly squeezed out a large glob and smeared it all over his face. Damn, are you two gay? Ka Chan and Lu Vu teased from the top bunk. Li Hudong even called out to them. Come on. Old Jiang's essence smells great. This sentence made the other two shake their heads vigorously. Brother Dong, you guys have fun. Well, pass. They don't know good stuff. This is a cosmetics set worth over 10,000. As soon as Li Hudong said that, the two who had just been dismissive immediately jumped down from their beds. Over 10,000? Let me try. They directly pushed Li Hudong aside, fighting to put it on their faces. Holy crap. Leave some for me. You're using too much. Why are you putting it on your body? The three of them scrambled into a chaotic mess. I stood by, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This wasn't applying cosmetics. It was clearly hungry wolves fighting over prey. In room 404, several boys were looking in the mirror, applying cosmetics to their faces. Students passing by who heard the commotion all showed strange expressions. T-esque. Boys these days. The salesperson said this cosmetics set was a 1-month supply for one person. With 4 people using it, it would probably last a week. Well, see how effective it is in a week. If it works well, just buy another set. Anyway, I can earn over 20,000 a day now. Buying 2 sets is more than enough. Finally, done applying the essence, the 4 of us lay on our beds, feeling the cool sensation on our faces. Expensive stuff really is different. Ka Chan said comfortably. I feel like my skin is getting better. Come on, Li Hudong said while playing on his phone. Even a miracle elixir wouldn't work that fast. Oh, right. Old Jiang, Li Hudong suddenly said. My sister asked for your WeChat. I sent it to her. All right, I replied with a smile. Aren't you afraid I'll become your brother-in-law? I couldn't wish for more. Li Hudong joked. That way, she won't exploit me anymore. You're richer than me anyway. As we were talking, my phone vibrated twice. It was 2 friend requests. One was from Li Wanwan. Her profile picture was a photo of her. The other one must have been sent by Hatu Dao before she went to sleep. After accepting the requests, I opened Hatu Dao's moments. I found it only showed content from the last 3 days. These 3 days, Hatu Dao hadn't posted anything. Li Wanwan, on the other hand, was very active. As soon as I accepted, she sent a greeting meme. We got along quite well. We both tacitly avoided the topic of Hatu Dao. As we were chatting, Li Wanwan suddenly asked me about stock trading. She said that over the years, she had not only saved her own allowance, but had also fleeced a considerable amount of living expenses from Li Hudong. Under the pretext of being afraid her brother would pick up bad habits, it was better to stop him from being a rich second-generation kid. All in all, she had saved a full 3 million. To a normal person, this is a huge amount of money, but in their family, this amount wasn't really much. Putting it in the bank was too much of a loss. Li Wanwan wanted to invest in wealth management, so she came to me. She wanted me to teach Li Hudong how to trade stocks. After he became proficient, she would give him this money as startup capital. Looking at Li Hudong snoring on his bed, I couldn't help but feel emotional. It turns out Li Wanwan cared for her brother so much. This kid is truly blessed without knowing it. I could have agreed right away. Whether it was helping her manage her assets or teaching Li Hudong to trade stocks, it was all a good thing. But the problem was, I had no idea how to trade stocks. Although the system's rewards were transferred to my account through the stock market, I had never traded stocks. If I agreed, this 3 million would definitely be lost. After thinking for a moment, I still refused. Li Wanwan didn't mind too much. Everyone has the right to choose. After chatting a bit more, we ended the conversation. Half a month of military training. All 4 people in the room were exhausted. Plus, we walked around for so long today, I was unbearably sleepy. As soon as I put my phone down, I fell asleep. The next day, the first class of university was about to start. This meant our university life was officially beginning. University is different from high school. There are no fixed classrooms. Every class is in a different place. Besides my roommates, I wasn't close to any other classmates. On the first day, there was a simple freshman meeting. Everyone introduced themselves, but before we could recognize everyone, the teaching assistant announced dismissal, so I was really looking forward to my new classmates. I wondered if there were any beauties. The 4 of us joked around as we headed to the lecture hall. Inside was already packed with people, at least over 100. University courses are often shared by 2 classes. Our finance class 8 shared classes with class 9. Jiangnan University has 20 faculties. Our finance department majors in applied economics. This is a key major at the university. It's also ranked nationally. I originally chose this major because I thought it would be easy to find a job, but now it seems I don't need to look for a job anymore. Old Jiang, the quality of the girls in our class isn't that great. Huh? Ka Chan suddenly said. I glanced around the classroom. There were quite a few girls. And they dressed coolly, but there weren't many beautiful ones. But we're just starting college. Girls are still plain. Once they learn how to do makeup, maybe they'll become beautiful. After all, makeup is one of the 4 great sorceries of Asia. 8 a.m., all the students had arrived. The head teacher finally came. He was a man in a plaid shirt, with thinning hair and glasses. Unlike in novels, beautiful female university teachers are very rare in real life. People with looks scoring over 9 like Ha Tu Dao. There are only a dozen or so in all of Jiangnan University. Most girls hover around a 7 or 8. Behind the head teacher were a few students holding books. They placed the books on the podium and then sat in the front row. I guess these people wanted to run for class officer positions. The power of a university class officer is not small. It's equivalent to a temporary head teacher. The student union and clubs also require elections. University is a miniature society, but none of this concerned me. With the system, I was no longer on their level. As long as they didn't bother me, I couldn't be bothered with them. The head teacher cleared his throat. The class immediately fell silent. Hello, students. I am Teacher La. I hope you will all get along for the next 4 years. He spoke from the podium, and the students listened intently. Just starting university, everyone was curious about everything. Now, I'd like a few students to help me distribute the textbooks. Teacher Alei looked at the front row. The students who carried the books earlier immediately stood up. Teacher, let us. Teacher Lei nodded. Come on up. As soon as he finished speaking, the students went to the podium and started distributing books. Hello, I am Tong Nha Kai. I look forward to working with you. A clear voice rang out. I was playing on my phone. I looked up to see a girl with a slender figure standing before me. Although her appearance wasn't stunning, her smile was very sweet. I nodded and took the book. I didn't say anything else. At this moment, Lu Vu next to me suddenly stammered a reply. Tong Nhky had just smiled at him. Old Jiang, feeling it yet? Li Hu Dong nudged Lu Vu. This girl is one of the better ones in class. If you want to pursue her, you'd better be quick. Don't let someone else snatch her away. Lu Vu suddenly became agitated. Tong Nhk is not that kind of person. His voice was a bit emotional. She and I were high school classmates. In my impression, she's very hardworking and ambitious. These words from Lu Vu left the rest of us speechless. Lai Hu Dong opened his mouth to say something, but held back. Other people praise girls for being pretty or having a good figure. But you praise her for being ambitious. I voiced what Li Hu Dong was thinking. Lu Vu immediately blushed. Actually, I don't really like her. We were in different classes. She doesn't even know me. I only saw her occasionally when I went to the bathroom during recess. Lu Vu sighed as he spoke. The 3 of us looked at each other and understood. This was a classic case of a secret crush. All heart, but no guts. As roommates, we had to help him. By now, the books were distributed. The head teacher, Teacher La, spoke. Check if you have all 12 books. University isn't like high school. You have to be self-disciplined. Now let's choose some class officers. Let me be frank. Being a class officer is to serve the class, not to enjoy special privileges. Anyone who wants to be lazy shouldn't come up. This statement dampened the enthusiasm of many, but there were also those who genuinely wanted to serve. For example, Tong Nha Kwai. She was the first to go to the podium to speak. Hello everyone. I am Tong Nha Kai. Some of you already know me from when I was handing out books. I want to run for the position of party branch secretary. I held this position back in high school. I hope everyone will vote for me. Tong Nha Kai stood on the podium naturally and confidently. Her determined gaze swept across the class. I want to run for this position of party branch secretary. Her voice was clear and powerful. Although I am a girl, I believe I can do this job well. A round of applause erupted from below the stage. Lu Vu's eyes were glued to her. filled with admiration. I looked at Lu Vu, then back at Tong Nhky on the podium. I shook my head inwardly. No matter how I looked at it, these two didn't seem very compatible. The election for class president began. 3 male students went up to the podium one by one. They were all the active students who had helped the head teacher carry books earlier. The atmosphere in the class was very lively, but there were 2 positions that no one paid attention to. Health committee member and psychology committee member. Teacher LA repeated helplessly. Does really no one want to try? The entire class was silent. These 2 positions were really too unpopular. Even Teacher Leia couldn't clearly state what their specific duties were. Then let's start voting, Teacher Lei sighed. Tong Nhky, come up and help me count the votes. Tong Nhky smiled and walked up to the podium. The position of party branch secretary was already in her bag. After all, no one had the heart to compete with a girl. The voting went very smoothly, but my attention was always on Lu Vu. The way he looked at Tong Nhky was like looking at the stars in the sky. Tong Nhky walked up to the podium, took chalk, and wrote the names of 7 students. She began counting votes. About 10 minutes later, the election results were announced. The class president was a Jiang then local, Trao Dung. The party branch secretary was Tong Nhky. The other positions were also filled. Only the health committee member and psychology committee member still had no candidates. Asking one last time, does anyone want to run for these 2 positions? Teacher LA looked around the class. Seeing no one answer, he was about to let the president and secretary take on the roles concurrently, when suddenly Li Hu Dong raised his hand and stood up. Teacher, I'll take both of those positions. Teacher Lei frowned. Both of them? How about this? Li Hu Dong changed the subject. I can give the health committee position to my roommate. I was baffled. When did I say I wanted to run? But seeing Li Hu Dong frantically signaling with his eyes, I had to reluctantly say, I guess that's okay. All right, the health committee member will be handled by me. The psychology committee member will be handled by Lai Hu Dong. After Teacher La finished speaking, he hurriedly left the classroom. Afraid we would change our minds. Young Master Lai, why did you suddenly want to be a class officer? These 2 positions don't get you any conduct points and have no real power. As soon as the head teacher left, I couldn't help but ask Lai Hu Dong. Ka Chan and Lu Vu also gathered around with curious expressions. I'll tell you guys. But don't spread it around. Li Hu Dong lowered his voice. My dad knows the vice principal. Yesterday, Uncle Vuong told me there will be a reform for class officers next month. The benefits for all positions will be the same. Positions that didn't get points before will now get conduct points just like the class president. So that was it. No wonder the usually lazy Lai Hu Dong was so proactive today. Conduct points are very important in university. Evaluations for honors and awards all depend on it. Nice one. Young Master Lai, I was tempted after hearing that. To think we'd run into such a good thing. Old Jiang. Old Li. There were only 2 spots. I still want to freeload a meal off old Jiang. Li Hu Dong winked at me. No problem. My treat this noon. You guys pick the place. I agreed readily. Ever since buying the Patek Philippe and the 10,000 yuan cosmetics set, my roommates all thought I was a rich guy. Li Hu Dong had long wanted to rip me off for a meal. But for a meal, the atmosphere is what's important. We originally planned to eat off campus for lunch, but we had class in the afternoon, so we had to switch to the canteen. In the stir-fry restaurant on the 2nd floor of the school canteen, the 4 of us found a table by the window and sat down. Isn't that? Lai Hu Dong was suddenly surprised, looking towards the server who was walking over. Tong Nhky, wearing an apron, walked over with a menu. Seeing us, she was also stunned. Student Lai. Student Jiang. I smiled and greeted her. Hello. Student Tong. I turned my head to look at Lu Vu, who had his head down. This is my roommate. Lu Vu. He went to the same high school as you. Lu Vu was so nervous he didn't dare to look up. His ears were also red. Tong Nhky looked at him curiously for a moment, but seeing him like that, she didn't feel it was right to say anything. Student Tong, why are you working as a server here? Lai Hu Dong couldn't help but ask. It's a work-study job. Tong Nhky said with a smile. My roommate works here, so I came along. Hearing the 4 words work-study job, we all tacitly understood not to ask further. After all, university students have a lot of pride. If it weren't for special circumstances, who would work part-time in the canteen? Go ahead and order. My treat today. I took the menu and handed it to them. Lai Hu Dong and the others were in sync, ordering several flavorful dishes. The atmosphere quickly became lively again. In the end, I added a soup and a side dish. I handed the menu back to Tong Nhky. It's all Sichuan food. Huh? You guys are in for a treat. Tong Nhky glanced at the menu and said with a smile, the chef on duty today is from Sichuan. Really? Then I'll have to taste it carefully, I said with a laugh. Tong Nhky took the menu and swayed into the back kitchen. As soon as she left, Li Hu Dong and I looked at Lu Vu with utter disappointment. Old Lu? Brother Jiang set you up. You have to react a little. Lai Hu Dong couldn't help but say. Although Ka Chan and I didn't say anything, our faces were written with helplessness. Brother Dong. Brother Jiang, don't force me anymore, Lu Vu said dejectedly. I don't want to be in a relationship. Besides, there's no way she could like me. Looking at his useless demeanor, we were all speechless. Li Hu Dong wanted to say more, but I stopped him. Forget it. Old Lu has his own thoughts. We quickly changed the subject to next week's freshman welcome party. This is a great chance to see pretty girls. Everyone immediately perked up. What are you talking about? That's so exciting. Song Yaki came over with a plate of spicy chicken. Behind her was her ordinary-looking roommate. Li Xiaodong said despicably, "We're just talking about academics." But his eyes were glued to the plate of spicy chicken. Song Yaki put the dish down. Her roommate tugged at the hem of her shirt and said, "I'll head back first." She left without even saying goodbye. We didn't mind. We just picked up our chopsticks and started eating. This is delicious. I picked up a piece of spicy chicken. The spicy, numbing, and fragrant flavor spread through my mouth. To be able to eat Sichuan cuisine of this quality in the school cafeteria, as expected of a restaurant exclusive to the rich. Ting. The system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations, host, for tasting authentic Sichuan cuisine. Perfect life experience +1. Reward. 1 food consumption rebate card. I was overjoyed. This system is amazing. I can get a reward just for eating a Sichuan dish. Consumption rebate card instructions. Limited to food consumption only, with a maximum of 50,000 per use. Rebate multiplier is random, from 1 to 4 times. Before I could even digest that, the system went ting, 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 continuously. Congratulations on receiving the title Master of Cuisine. From now on, you can receive a rebate card every time you try a new dish. Side quest unlocked. Search for the world's most unique Sichuan flavor. Reward. Undetermined. I was chewing on the spicy chicken. I almost choked on this series of notifications. Song Yaki asked with concern. What's wrong? Is it too spicy? Lai Xiaodong grinned wickedly. Old Jiang, if you can't handle spicy food, don't force it. Be careful, or your butt will hurt tomorrow. Haha. K. Zhen also chimed in. I put down my chopsticks. With a disdainful look, I said, I am from Shangcheng. This bit of spiciness is nothing, but this spicy chicken is indeed very special. I've never tasted anything like it. After all, a dish that can trigger the system must be extraordinary. That's true. Lai Xiaodong and the other guy immediately deflated. Everyone knows people from Shangcheng are the best at eating spicy food. In front of me, they didn't dare to act cocky anymore. The campus belle took the initiative to show goodwill. The world of the rich is truly different. After finishing the meal, the few of us continued on to class. This week passed by so quickly. High school teachers always said that university was a release. Only now do I realize it was all a lie. University life is even more tiring than high school. It was finally the weekend. All 4 of us in the dorm were passed out on our beds, catching up on sleep. I opened the system panel to check the mission progress. After a week, I had over 300,000 inches my bank card. For a university student, this was definitely a huge sum of money. Enough to buy an entry-level luxury car. But I am not planning to buy a car right now. I am preparing to go home for National Day and find an excuse to give it to my parents. Calculating the time. Since the start of school on August 20th, plus the military training, 20 days have passed. There are still 20 days until National Day. At my current rate of earning money, my savings will very likely exceed 1 million by then. Thinking about this, I felt a little worried. Suddenly giving my parents so much money. Would they be scared? Should I give it to them in installments? But it's only early September now. It's still too early. I jumped down from my bed and asked Li Xiaodong on the opposite bunk, Bro Dong, do you know any high-end restaurants in Jiangcheng? Preferably the kind where a meal for 4 can cost 50,000. Li Xiaodong looked at me like I was an idiot. Old Jiang, you still have money? He had seen me spend with his own eyes. 160,000 to buy a Patek Philippe, and then tens of thousands on clothes and skincare. Suddenly, Li Xiaodong abruptly sat up. Old Jiang, don't tell me you made another killing in the stock market. I smiled without saying anything. Damn. I knew it. Li Xiaodong asked excitedly. Fess up. How much did you make this time? Not much, but it's enough to treat you guys to a meal. I didn't directly tell Li Xiaodong the specific budget. Instead, I asked again if Jiangcheng had any high-end restaurants to recommend. The important thing is that the food has to be authentic enough. Li Xiaodong's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I know a place opened by the descendant of an imperial chef. Last time, I went there once with my dad to entertain important guests. The average cost per person is not cheap. Are you sure you want to treat us? I smiled and snapped my fingers. Let's go. Dad's taking you kids out for a feast. After getting along for over half a month, the way we addressed each other in room 404 had long since upgraded from brothers to a father-son game. The 3 of them heard they were going out to eat. They immediately scrambled to change clothes. After getting in the car, Li Xiaodong suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh, right. That restaurant only has set menus for 6 people. We need to call 2 more people. I casually suggested. Call your sister. Li Xiaodong nodded. We might as well have Xia Sidao come too, seeing my sudden silence. Li Xiaodong quickly explained, "It's been so long since that last incident. Besides, she's actually very—" "Stop." I waved my hand. "Am I that much of a grudge holder? It's just that it might be a little awkward meeting her." Li Xiaodong had already taken out his phone. "Driver. Change course to Taikoo Hui. They're waiting at the entrance of the mall." 20 minutes later, the four of us arrived at the Taikoo Hui shopping center. From a distance, we saw Li Wanwan and Xia Sidao standing by the road. Each of them was holding 2 cups of milk tea. After Li Xiaodong paid for the ride, he waved to his sister. Li Wanwan whispered a few words to Xia Sidao. The two of them walked over together. "Bro, here's your milk tea." Li Wanwan handed the milk tea to Li Xiaodong. "Don't say I am stingy anymore." Even though Sidao treated, "At least I remembered to bring you one." Li Xiaodong frowned, taking the milk tea without a word. Just then, Xia Sidao walked up to me. She handed me the other cup of milk tea. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect the campus belle to take the initiative to show goodwill. "Thanks." I graciously accepted the milk tea. Qi Zhen and Liu Yu stood to the side. Their faces were full of envy and admiration. "Let's go." Li Xiaodong broke the awkward silence. "Old Jiang is treating us to imperial cuisine today. The 6 of us can't fit in one car." "Wanwan. Call another car." "No need." Li Wanwan pointed to the side of the road. "I drove Uncle Wang's Rolls-Royce here today. It's a 7-seater, just enough." "You drove the family car out? What about your dad?" Li Wanwan said nonchalantly. "There's still a Maybach and a BMW 7 Series at home. He's not going to work anyway." "All right." I was overthinking it. The world of the rich is truly different. The Rolls-Royce drove smoothly on the road to Heping Huanyan. This place has quite a history. Li Xiaodong enthusiastically introduced it to everyone. A century-old restaurant, open since the Republic of China era until now. The head chef is the owner himself. His ancestors were imperial chefs. He counted on his fingers as he spoke. They only serve 18 tables a day. 9 in the afternoon. 9 in the evening. Each table has at least 6 people. I heard a food corporation offered 50 million to buy the recipe. He just turned them away and told them to get lost. Li Xiaodong spoke with great enthusiasm, as if he were bragging about his own family's business. In reality, even with his wealthy background, he had only been here once in his entire life. If my dad didn't know the head chef, we wouldn't even be able to get a reservation. He tilted his chin smugly. Reservations now are booked until at least next week. TSK. Li Wanwan, sitting in the front row, rolled her eyes. If Brother Jiang wasn't treating, you wouldn't be able to afford it even if you got a reservation, right? Li Wanwan. Li Xiaodong's face stiffened. If you don't talk, no one will think you're mute. His sister wasn't one to back down. I hate show-offs the most. Watching the two siblings bicker, I couldn't help but think of my sister far away in Shangcheng. My sister, Jiang Xiaoxiao, back home. Although she's younger than me, her average grades meant she could only attend a junior college. She has the same casual personality. We always argue whenever we meet. Just thinking about her gives me a headache. I heard her school's military training is a month long. She must still be baking under the sun right now. Just the thought of it is thrilling. While I was thinking, Xia Sidao, next to me, suddenly spoke up. "I am sorry about last time." "What?" I was still imagining my sister getting a dark tan from the sun. I didn't quite hear her. "It was about calling you a straight man last time. It was because I was too arrogant." Xia Sidao's voice grew quieter. "Let me treat tonight's dinner. Consider it an apology." As soon as she said that, Li Xiaodong and Li Wanwan in the front seat abruptly turned around. "Sidao, are you crazy? Do you know how much this meal costs?" I was also surprised. If it weren't for completing the system's mission, even I, with a daily income of 20,000, wouldn't dare to splurge like this. "I know. I eat there often," Xia Sidao said lightly. "Often?" Everyone in the car was shocked. Li Wanwan was even more dumbfounded. After being roommates for so long, she never knew her roommate was so rich. It was then that I remembered. Last time when we were shopping at Taikoo Hui, Xia Sidao wasn't fazed by clothes that cost several thousand yuan. She was even more professional at coordinating outfits than Li Wanwan. Turns out she's a hidden rich young miss. "Don't be surprised," Xia Sidao said with her head down. "My dad brings me every time." She let out a sigh. "Actually, our family is about to go bankrupt." The car suddenly fell silent. "My dad's company's capital chain broke earlier this year." Her voice grew quieter. "We'll have to declare bankruptcy by the end of the year." No one said anything. That's just business. Ups and downs are normal. Their family's assets would still be thicker than an ordinary person's. I suddenly spoke up. "No need to go through all that trouble. I already said I am treating today." "Are you kidding me? I went through so much trouble to get this food rebate card. How could I possibly give it to her? Does she have a system to take advantage of?" Xia Sidao asked carefully. "So, have you forgiven me?" She herself didn't understand why she cared so much about my opinion. Maybe it was because during military training, I had an unconventional performance, or maybe my words last time made her see herself more clearly. Looking at her sincere eyes, I nodded. There's nothing to forgive or not forgive. I was a bit too blunt last time. My greatest strength is not holding grudges. The car fell silent again. The car arrived at Heping Huangyan. Uncle Wang, come eat with us. Li Xiaodong asked the driver. No need, young master. Uncle Wang smiled and shook his head. You guys go ahead and eat. As the boss driver, he still understood these boundaries. Li Xiaodong didn't say anything more. He knew Uncle Wang wouldn't agree. It was just a polite gesture. Uncle Wang, please wait here for a while. Yes, young master. After getting out of the car, a receptionist in a Qpao came to greet us. Welcome, esteemed guests. Do you have a reservation? We booked the TNZ room an hour ago. The receptionist immediately led the way. This place looked more like a private residence, a Shia-style garden of 1,000 square meters. To have such an estate in the city center, money alone isn't enough. You also need to have family background. We entered the private room. A charming woman in a business suit walked in. Her attire didn't look like a waitress, but more like the owner. What would you big bosses like to eat? She asked charmingly. I was wondering why the waitress was so casual. Li Wanwan suddenly spoke up. Sister Anlin, why are you here? The woman smiled when she saw the two siblings. I heard you guys were coming to eat. As the host, I naturally have to entertain you personally. Aya, stop joking. How can I be considered a big boss? Anlin teased. You're not a big boss, but your father is. What good deed did you do today for your dad to reward you with a meal here? The woman blinked her foxy eyes and said with a smile, my dad is not that generous. My brother's friend invited us here. Her gaze shifted towards me. The woman also looked over. After getting a clear look at my face, her eyes lit up. Li Xiaodong pointed at us and said, Sister Anlin, let me introduce you. This is my roommate. Jiang Chen, Wanwan's roommate. Xie Sidao. And Kei Zhen. Liu Yu. Then he said to us, this is the daughter of the owner of Heping Huangyan. Liu Anlin. Just call her Sister Anlin. We stood up to greet her. Liu Anlin waved back charmingly. In my opinion, Liu Anlin's beauty was at least a 9 out of 10. Even the campus belle, Xia Sidao, seemed a bit immature in front of her. Liu Anlin exuded the charm of a mature woman, especially that sexy figure and those long, slender legs, made it impossible for one to look away. Li Wanwan linked arms with her and asked, Sister Anlin, why did you suddenly come back? Liu Anlin frowned and sighed. My dad wants to open a branch in the capital and told me to manage it, so I had to come back to learn management first. I didn't expect to run into you guys like this. Liu Anlin smiled and asked, what do you want to eat? Go arrange it. Everyone looked at me. After all, I was the one treating today. I waved my hand. You guys order. I am not familiar with this place. I am just in charge of paying. I spread my hands helplessly. There isn't even a menu. How am I supposed to order like this? Liu Anlin saw through my confusion and explained with a smile. Our Heping Huangyan is very special. Each private room has a fixed set menu. This TNZ room mainly serves the Fi Longzai Tian menu series. You can freely combine the dishes. She paused for a moment. If it's your first time, how about I help you put something together? I happily agreed. Okay. As long as it's delicious and enough to meet the 50,000 spending limit. Liu Anlin smiled charmingly. Don't worry. She swayed her slender waist and went to the back kitchen to make arrangements. As soon as she left, Li Xiaodong immediately perked up and nudged me with his elbow. So, isn't Sister Anlin beautiful enough? Honestly, she's very beautiful. This type of mature, queenly woman has a huge killing power on university students. Li Xiaodong lowered his voice. Let me tell you a secret. Sister Anlin isn't much older than us, and she's still single. This restaurant of hers can make 100 million a year. Marry her and you can skip decades of struggle. I chuckled. Now that I have this system, making money isn't an issue at all. If I were to pursue her, it would be because I like her, not for the money. Half an hour later, Liu Anlin led the waiters in, pushing a food cart. There were more than 10 dishes on the food cart, exquisite dishes covered with white lids. This is our state banquet set menu. Liu Anlin introduced as she uncovered the dishes. There's Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel-shaped fish, and braised three-treasure duck. There's also safflower shark fin and wensi tofu. After introducing the dishes, Liu Anlin led the waiters out of the private room. There were also 2 bottles of 82 wine on the table. One look and you could tell they were valuable. I picked up a piece of fish to taste. My eyes immediately lit up, as expected of an imperial chef's skills. This taste, compared to the Sichuan food I ate at the cafeteria recently, is much better. Just thinking of the cafeteria, I suddenly found it funny. Why am I comparing mass-produced cafeteria food with imperial cuisine? This one dish is worth thousands of yuan, enough for me to eat at the cafeteria for a whole month. Ting. The system notification suddenly sounded. Congratulations, host, for having a new gourmet experience. Reward, food consumption rebate card X1. Side quest unlocked. Imperial cuisine appraisal. Every time you enjoy a satisfactory dish, you will receive 1 rebate card. Limit. 10 cards. Completing all missions will enhance your culinary appraisal ability. I put down my chopsticks in pleasant surprise. Just eating 1 dish activated the system's reward. 1 rebate card can give back 250,000. 10 cards would be 2.5 million. Even if my luck is a bit bad, I can still make at least around 1 million. This system is amazing. They'll have to go out and spend more from now on. I picked up a piece of the 3 treasure duck. It tasted even better than last time. Lai Xiaodong couldn't help but try a piece too. He praised it while eating, not looking like a second-generation rich kid at all. Li Wanwan gave him a glare but didn't say anything. It seems she's long used to it. Bro Dong, mind your image. Leave some for us. Qi Zhen and Liu Yu also joined the battle. The 4 of them fought for the food, having a great time. Li Wanwan and Xia Sidao looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Although they were also hungry, they maintained their elegance in the high-end restaurant. The 82 wine in the set menu was indeed not bad. Even the 2 of them, who didn't usually drink. The girls couldn't help but try some. 2 bottles of wine went down. All of us were a bit tipsy. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Li Xiaodong sprawled on his chair and sighed. This is the life of a rich second generation. I smiled and stood up. Your dad is doing it for your own good. You guys clean up. I am going to pay. This meal cost 51,800. Liu Anlin rounded it down and charged me exactly 50,000 yuan. After paying, I used a food rebate card. Ting. The system notification sounded. Verifying. Diner is very satisfied. Congratulations on receiving a 4x rebate. The rebate amount is 200,000 yuan. Not bad. Not bad. It seems this money was well spent. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. I put away the receipt, about to head back to the private room, when I saw Li Wanwan helping a very drunk Xie Sidao walk out. Lai Xiaodong was awkwardly standing beside them. Old Jiang, get over here. Li Xiaodong looked like he had seen his savior. Xia Sidao is drunk. I hurried over to help. How did she end up drinking this much? We wanted to finish the rest of the wine. Lai Xiaodong scratched his head. Who knew her tolerance was so low? Go get the car. After saying that, he ran to the parking lot. Xia Sidao was heavily drunk. Her body was limp, and she couldn't even stand steadily. I had no choice but to wrap one arm around her waist and put her arm over my shoulder. She was wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt today. Her full chest occasionally brushed against my arm, making me a little flustered. I didn't expect it. You couldn't tell when she wore her camouflage uniform. This girl's figure is actually so hot. Xia Sidao groggily opened her eyes. Seeing it was me, she leaned against my shoulder in relief, like an obedient kitten. After the 2 idiots got Xia Sidao into the car, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped into the car. Old Jiang, are we heading straight back to school? Li Xiaodong, in the passenger seat, turned to ask me. What else? I asked back. The dorms have closed already. Old Liu and the others went to the internet cafe to play games. Li Xiaodong pointed inside the car. Now it's just me, him, and the drunk Li Wanwan and Xia Sidao. I frowned and asked, so what do you suggest? Lai Xiaodong scratched his head. How about this? Wanwan, and I will go straight home. You take the campus bell to a hotel and get a room. After you're done, come find us at the internet cafe to play games. I looked at Xia Sidao, sleeping soundly on my shoulder. Then I looked at Li Wanwan, who was also passed out drunk. I could only nod. All right. Uncle Wang, take them to the Sheraton first, Lai Xiaodong told the driver. On the way, Xia Sidao's head unconsciously leaned on my shoulder. I was about to ask Lai Wanwan for help, but it turned out she was asleep too. The alcohol tolerance of these 2 girls is really poor. A few glasses of wine and they're this drunk. Xia Sidao had a faint, gentle scent on her. It wasn't perfume, but more like a young girl's natural body fragrance. It was very pleasant. I quietly tilted my head. From this angle, I could perfectly see her flawless side profile. Her skin was so fair it seemed to glow. Her eyelashes were long and curled. No wonder she became the campus belle right after enrolling. This face was truly enough to topple cities. The Rolls-Royce quickly stopped at the entrance of the Sheraton Hotel. Old Jiang, we're here. You carry the campus bell down. I am taking my sister home. Come find you guys later. Remember to come to the internet cafe early tonight. Well, meet at the canyon. No backing out. Li Xiaodong finished. He gave me a suggestive wink. I ignored him. I got out of the car and directly carried Xia Sidao out. Old Jiang, I am leaving first. Li Xiaodong closed the car door. The Rolls-Royce slowly drove away. I stood at the hotel entrance, holding the drunk Xia Sidao. My feelings were complicated. It was my first time taking a girl to get a room, and the subject was the campus belle, Xia Sidao. This first time wasn't a loss, but looking at her unconscious in my arms, my feet felt like they were weighted down with lead. I couldn't take a step. It wasn't out of shyness, but because I couldn't overcome that barrier in my heart. Even though she was this drunk, even if I did something, she wouldn't know. And even if she did find out, it probably wouldn't matter. But I, Jiang Chen, am not that despicable. If I want to pursue her, I'll do it honorably. With a sigh, I held Xia Sidao steady and slowly walked into the Sheraton Hotel. On a street corner, 2 male students suddenly stopped. Zhao Kai, quick, look at the hotel entrance. Wang Tao forcefully pulled his companion. Isn't that Shai Sidao from your class? Zhao Kai looked in that direction, his pupils suddenly contracting. The girl being carried into the hotel by a male student was indeed the campus belle, Xia Sidao, whom he had long admired secretly. Holy crap, it really is her. Zhao Kai's voice trembled. Wang Tao squinted. Look at her. She seems to have had a lot to drink. What else could they be doing at a hotel? Zhao Kai gritted his teeth. Maybe she was drugged. The two looked at each other and simultaneously rushed towards the hotel. At this moment, at the reception desk, I had just finished the check-in procedure. Xia Sidao was breathing evenly in my arms, her long hair hanging down. A loud shout suddenly rang out. Stop. I turned around to see two male students, pointing their phones at me. Put Xia Sidao down immediately. Zhao Kai, with a ferocious expression, waved his phone. Or else, well, call the police right away. He was trembling all over, as if he were a knight saving a princess. I narrowed my eyes. Who are you? The two male students were still shouting behind me. I couldn't be bothered with these two idiots. Something was wrong with their heads. I turned and went straight into the elevator. Hey. Stop. Zhao Kai raised his phone and wanted to chase after me, but he was stopped by hotel security. Sir, and filming is prohibited here. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will call the police. Zhao Kai could only watch helplessly as he saw me carrying Xia Sidao disappear from sight in the elevator. After leaving the hotel, the more Zhao Kai thought about it, the more resentful he felt. Bro Wang, let's call the police. If we delay any longer, that guy will succeed. Wang Tao quickly stopped him. Are you stupid? What if they're a couple? Besides, we don't even know who he is. But the campus belle right now. Zhao Kai was so anxious he stomped his feet. Wang Tao smiled sinisterly. Don't rush. I think that guy looks like someone from our school. Post the video on the school forum. Someone will definitely recognize him. Let's see how he handles it then. Jiangcheng University is a key university. The discipline management is very strict. If a student really takes advantage of a drunk girl and gets a room, if the school finds out, they'll definitely be expelled and face legal consequences. Zhao Kai's eyes lit up. He immediately took out his phone to post on the school forum. At this time, in the hotel, I was carrying Xia Sidao, looking for the room in the hallway. So hot. Xia Sidao started taking off her clothes. I quickly grabbed her hands. Don't move around. I quickened my pace to the room. After entering the room, I placed her on the bed. Her clothes were already disheveled, revealing a large patch of skin, looking extremely alluring under the light. Water. Xia Sidao suddenly hugged me tightly. So thirsty, I pushed her away and brought some mineral water. But she couldn't drink it at all. The water trickled down the corner of her mouth, wetting the bedsheet. Really? I quickly used a tissue to wipe it. But the water stain remained. I might have to pay for damages this time. Seeing Xia Sidao lying on the bed, still frantically taking off her own clothes, she showed no signs of wanting to sleep at all. Seeing this scene gave me a bit of a headache. I originally thought I'd take Xia Sidao to the hotel, and then go to the internet cafe to find old Liu and the others. But now, with Xia Sidao in this state, it's hard for me to leave with peace of mind. Moreover, she hasn't thrown up yet. Many drunk people, if left unattended, when they vomit, could very likely choke on it, leading to death by suffocation. If Xia Sidao dies here, I definitely wouldn't be able to escape involvement, so I took out my phone and made a voice call to Li Wanwan. Hello, Brother Jiang. What's up? Li Wanwan's voice came from the other end of the line. From her tone, it seemed she had sobered up. Are you free right now? How about you come over to the hotel to take care of Sidao for a bit? Seeing her like this, it's very dangerous to leave her alone in the hotel. I didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Okay, I just finished showering. I'll change and come over right away. Li Wanwan finished talking and hung up the phone. I went to the bathroom to wash my face, to calm myself down. Then I went back to the room to wait. Not long after. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door from outside. I hurried to open it. I saw Li Wanwan standing at the door. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. I saw her wearing a loose t-shirt, her hair still a bit wet. Below, she wore a pair of jean shorts, revealing her long, sexy legs, looking extremely charming. Why did you come dressed like this? Seeing Li Wanwan's hair still soaking wet, I couldn't help but ask. Didn't you call me in a hurry? It's okay. Uncle Wang drove me here. Li Wanwan tucked her hair back. Then she looked into the room and asked, How is Si Yao? See for yourself. I stepped aside to let Li Wanwan in. Seeing the scene before her, Li Wanwan's eyes immediately widened. She didn't know what to say. She only saw Xia Si Yao lying on the bed with her clothes disheveled. Moreover, there were some wet spots on the bedsheet. On the nightstand were several used tissues, clearly used to wipe some kind of liquid. Brother Jiang, did I interrupt something good? Li Wanwan's face grew a little hot. Who knows what she was thinking? She asked subconsciously. I was speechless when I heard her, as expected. It was all a misunderstanding. Heaven and earth are my witness. I really didn't do anything to Xia Sidao. Li Wanwan stood at the door, hesitating. I quickly explained. Don't misunderstand. I didn't do anything. Stay with her tonight. I am going to find your brother. After speaking, I stuffed the room card into her hand and slipped away without looking back. I originally planned to go to an internet cafe, but I was too tired, so I had to take a cab back to school. 1 a.m. I bribed the dorm manager with 2 cigarettes. I finally got into the dormitory. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, completely unaware that the school forum had exploded. The next day when I woke up, I found that Li Xiaodong had called me several times. I called back. On the other end of the line was a tired voice and the sound of a keyboard. Hello, old Jiang. Why didn't you come last night? Could it be with the campus bell? Before he could finish his words, Qi Zhen suddenly shouted, Holy crap, Brother Jiang is trending again. I was completely stunned. What do you mean again? It's only been half a month. How am I trending again? Brother Dong. Something's happened. What's wrong? What's old K yelling about? Li Xiaodong didn't answer. He put the phone down and moved closer to Qi Zhen. Qi Zhen's mumbling came through the phone. The male student who stole the campus bell's water half a month ago. Now he's trying to rape Xia Si Yao. My heart tightened. I remembered taking Xia Si Yao to the hotel last night. I ran into those 2 bastards, and they were even filming. Could they have posted the video online? What the hell is going on? I was so anxious I stomped my foot. Li Xiaodong sighed and said, Old Jiang, you should check the forum yourself. This time it's a big deal. You might even get expelled. It really was them. Old Jiang, don't rush. I'll ask Wan Wan about the situation. Well, come find you right away. After saying that, Li Xiaodong hung up. I quickly opened the school forum. Public opinion had already skewed to one side. No one would listen to an explanation now. At this moment, in the Sheraton Hotel, Li Wanwan, who had just woken up, received a call. Hello, brother, Wanwan. Are you at the hotel? Is Xia Si Yao awake yet? Li Xiaodong's voice was anxious. Yes. What's wrong? Is Xia Si Yao awake yet? Li Wanwan rubbed her eyes, looking at Xia Si Yao sleeping soundly on the bed. She said tiredly. Not yet. She threw up all night. Now she's catching up on sleep. Brother, what on earth happened? Li Xiaodong stammered. When she wakes up, tell her to come back to school quickly. I can't explain the details. I still have to call old Jiang. After saying that, he hung up. Why are you being so mysterious? Li Wanwan mumbled. She casually opened the school forum. The video pinned on the homepage made her eyes widen instantly. Oh my god. What is this? Now she understood why her brother was in such a hurry. If this blows up, I could be expelled. I could even be cyberbullied. As for jail, it wouldn't go that far. After all, she was present for the whole process last night. I didn't touch Xia Si Yao at all, but netizens don't think so. The comments section was full of curses. Expel that scumbag. We have to report it to the police. Get justice for Xia Si Yao. Li Wanwan panicked. She looked at the soundly sleeping Xia Si Yao. She hesitated whether to wake her up or not. In the end, she decided to call me first. I had just hung up with Li Xiaodong when Li Wanwan called. Hello, Wanwan. By this time, I had already thought of a countermeasure. My tone was calm. Brother Jiang, what's with the video on the forum? Should I wake up Xia Si Yao? If she testifies, she can help you clarify things. No need. Let her rest well. I have a way to solve this. I comforted her softly. At this moment, I truly felt that these friends were not made in vain. At least they genuinely care about me. Just you wait. You'll soon find out that I am not someone to be messed with. Posting the video online was clearly meant to start a war of public opinion. To get netizens to dig up my information. Those 2 guys look stupid, but their methods are quite vicious. If Xia Si Yao and I weren't friends, if nothing had happened last night, I might be in jail by now. We're all in university now, so you have to be responsible for your actions. Half an hour later, Li Xiaodong and the others rushed back to the dorm. Old Jiang, you've seen the video, right? I nodded. What's the situation now? Li Xiaodong scratched his head. I am not sure. But if you don't clear this up, your reputation will be completely ruined. The important thing is the school's attitude. What if they expel you directly? It won't come to that. I was very calm. Brother Jiang. How can you be so calm? Qi Zhen was so anxious he was wringing his hands. Once this blows up, it will be hard to resolve. The school has to investigate before they can punish anyone. The corner of my mouth turned up. I didn't touch Xia Si Yao. On what grounds would they expel me? Brother Jiang, you have a plan? The 3 of them looked over at the same time. I was about to open my mouth. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was the head teacher calling. Hello, Teacher Lei. I gestured for them to be quiet. What's this post on the school forum? Teacher La's voice was calm and steady. The dean's office has already contacted me. As expected of a veteran head teacher. Before clarifying the truth, he would absolutely not jump to conclusions. Teacher Lei. Last night my roommates and I went out to eat. I recounted the whole incident to the head teacher. I also told him that I was in the dorm right now. Last night, the person who took care of Xia Si Yao was Li Xiaodong's younger sister, Li Wanwan. Also Xia Si Yao's roommate. Teacher. After hearing my explanation, Teacher La hummed in acknowledgement and said, This matter, I understand. I will explain it to the school's leadership. The forum post will also be deleted. Don't show your face for now. I knew Teacher LA was protecting me. I smiled and said, yes. Thank you, Teacher Le. After hanging up, Li Xiaodong and the other two crowded around to ask about the situation. I didn't answer directly but asked back, Brother Dong, does your family know any lawyers? Li Xiaodong immediately understood my meaning. He smiled and said, don't worry. My dad's company has a legal department. This is a good opportunity to use them. I'll contact them right away. An hour later, Li Xiaodong and I were near the school. We met a middle-aged lawyer in an elegant suit at a coffee shop. He wore gold-rimmed glasses. Old Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Lawyer Sun Wei from my dad's company. Lawyer Sun, this is my roommate. I walked over and shook Lawyer Sun's hand. Hello, Lawyer Sun. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Although Sun Wei was young, his aura was extraordinary. Someone who could be friends with the young master must have an extraordinary future. As the head of the company's legal department, he was very discerning. He immediately greeted me enthusiastically. Mr. Jiang, young Master Li has already told me about the situation, but I still need you to explain the details more clearly. That way, I can do my utmost to protect your rights, and at the same time, avoid unnecessary trouble. We will definitely find the person who spread the rumor and restore your good name. Sun Wei's words both guaranteed my rights and took my privacy into consideration. As expected of a professional lawyer, he was very thoughtful. I began to recount. Last night, Li Xiaodong, our two other roommates, and I. Meanwhile, at the Sheraton Hotel, after sleeping for 10 hours, Xia Xiao finally woke up. She was startled to find herself in a hotel room. She hurriedly checked her clothes and found them still on. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. How did I end up here? She mumbled. Li Wanwan burst into the room. Xiao, wake up. Something big has happened at school. She pulled up the still drowsy Xi Yao. The forum has exploded. Xi Yao rubbed her eyes. What's wrong? Why the rush? No time to explain. Put on your shoes. Li Wanwan directly knelt down to help her put on her shoes. In the taxi, Li Wanwan finally took a breath. You were too drunk last night. I am the one who brought you to the hotel. What? Xi Xiao suddenly sat up straight, and someone filmed it and posted it online. The original post has been deleted. Li Wanwan bit her lip, but now the whole school is talking about it. Xi Xiao's face turned pale. Is Jiang Chen involved? What did the school say? Li Wanwan stomped her foot anxiously. The most worried one is my brother. The school might not be able to handle the pressure. She took out her phone. Damn it. I can't reach either of them. Xi Xiao looked at the scenery rushing past the window, her heart beating faster and faster. The two of them had put their phones on silent mode, completely oblivious to Li Wanwan's calls. So, it's all because of me that he's being scolded. Xi Yao lowered her head, her voice filled with guilt. You could say that, but you can't be completely blamed either. Li Wanwan comforted. Who would have thought someone would be secretly filming, and even post it on the school forum, as a roommate? Li Wanwan didn't want to see her blame herself too much. Even though she caused it, Xi Xiao didn't do it on purpose. Xi Xiao took a deep breath, suddenly looking up to ask, if I come forward and explain, will that solve it? Li Wanwan gave a bitter smile. Right now, the rumors are spreading like wildfire. Even if you explain, people might not believe you. They might even think the school forced you to say it. She didn't know I had already prepared to take the legal route. She could only comfort Xi Xiao like this, so just explaining is useless. Huh? Xi Yao mumbled softly. What did you say? Li Wanwan turned her head and asked. Nothing. Xi Yao shook her head, but her eyes suddenly became determined. She quietly took out her phone and posted an article on the school forum. In the coffee shop near Jiangcheng University, Lawyer Sun and I finally reached an agreement. Mr. Jiang, rest assured. Although this matter is confined to the school, the original post fabricated facts. It has seriously damaged your reputation. There are still people continuously posting attacks. It's clear that someone is pulling the strings from behind. This matter already constitutes a criminal case. Lawyer Sun pushed up his glasses. Later, I will, in my capacity as your private lawyer, report this to the police and send a lawyer's letter. If the other party continues to spread rumors, I am confident I can make them go to jail. Li Xiaodong nodded after hearing this. He patted Lawyer Sun's shoulder. We're counting on you for this. Lawyer Sun said confidently. Don't worry, young master. At the very least, we can get the other party in jail for a few days. As they were leaving, Lawyer Sun and I shook hands. I watched him leave the coffee shop. I was just about to get up and go back to school, when I discovered I had over 10 missed calls on my phone. All of them were from Li Wanwan. Old Li, why did your sister call me so many times? Li Xiaodong also held up his phone. Me too. Several missed calls in a row. He immediately called back. Li Wanwan's hurried voice came from the other end. Brother, you finally picked up. Don't worry. Xiao has handled it. The school won't give Brother Jiang any trouble. Lai Xiaodong had just hung up the phone with Lawyer Sun when Li Wanwan called. The matter is already settled. Li Wanwan's voice came from the other end of the line. Li Xiaodong was stunned. They had just seen Lawyer Sun off. How could it be resolved so quickly? Even stranger was, Li Wanwan said that Xia Si Yao had resolved it. Li Xiaodong pressed. Wanwan, what on earth is going on? Aya, I don't know how to explain it. You two should just check the forum yourselves. After saying that, Li Wanwan hung up. Li Xiaodong mumbled. So confusing. I asked. What's wrong? Wanwan said, Xia Si Yao has resolved the matter, but she wouldn't elaborate, just told us to check the forum. As he spoke, Lai Xiaodong opened the school forum. A post that was only 10 minutes old had already shot to the top of the hot searches. Its popularity was even higher than the previous slanderous post about me. The title clearly read, Hello everyone. I am Xia Si Yao. Regarding the matter of my boyfriend, Jiang Chen, I would like to clarify a few things. Lai Xiaodong and I looked at each other, bewildered. Since when did I become Xia Si Yao's boyfriend? I clicked to see the post content, which was as follows. Hello everyone. I am Xia Si Yao from Class 8, First Year Business Administration. Last night, I went out to eat with friends and had a little to drink. I just woke up after sleeping until now. I didn't expect to see so many posts about me online. First, Jiang Chen did not do anything inappropriate to me. He just took me to a hotel to rest. Second, Jiang Chen and I are a couple. He has no reason to take advantage of me while I am drunk. Finally, regarding the student who secretly filmed and uploaded the video, I reserve the right to pursue legal action. I hope everyone can follow the drama rationally. Please stop slandering my boyfriend. We just want to be together quietly. Thank you. Although this post was only a little over 200 words long, it left me utterly astonished. This move by Xia Si Yao was too ruthless. She directly used a public relationship announcement to help me clear all the negative rumors. Now, the whole school was gossiping. School started less than a month ago, and the new campus belle has already been won over. Moreover, the other party was the very guy who drank more than 10 bottles of her water in front of everyone. The comment section was a sea of lamentations. If I'd known the campus belle liked this type, I would have gone and drunk a few bottles of water too. Looking at these comments, I finally believed that this crisis had been resolved. Li Xiaodong had a look of disbelief. Old Jiang, are you really dating Xia Si Yao? I shook my head helplessly. You still don't get it? She's using her own reputation to help me out of this siege. Leaving the coffee shop, my feelings were complicated. I never expected Xia Si Yao to go this far. Now the whole school thinks we're a real couple. I turned to leave. Lai Xiaodong hurriedly chased after me. So, are you having a major headache right now? I gave a bitter smile and shook my head. Suddenly having a girlfriend, anyone in my shoes would have a headache. So, are we still sending the lawyer's letter? Li Xiaodong asked hesitantly. I walked towards the lecture building. No need. Since the matter is resolved, tell Lawyer Sun to stop. Actually, Xia Si Yao's method was the most beneficial for me, but I never thought it'd let her sacrifice her reputation to help me. Even though she caused the incident, she was unconscious at the time. Getting secretly filmed was my fault for not being careful. For that reason, I felt even more compelled to use the law to protect my rights. Now that it's resolved, I don't want to pursue it anymore. The school certainly hopes this matter ends here too. Li Xiaodong took out his phone to make a call. Okay, I'll contact Lawyer Sun right now. In the girls' dormitory, Li Wanwan looked at the dazed Xia Si Yao. Si Yao, do you really not regret it? Xia Si Yao turned her head in a daze. Regret? Why would I regret it? But this way, your relationship will be public. Aren't you afraid it will affect your reputation? Xia Si Yao smiled. Of course I care about my reputation, but this is something I should do. He was criticized by everyone because of me. I have to clear his name, even if it means sacrificing my own reputation. Li Wanwan was stunned. The Xia Si Yao before her seemed like a completely different person. It seems Jiang Chen has really changed her a lot in the boys' dormitory. Zhao Kai and Wang Tao stared at the computer screen. Their expressions grew uglier and uglier. Damn it, all the posts have been deleted. Zhao Kai slammed his fist on the desk. Xia Si Yao's post is pinned to the top. Wang Tao was also stunned. The smear campaign they had meticulously planned was ruined just like that. By Xia Si Yao's public announcement, she actually said Jiang Chen is her boyfriend. Zhao Kai was trembling with anger. I did all this to protect her, and this is how she repays me? Wang Tao sighed. Kai, just let it go. She's already publicly taken a side. What more do you want? Zhao Kai suddenly stood up. On what grounds? How am I not as good as him? Why would she rather get a room with him than drink the water I gave her? Wang Tao pointed at the computer. Didn't you see the photo from last night? The guy got out of a Rolls Royce. That car is at least 2 million yuan. Zhao Kai asked with bloodshot eyes. So what? Wang Tao patted his shoulder. Wake up, brother. You won't be able to afford that car even 10 years after graduation. Who knows? Maybe she pretended to be drunk on purpose. Zhao Kai pushed Wang Tao away. Bullshit. Si Yao isn't that kind of person. Wang Tao shook his head. Beautiful women have always loved luxury cars. Think about it yourself. After saying that, he grabbed his bag and left for the internet cafe. The dorm door slammed shut, leaving Zhao Kai alone, staring blankly at the computer screen. Zhao Kai was completely brainwashed. He believed that Xia Xiao was a gold digger. In order to cling to a rich young master like me, she wouldn't hesitate to feign drunkenness to get a room. He scrolled through Xi Yao's post, getting angrier the more he thought. Suddenly, he frantically started composing a new post. If you want to be a gold-digging bitch, then don't blame me. Very quickly, the school forum exploded. A new post quickly climbed to the top. The true face of the freshman campus belle. Gold-digging bitch fakes being drunk to get a room with a rich young master. It even noted, I saw it with my own eyes. The post immediately caused an uproar throughout the school, and the comment section was in chaos. So the campus belle is this kind of person. During military training, I offered her water and she didn't drink it. Turns out she looked down on me for being poor. When we in the dorm room saw the post, Li Xiaodong went ballistic. Does this bastard have a death wish? The matter was already over, yet he's still spreading rumors. I stared at those malicious comments, my brows furrowing deeper. These words from Zhao Kai had completely labeled Xia Xiao as a gold digger. This Zhao Kai seems determined to cause trouble. Before long, just as Zhao Kai opened the dorm door, he froze. In front of the door were 3 police officers, and a man in a neat suit with gold-rimmed glasses. Are you Zhao Kai? The man with glasses spoke coldly. What do you want? Zhao Kai's voice trembled. Cold sweat was already beating on his back. You spread slanderous rumors about my client online. We are now formally pressing charges against you. The man with glasses pushed them up. The evidence is clear. I didn't. Everything I said is the truth. Zhao Kai was so anxious he jumped up. Without a second word, the police handcuffed him with a click. A case with such a negative impact like yours will get you at least half a month's detention. The police officer's words made Zhao Kai's legs go weak. He almost knelt on the ground. As he was being escorted away, Zhao Kai, in order to reduce his sentence, without hesitation, ratted out Wang Tao, who was playing games at the internet cafe. Half a month later, the two of them walked out of the detention center with ashen faces, only to receive even more devastating news. The school had decided to expel them. It's over. It's really over. Zhao Kai collapsed to the ground. Only now, truly understanding the meaning of disaster comes from the mouth. The news that Zhao Kai and Wang Tao were arrested by the police immediately exploded within the school. 1 second, they were spreading rumors about Xia Xiao online. The next second, Zhao Kai was being escorted away by the police. Although no one knew the specific reason, the students who got into Jiangcheng University were not fools. Everyone guessed that I had acted behind the scenes. This was great. Zhao Kai said I was a rich young master, and that post was, in turn, verified. On the school forum, all sorts of speculations were flying around. Everyone was discussing what kind of background I could possibly have to be able to go to such lengths for Xia Xiao. Old Zhang, look at this. Li Xiaodong, lying on his bed, scrolling through his phone, suddenly burst out laughing. Someone started a thread to dig into your mysterious identity. A week passed, and the incident with Zhao Kai gradually faded from memory. But the discussions about me grew more and more heated. All kinds of wild speculations appeared one after another. They all said I was a top-tier, hidden rich young master. Li Xiaodong suddenly jumped off his bed. He approached with a serious expression. Come clean. Are you really a rich young master or not? I didn't look up and continued reading my book. Do you think if I were a rich young master, I would have been so poor during military training that I had to go back to the dorm to get water? Actually, my family isn't poor. Just a normal family that runs a Hunan restaurant. We earn over 100,000 a year, but they have to support me and my sister through university. Plus, the rent increases every year. There's really not much money left over. My dad has always wanted to expand the restaurant and earn a bit more, but the high property prices have kept him from realizing that dream. I smiled and waved my hand. Brother Dong, stop joking. My family really doesn't have money. Li Xiaodong looked skeptical. Old Jiang, still pretending with me? I said helplessly. Believe it or not, my family is just ordinary. Li Xiaodong paused for a moment. Then let me ask a different question. Exactly how much money do you have? I calculated in my head. Last time, after spending money at Heping Huang Yan, I had over 500,000 left on my card. This week, thanks to the money blessing, I earned another 200,000. Now, I have over 800,000 inches total. Right now, I probably have over 800,000 inches. My card. As I spoke, I casually withdrew today's income from the money blessing. Ding. A notification sound came from my phone. Your construction bank account has received 28,000 yuan. Current balance, 818,200. Holy crap. Li Xiaodong's eyes widened. Didn't you just spend all your money on a Patek Philippe? If I spend it, can I earn it back? I gave a mysterious smile. This smile pierced deep into Li Xiaodong's heart. As a fake rich young master, with only 20,000 inches living expenses per month, seeing me earn money so easily, he was dealt a heavy blow. Damn it. I shouldn't have asked. Dejected, Lai Xiaodong climbed back into bed, internally calculating whether he should ask his dad for an increase in his living expenses. Otherwise, he really couldn't maintain this rich young master image anymore. I laughed and pulled Li Xiaodong back. Don't be sad. Tonight at Heping Huangyan is my treat. This afternoon, let's go check out the Wanxiang Shopping Center first. National Day is coming up. I plan to use up all the cards, the remaining consumption rebate and food rebate cards. I'll try to raise my savings to 1 million. That way, I can be a bit more confident when I go home to see my parents. Really? As soon as Li Xiaodong heard Heping Huangyan, his face lit up. Old Jiang, from now on, you're my godfather. Get lost. I pushed him away in disgust. Who needs a godson like you? Oh, right. Remember to call Wan Wan and Sai Yao too. I happen to need their help with something. Without a second word, Li Xiaodong took out his phone to call Li Wan Wan. Hello. Wan Wan. Hurry and get ready. Young Master Jiang is treating tonight. Remember to call Sai Yao too. Lai Wan Wan on the other end of the line was a bit surprised. She wasn't as thick-skinned as Lai Xiaodong. Over this period, we had become good friends. She always felt it wasn't right to always let me treat Si Yao. Li Wan Wan walked to Xia Si Yao's bedside. Brother Jiang is inviting us to eat. Are you going? Didn't he run out of money? Sai Yao closed her book. Is it Heping Huangyan again? My brother didn't say, but it's 80% likely. Li Wan Wan said, while changing her clothes. So, are you going? Sai Yao said seriously. Yes, but I am paying this time. Again, Li Wan Wan teased with a mischievous smile. You're not even dating yet, and you're already feeling sorry for his wallet. Xia Xiao immediately blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Being exposed on the spot by Lai Wan Wan, Xia Xiao's face turned beet red. It's not like that, she retorted stubbornly. The two of them started to change clothes. The four of them successfully met at the school gate. Li Wan Wan smiled and asked how Brother Jiang's plans were for the day. Strolling and eating are both fine. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Let's go shopping first. For National Day, I want to buy some gifts for my parents before going home. You guys can help me pick something. Tonight, I'll treat you all to Heping Huangyan. Hearing Heping Huangyan, the two girls looked at each other. As expected, he was generous. They were secretly happy. They had already prepared themselves to treat him. It would be a good chance to repay the favor from last time. If I knew they were thinking that, I would definitely say, don't make trouble. Not fighting me, for the bill is already a huge help. Brother Jiang, if you want to buy gifts for your aunt and uncle, I know a really good place. Before, I used to go shopping there with my mom. The things there are very suitable for giving gifts, Li Wan Wan said smugly. We took a taxi to the largest shopping mall in Jiangnan. Brother Jiang wants to. What gift are you buying? Lai Wan Wan asked, linking arms with Si Dao. I thought for a moment and said, I'll buy a watch for my dad, and a necklace for my mom. A Rolex watch and a Tiffany necklace aren't bad, but together, they'll cost tens of thousands. Li Wan Wan reminded me. I said generously, it's only tens of thousands. We're not going home today if we don't spend 200,000. Li Wan Wan and everyone else were shocked. They didn't expect me to be so generous. Actually, I was planning to use a cashback card. That way, my savings can exceed 1 million. Oh, right. I still have to go to Takyu Hui to buy a set of recovery essence for my little sister. She must be sunburnt after finishing her military training. If I don't bring a gift back for her, she'll definitely nag me when I get home. The cosmetic set from last time worked quite well. The four of us in the dorm have all gotten our fair skin back now. Li Wan Wan patted her chest and said, Brother Jiang, leave this to me. I have the WeChat of the salesperson from last time. What about me? Li Xiaodong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. You can just be in charge of carrying the bags. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I teased with a smile. Li Wan Wan immediately cooperated and handed 2 bags full of cosmetics to Lai Xiaodong. Haha, we finally found a use for you. Li Xiaodong happily carried a bag in each hand and followed us to the Rolex counter. Half an hour later, I spent 100,000 to buy an entry-level Rolex watch. I also bought 2 Tiffany necklaces, one for my little sister. Today happens to be her 18th birthday. She should have some decent jewelry. After scanning the payment code, I used a consumer cashback card. My luck wasn't bad. The 3x cashback directly earned me 200,000, and I got the watch and necklaces for free. This time, my savings finally surpassed 1 million. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang in my head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for assets exceeding 1 million. You've achieved the first stage goal of a perfect life. The reward is a 90% off real estate coupon, with a maximum savings of 9 million, and a 90% off vehicle coupon, with a maximum savings of 2.7 million. I was completely stunned. This means for a 10 million house, I only need to pay 1 million. For a 3 million luxury car, I only need to pay 300,000. These two one-time use coupons directly saved me over 10 million. This feeling is just too amazing. The system suddenly showed another notification. Stage 2 reward. A primary securities investment company. You need to register the company and build the framework yourself. Upon completion, the system will enhance the employee's skills, guaranteeing an annual profit of over 10% on capital up to 100 million. Special reminder, when an employee's loyalty is not yet at 100, do not let them become core members under any circumstances. This reward isn't as direct as the discount coupons, but its advantage is long-term sustainability. As long as I establish the company, I can earn money steadily. In the future, I can just invest any spare cash I have. It would be great to have money make money. Before I could even process it, the third wave of rewards arrived. Virtual data glasses. Wearing them allows you to see through all of another person's data. Favorability, loyalty, and weaknesses are all within my grasp. Social interaction is basically a game hack. I tried putting on the glasses and looked at Li Xiaodong next to me. Name, Li Xiaodong, 85. Relationship, best friend. Background, Crown Prince of the Lai Corporation. I turned to look at Lai Wanwan. What surprised me was, her favorability towards me was as high as 86. Just 4 more points and I could win her over. Looking at this petite lolly girl with her alluring curves, I shook my head helplessly. An appearance score of 85 is considered top tier at the university, and her family has assets of 1 billion. If it were anyone else, they would have made a move long ago. But I don't want to become my brother's brother-in-law. Out of curiosity, I looked over at Ha Xidao. The system displayed, name, Ha Xidao, favorability, 89. Relationship, more than friends, less than lovers. Background, mother deceased. Father is the chairman of Dingxing Real Estate. But the company will go bankrupt at the end of the year. An appearance score of 95 truly befits the title of Campus Belle. But a favorability of 89 really surprised me. After all, we've had 2 unpleasant encounters. I didn't expect her to have such high favorability towards me. Just 1 step away from intimacy. I couldn't help but glance at her, just in time to meet her gaze. The two of us locked eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Ha Xidao's face turned red, and she hurriedly turned away. Li Xiaodong said, with a wicked grin, "Old Jiang, have you looked enough? You even got caught peeking. Your technique is too poor." I rolled my eyes helplessly. I couldn't be bothered with him. To be honest, although Li Xiaodong is lewd all day long, being with him is more comfortable. He can take a joke, and he's also reliable. After buying the gifts, we were loaded with bags, ready to go eat. Suddenly, a phone rang in Ha Xidao's bag. She took out her phone and hesitated when she saw the caller's name. Seeing that we were all looking at her, she gritted her teeth and answered the video call. A woman with heavy makeup appeared on the screen. "Ha Xidao, I heard you're dating at school. Didn't I already find a blind date for you? Are you treating my words like they're just wind in your ears?" The woman pointed at the screen and yelled. Ha Xidao lowered her head and said nothing. "Why is there a man next to you? Could he be your lover? I am warning you." Before she could finish, Ha Xidao hung up the phone directly, fearing she would say even harsher things. I frowned. Didn't the system say Ha Xidao's mother had passed away? Could this be her stepmother? I asked softly. "Are you okay?" She shook her head. "I am fine. It's just a family matter." It was clear she didn't want to say more. We tacitly understood and didn't ask further. "It's already past 6 o'clock. Let's go to Heping Huang Yan." I booked a private room for 7. Li Xiaodong changed the subject at the right time. Li Wanwan linked arms with Ha Xidao. "Don't pay any attention to that evil woman. You'll feel better after a good meal." Seeing our concerned looks, Ha Xidao forced a smile. "Let's go. I am hungry too." Although this shopping trip had a small hiccup, overall, it was still very satisfying. Not only did I buy gifts for my family, but I also used the cashback card to accumulate 1 million in savings. And I even got 2 90% off shopping coupons. An hour later, we moved on to Heping Huang Yan. This time the private room was a bit smaller, but the menu had been updated. Given the quality of this restaurant, the taste was certainly not bad. As soon as Li Xiaodong sat down, he asked me, "Old Jiang, how about some wine?" I glanced at Ha Xidao. She immediately lowered her head. "You guys drink." "I am not drinking." Li Wanwan chimed in with a smile. "Xidao isn't drinking. I'll drink with you guys." Li Xiaodong called the waiter. 2 bottles of wine, please." As soon as the waiter left, Li Wanwan signaled to her brother. Li Xiaodong understood. He stood up. "I am going to the restroom for a bit." After saying that, he slipped out. Why is he being so mysterious today? As I was muttering, Li Xiaodong came back with his phone. "Did you go pay the bill?" He shrugged, not denying it. Ha Xidao quickly said, "Wanwan, I said this meal was my treat." Lai Wanwan quickly mediated. "You can treat us next time. There are still many delicious dishes here." Ha Xidao still wanted to argue, but her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller-eyed mom, her expression tensed up again. Ha Xidao hesitated for a moment, then still answered, "You brat, how dare you hang up on me just now?" I'm asking you, where the hell are you? Who's that man? I already found a blind date for you. You're still fooling around outside, aren't you? The woman's furious roar came through the phone. Who that person is has nothing to do with you. As for the blind date, hey, which rich second generation are you planning to sell me to this time? What do you mean it's for my own good? Isn't it just to use me in exchange for money? Stop being so hypocritical here. After saying that, Ha Si-dao hung up again and directly switched to airplane mode. The three of us watched Ha Si-dao lose emotional control and were momentarily stunned. From her words, I roughly understood the gist of the story. Her stepmother doesn't treat her well. Now her family's company is facing a capital chain rupture, so she wants to use her for a marriage alliance in exchange for investment. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel sorry for Ha Si-dao. No wonder she's always frowning and looking gloomy. It turns out she's been shouldering such pressure. Li Wan carefully asked Si-dao, "Are you okay?" Ha Si-dao forced a smile. "I am fine. You guys don't need to worry." But the loneliness in her eyes couldn't be hidden. "It's good that you're fine." Although we knew she was very sad, we didn't know how to comfort her either. We had to change the subject. Just then, the waiter brought in 2 bottles of wine and poured one into a decanter. "Sir, may we serve the dishes now?" Lai Xiaodong nodded. "Yes, bring them all out." I chimed in. "That's right, eating something will make you feel better." Ha Si-dao's eyes were glued to the wine in the decanter. "Let's drink." She seemed to have forgotten that she said she wouldn't drink earlier. None of us said anything and quietly drank with her. "Thank you guys." Ha Si-dao took a sip of wine and suddenly said, "In all my years, the only people who would sincerely drink with me are you guys." "Si-dao, don't be like that. We're all friends. Come on, let's have a drink together." The Wan raised her glass and said cheerfully. The 4 of us clinked glasses. Ha Si-dao tilted her head back and downed it. The rich aroma of the wine spread in her mouth. Her cheeks quickly flushed red. "Do you guys know?" Ha Si-dao said drunkenly. "Liu Yan, that woman, ever since she married my father, has always found me to be an eyesore. Now she wants to sell me off for money." She waved her arms excitedly, almost falling off her chair. I quickly caught her. "You've had too much to drink," I advised. "Don't drink anymore." Li Wan chimed in. "That's right. Si-dao, not all the dishes are here yet, and you're already about to get drunk." Ha Si-dao said stubbornly. "I am not drunk. I'd rather die than marry that blind date. If it weren't for Liu Yan, my mom wouldn't have." This sentence stunned all of us. Li Wan held her hand tightly. Li Xiaodong said calmly, "If you die, wouldn't that be exactly what she wants? The company would completely belong to her." Ha Si-dao suddenly raised her head, seemingly a bit more sober. She said with a choked voice, "Then what should I do?" "My dad will definitely agree for the sake of the company." Li Xiaodong pushed up his glasses. "It's actually very simple. Just find a boyfriend before the marriage, who can stand up to them, and the problem will be solved. Of course, it has to be someone you like." Lai Xiaodong burped and said drunkenly, "Find a boyfriend who can stand up to them." When Ha Si-dao heard this, her gaze subconsciously fell on me. Among the people she knew, it seemed only I fit these 2 conditions. Ever since those 2 incidents, her feelings for me had become very complicated. Even she wasn't sure if it was a crush or not. Moreover, from my daily behavior, it seemed like I was quite wealthy. These 2 points happened to match the conditions Li Xiaodong mentioned. Spurred on by the alcohol, Ha Si-dao looked at me with drowsy, drunken eyes. I turned my head and looked at her doubtfully. "What's wrong?" Our eyes met, and this time, Ha Si-dao didn't look away. She bit her lip and suddenly mustered up the courage to say, "Can I be your girlfriend?" I was completely stunned. I never expected Ha Si-dao to confess so suddenly. This was too sudden. Li Wan and Li Xiaodong were also astonished. Although Li Xiaodong's words had unintentionally pointed towards me, he thought that even if things developed quickly between us, it would still take a process. He never expected Ha Si-dao to be so direct. Ding. Detected. Ha Si-dao's favorability has reached 90. Relationship has reached the level of intimate lovers. Option 1, reject the confession. Reward, 5 million. Option 2, accept the confession. T reward, stock market trend card plus maximum favorability. I was momentarily lost in thought. Both rewards were very tempting. 5 million in cash or a miracle card that can predict stock market trends. The system's notification sound rang in my head. Favorability with the opposite sex at 100. Love until death do us part. Favorability with the same sex at 100. Ride or die friends. I stared at Ha Si-dao in front of me. The title of freshman campus belle was not for nothing. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. But agreeing to her now felt like I was taking advantage of her while she was in trouble. While I was hesitating, Ha Si-dao lunged forward. She had a bit too much to drink and her feet stumbled, and her whole body fell into my arms. Our lips accidentally touched. Her lips were very soft, with a faint scent of wine. My first kiss was gone, just like that. Ha Si-dao's whole body was limp in my arms, not resisting at all. It seems the favorability the system mentioned was real. Beside us, Li Xiaodong's eyes widened. Is she my sister-in-law now? Li Wan stood there, with a complicated expression. She also had feelings for me, but now it seemed there was no chance anymore. I scanned Lai Wanwan and found her favorability towards me had increased from 86 to 90. She had become my close friend, but I didn't have the mind to pay attention to that now. Ding. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Passive choice detected. Reward has been sent to your account. Stock market trend card. Allows you to view the trend of any stock for the next month. 2. Hasidao's favorability has reached the maximum of 100. Love until death do us part. I directly closed the system notification. A beauty was in my arms right now, who would want to listen to the system ramble, but I could feel Hasidao's body getting hotter, as if she was ready to respond to me at any moment. A favorability of 100 meant she had given her entire heart to me, unchanging until death. Li Xiaodong suddenly spoke up, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. We came here to eat, right? Or maybe, I should have the driver take you guys back first. His tone was both helpless and resentful, just like a single dog being forced to witness a public display of affection. Hasidao and I finally separated. Her gaze was like silk, full of love. As she looked at me. Ahem. I cleared my throat. Hasidao wanted to return to her seat, but I pulled her back. Just sit here. She obediently hummed in agreement and sat closely beside me. Li Wanwan teased. It's over. Sidao. You've completely fallen. If I had known, I should have let Brother Jiang treat us. Treating someone to a meal only to be fed dog food. Today was such a loss for him. She adjusted her mood very quickly, knowing there was no chance she could still joke around. Li Xiaodong teased. Old Jiang, how about you give me the money back? I paid for the meal and still had to eat dog food. This little heart of mine can't take it. Li Wanwan also chimed in. I don't mind, but Ha Sidao's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at them. All right, I'll treat you to He Ping Huang Yen 3 times. Consider it compensation. I have the cashback card anyway. I can even make a profit. Only then was Li Xiaodong satisfied. He raised his glass and said, Come on. Congratulations to you two for getting together. I shook my head. What's the fun in using a glass? Let's drink straight from the bottle. Haha. We're not going home until we're drunk. Li Xiaodong laughed heartily. We ordered a beer tower. We ate and drank. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Xiaodong asked, Old Jiang, what are your plans next? I looked at Ha Sidao. Listen to my girlfriend. Ha Sidao's family is in real estate. Logically, they shouldn't be short on funds. Perhaps they were targeted by someone, and the bank blocked their loan. But Ha Sidao shook her head. From the day my father had an affair, that house has had nothing to do with me anymore. Mentioning her mother, her voice grew somber. I understood after hearing that there must be more to this story, but seeing that Ha Sidao was in a bad mood, I didn't ask much. If she said so, I certainly wouldn't take the initiative to get involved. Even if she needs help later, Ha Sidao would have to be the one to ask. Besides, the system reminded me that her father's company won't go bankrupt until the end of the year. What's the rush now? I changed the subject. Brother Dong, do you have any suggestions for a car around 3 million yuan? That 90% off real estate coupon. I plan to buy a storefront for my parents in Shangcheng. Li Xiaodong couldn't help with that, but asking him about buying a car was definitely the right move. Even though Li Xiaodong only has 20,000 inches allowance each month, he's still a genuine rich second generation. He still has the vision and knowledge. Li Xiaodong was shocked. A 3 million yuan car. Old Jiang, you want to buy a car? Holy crap, just how rich is your family? It wasn't just him. Li Wanwan and Ha Sidao were also stunned. Before, they thought me buying a Patek Philippe was already extravagant. Later, they found out it was just money I earned from stocks. Now my card balance is 800,000, and I am talking about buying a 3 million yuan car. What kind of monstrous family is this? We're both rich second generations, so why is the gap so huge? Especially when he saw me holding Ha Sidao. Li Xiaodong felt even more indignant. I have money, if I want money. I have girls if I want girls. And I am so cool myself, compared to him. I feel like a good-for-nothing. Indignant or not, I still had to answer the question. Old Jiang, is there any specific car model you want to buy, like a sports car? For example, I thought for a moment. I don't really have any specific ideas. Just one requirement. It can't be just for show. Li Xiaodong said seriously. I don't really recommend buying a sports car from BBA. It's not that their sports cars are bad. It's just that a 3 million yuan sports car isn't that great. Sports cars under 10 million yuan are all watered-down versions. All you get is a loud exhaust. If you're driving it yourself, I'd suggest a luxury SUV or a coupe wouldn't be bad. For example, the Mercedes G-Class, Audi R8, or BMW M8. I listened to Li Xiaodong ramble on, and felt quite impressed. He clearly couldn't afford one, yet he knew so much about these cars, but it always felt a bit strange. Why did we end up back at BBA after all that talk? Actually, BBA isn't all just 3 or 400,000 yuan cars. At the million yuan luxury car level, these 3 brands are considered the entry point. To be able to sell so well domestically, There's indeed a reason for it, but it's too early to talk about this now. Even if I want to buy a car, it'll have to wait until after the National Day holiday and return to Jiangnan to avoid scaring my parents by driving it home. When is the auto show in Jiangnan? Let's go check it out after we get back from the National Day holiday. Just talking about it here isn't reliable. How can you know what car you want without test driving it yourself? Li Xiaodong nodded with an excited expression. That's true. I'll keep an eye out for you during this time. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Even though he wasn't buying the car, being able to ride in it was just as good for him. Li Wanwan asked doubtfully, Brother Jiang, your family is really generous. Buying a 3 million yuan car right after starting university. After all, 3 million is not a small amount. How could an ordinary family just buy one whenever they want? It's not entirely paid for by my family. I explained. I earned some of the money myself. My family subsidized the rest. Li Xiaodong was immediately interested. How much did your family chip in? Not much. Only 2.7 million. I contributed 1/10. I couldn't help but laugh. After saying it, those words sounded so strange. Damn, old Jiang, you've gone too far. That's what you call chipping in? Li Xiaodong had a defeated look on his face, but on second thought, he had seen my bank balance before. It was over 800,000. Actually, my family asking me to contribute money was just a formality. With my money-making ability, buying a 3 million car on my own was just a matter of time. Li Xiaodong was completely convinced. Brother Jiang, let me cling to your thigh, at least at this moment. He admired me to the core. Li Xiaodong sighed. A life with 20,000 a month. I really can't live like this anymore. It was better before. Now he's with me every day, seeing me casually spend over 100,000 on things, and now even wanting to buy a 3 million car. In comparison, he felt he was too poor. Wait a minute, Li Xiaodong suddenly remembered. This afternoon, Li Wanwan had given him a card. It had 1 million in savings. Now he could be considered rich too, but he just couldn't get used to it yet. He always felt like he was still that poor kid. You can just take over Uncle Li's company after you graduate. I took a sip of the tea Hasi Dao handed me. The entire corporation will be yours then. Why would you need to cling to someone else's thigh? Do I have to wait until graduation then? Li Xiaodong said hurriedly. 4 years is too long. Actually, you don't have to wait that long. In his 3rd year, Uncle Li Tianming will probably let him get involved with the company, give him some capital to practice with. But for the 1st and 2nd years, he should still focus on theory. If you really want my help, it's not impossible. I put down my teacup. But my securities investment company will take at least 2 more weeks to be established, I said with a frown. You know my spending money all comes from the stock market, but the amount of capital I am controlling has reached my limit, so I have to withdraw the profits every day. This statement was not wrong. In the stock market, the larger the capital, the higher the difficulty of operation. When buying and selling, too much capital is like a dragon stranded in shallow water. It's hard to even turn around. Just one small slip-up, and profits can turn into losses. Li Xiaodong studies finance, so of course he understood this principle. Besides, he saw me withdraw profits every day with his own eyes. I said seriously to Li Xiaodong, I need you to help me establish a securities investment company. To be honest, establishing it on my own, a securities company is too difficult. Just on the talent side, I don't have any leads. Even though the system guarantees that after the company is established, it can upgrade the skills of core employees and guarantee the annual rate of return. But a company is not that simple. Management staff, administrative staff, financial staff, not a single one can be missing. Only after this entire structure is built can the company be truly established. Just registering a company and renting an office doesn't count. When Li Xiaodong heard this, he finally understood my plan. After the company is established, I will train the key employees. I can't promise much, but I can guarantee that as long as the capital doesn't exceed 100 million, the annual rate of return will be over 10%. I am telling the truth. With Li Xiaodong, I don't need to hide anything. Our relationship is already that of best friends. He won't harm me. Of course, I still chose to keep the system's existence a secret, but a 10% annual rate of return. I didn't think it was a big deal, but I forgot. Li Xiaodong and the others were all stunned after hearing it. After training, they can manage 100 million and even guarantee a 10% annual profit. This is too exaggerated. Li Xiaodong had a look of disbelief. Brother Jiang, you're not kidding, are you? It wasn't just him. Even Li Wanwan and the person leaning on my shoulder, Hasi Dao, all showed looks of astonishment. Li Wanwan hesitated and said, Brother Jiang, we believe in your abilities, but can training others also achieve this level? Although Hasi Dao was also very surprised at first, she quickly chose to trust me. I believe you. I can be your first client. She drunkenly leaned on my shoulder and said her mother left her over 3 million. The remaining 2.7 million is all yours. These words stunned the 3 of us. I didn't expect the one who usually doesn't show it, Hasi Dao, was actually the richest among the 4 of us. I only have 1.2 million. Not even half of what she has, but with my money-making speed, surpassing her is just a matter of time. This is the money your mother left you? I said with a smile, holding her. Aren't you afraid I'll lose it all for you? Not afraid. Ha Sidao snuggled into my arms like a kitten. If you lose it all, you'll have to support me for the rest of my life. I looked smugly at Li Xiaodong. Brother Dong. My girlfriend has even brought out her dowry. You still don't believe me? Li Xiaodong rolled his eyes. I can help you find people. Although my dad is strict, I can find people for all the positions in the company for you. As expected, having Li Xiaodong handle things is really convenient. It saves a lot of trouble. It's decided then. You can go ahead and find the people first. Well, decide on the office location after the National Day holiday. Without waiting for Li Xiaodong's explanation, I made the decision for him directly. This meal took 2 hours. When we left Yiping Huangyan, it was already completely dark. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Li Wanwan and Hasidao were both asleep. Li Xiaodong and I were still wide awake. When it came to making money, Li Xiaodong was particularly excited. I held Hasidao, letting her lean on my shoulder. Brother Jiang, is hiring 20 people enough? Every department needs people, but the salary is too high. 7,000 per person. That's 140,000 inches salaries per month, plus a 200 square meter office. The rent is 50 or 60,000. The monthly expenditure is 200,000, and that's not even counting utilities. Starting a company really isn't easy. Li Xiaodong muttered from the passenger seat. I held Hatu Dao and looked out the window. Starting a company is obviously not simple, I said with a smile. Running a company requires connecting all the dots well. What Li Xiaodong said was just the basics. There are still many truly complicated matters, but I don't need to worry about these things. I can just hire someone. An administrative director will do. By my calculations, the company's monthly expenses are about 250,000. The annual expenses are 3 million. But if we can attract nearly 100 million in capital, the annual profit will be at least 10 million. Even after giving half to the clients, the company can still make a profit. It's not much, but it can balance the books. The Rolls-Royce was moving, and Li Xiaodong was still muttering. I was about to doze off. It was already 11 o'clock when we reached the school. The students were still full of energy on the weekend. They had no intention of resting at all. Students were coming and going through the school gate. I woke up the sleeping Ha Tu Dao and Li Uyen. Ha Tu Dao had slept for over an hour. Although she was still groggy and unsteady, she could barely walk with my support. Li Xiaodong followed behind. Carrying big and small bags of clothes, he looked quite pitiful. Li Yui and Uyen's condition was much better. The cold wind woke her right up. After all, she wasn't like Ha Tu Dao, who gets knocked out by one glass but still forced herself to finish a bottle. Now she was hanging all over me. The four of us slowly walked along the small path on campus. It felt like a peaceful moment. Ha! Tu Dao suddenly called out to me softly. I looked down. I don't know when she had lifted her head. She was looking at me intently. I stroked her head. What's wrong? Promise me you won't leave me, okay? No matter what happens, don't leave me. After her affection level maxed out, Ha Tu Dao's entire heart was devoted to me. She also developed a deep attachment and became insecure. After becoming her boyfriend, I suddenly developed an intense desire to protect her. I wanted to protect her well. Perhaps it was the system's influence. Back when I chose to accept her, the system had reminded me to take good care of her. I am really so scared you'll leave. Ha Tu Dao's eyes turned red. She was on the verge of tears. Don't worry, I'll never leave you in this lifetime. I don't like making empty promises. I am more used to proving things with actions. Ha Tu Dao was willing to take out the money her mother left her to support me. A girl like that, what reason do I have to let her down? Under the dim street light, Ha Tu Dao stood on her tiptoes and gently closed her eyes. I naturally leaned down and kissed her. Li Yuan and Li Xiaodong, walking behind us, were completely stunned. They stared blankly for 3 seconds. Li Yuan silently walked around us. Li Xiaodong sighed helplessly. You two will have plenty of private time later. Don't flaunt your relationship in front of me at night. I am heading back to the dorm first. Brother Jiang, if you're not coming back, remember to send a text. He picked up the shopping bags. He muttered as he walked away. Young people these days have no consideration for the feelings of us single dogs. Ha Tu Dao and I took a leisurely stroll. We took half an hour to walk a few hundred meters. Just as we were about to reach the dorm, I saw Li Uyen sitting on a bench by the entrance, waiting. Get a good rest tonight. I'll take you shopping tomorrow. I cut off what Ha Tu Dao was about to say. No, refusing. This is what I should do. If you don't need me to do anything at all, then this boyfriend of yours is too useless. Ha Tu Dao nodded obediently. I'll listen to you. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed my cheek. Then I'll head up first. After taking 3 steps, she turned her head back once, then joined Li Yuan. I stood downstairs watching them go up before turning to leave. As soon as I got back to the dorm, Ka, Chan, and Lu Vu surrounded me. Brother Jiang. Brother Dong said you won over the campus belle. Ha, quick, tell us what it feels like to date the campus belle. Li Xiaodong was sitting at his desk writing something. He smiled without looking up, seeing their curious expressions. Li Xiaodong couldn't help but speak up. Love has a sour stench. I advise you guys to stay away from Brother Jiang and Hatu Dao in the future. Otherwise, you won't need to eat anymore. I immediately retorted. Then I won't take you to Hobin Hoangyan next time. After all, you don't need to eat when you're with us. Li Heudong immediately surrendered. Don't. Brother Jiang, I was just kidding. You still have to take me, right? Knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door. A middle-aged man in a neat suit walked in. Looking up, it was Li Thien Min. President Li. The kids were the same as usual today, but Little Dong said he wants to start a company, and he wants to poach people from you. Li Thien Min was immediately interested. He stood up and walked to the sofa. Tell me in detail what kind of company he wants to start. A stock investment company. He's serious this time. He's preparing to invest that entire 1 million. Li Thien Min couldn't help but laugh. That kid has changed. He usually hesitates even to spend 2,000. Now he dares to invest 1 million. Li Thien Min realized his son and daughter had become a little unfamiliar after starting university. Li Heudong suddenly wants to start a company, and Li Wuyen isn't stopping him. Interesting. Uncle Vuong took the glass of water Li Thien Min offered. After thanking him, he said, the young master said he's opening it for his roommate, Jiang then. Jiang then promised he can train the staff and guarantee an annual interest rate of at least 10%. Li Thien Min frowned. A 10% annual interest rate, even for a finance professional. A veteran wouldn't dare guarantee it. Yet Jiang then dares to boast. Uncle Vuong continued his report. They plan to attract 90 million in capital. Added to their own funds, that's nearly 100 million. They've set a small goal right from the start. Uncle Vuong said doubtfully. President Lai, aren't you going to stop them? This will obviously fail. Li Thien Min walked to the window, looked at the night scenery, and said, I originally planned to let him get involved with the company in his 3rd year and do an internship in his 4th. It's good that it's happening earlier now, thanks to Jiang Then's appearance. Li Heudong is maturing faster than expected. Not only does he want to start a company, he even wants to poach my people. Li Thien Min decided not only to not stop him, but to support him. Give them 20 million in client funds. Let him do as he pleases. Uncle Vuong, sitting on the sofa, said in astonishment, President Li, you know, the Heudong's company will definitely go bankrupt. They're just a bunch of inexperienced students. Li Thien Min interrupted him. We must support his first startup. If he loses money, so be it. As long as the source of the funds isn't revealed, let him reflect on his own after he goes bankrupt, exchanging 20 million for his growth. Isn't it worth it? Uncle Vuong was silent. 20 million to cultivate someone would seem crazy to an ordinary person. But for Li Thien Min, Li Heudong is his successor. Losing 20 million now is better than losing 1 billion in the future. Uncle Vuong nodded. I understand, President Lai. Poaching people isn't important. The money isn't important either. What's important is that Li Heudong can mature. Li Thien Min waved his hand. Don't tell Little Dong about this. Uncle Vuong left the office. Li Thien Min stood by the window and whispered, Don't disappoint me. Back in the dorm. I knew nothing about this. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. I have the system. I can't possibly lose money. I can handle another few tens of millions. In the dorm, I had just finished showering and was lying comfortably on my bed. The night was quiet. A perfect time to take stock of my gains. I opened the system panel. Finally, I saw that stock market trend card. This was the system reward for accepting Hatu Dao's confession last time. It allows me to know the stock market trends for 1 month in advance. Used well, it can make a fortune. For example, stock rules. 22 trading days. Theoretically, the highest profit could be double, but in reality, it's very difficult because stocks go up and down. Stable stocks usually fluctuate within 3%. To maximize profits, I need to prepare enough principal. I also have to choose the right stocks with large fluctuations. I could also go to foreign stock markets. Buying and selling is more flexible there, but exchanging foreign currency is an issue. And right now, I have too little capital. Playing the stock market now would be a waste of this card. My plan is to go back to Tuong then and buy a house first, then use the property as collateral to get a loan. I'll wait until I have enough capital to use this card. After taking stock of my gains, I exited the system space and looked at the clock. It was almost 3 a.m. Thinking about having to go shopping with Hatu Dao tomorrow, I quickly closed my eyes to sleep. At 10 a.m. the next day, I woke up to find the dorm empty. I called Li Heudong. That guy had already started making his moves, poaching people from his dad's company. On WeChat, Hatu Dao had sent a good morning, along with a love you sticker. I smiled and replied with a similar sticker. This simple sweetness makes one feel very warm. Half an hour later, I arrived downstairs at her dorm and saw Hatu Dao dressed beautifully. I walked over and asked, Have you had breakfast? She answered in a low voice, Not yet. Actually. Li Yuan had already asked her to eat. She deliberately waited for me to go with her. We walked hand in hand to the cafeteria, attracting quite a few envious gazes. We had a simple meal of soy milk and steamed buns. We finished breakfast in just over 10 minutes. Today's goal is to complete 400,000 inches spending. but trying to spend that much by buying clothes and cosmetics is really not easy. If that doesn't work, I'll buy some expensive jewelry. In the shopping mall, we wandered aimlessly. Every time I asked if she wanted to buy anything, Ha Tu Dao would shake her head and refuse. Clothes, cosmetics, shoes, she said. She didn't need any of them. I asked helplessly. Tu Dao, is there nothing you want to buy? She held my arm, occasionally brushing against the softness of her chest, although I was enjoying it. I came here today to spend money. Having such a frugal girlfriend is truly a sweet annoyance. Ha Tu Dao shook her head. Her mother had left her enough living expenses. She could buy whatever she wanted on her own. I was a bit worried. How am I going to spend this 400,000? Ha Tu Dao saw me frowning and thought I was angry. She quickly said, actually, there is one thing I want to buy. I am just afraid you won't want to go with me. My eyes lit up. We're here to buy things for you. Tell me, what do you want to buy? I hoped she would name something expensive, preferably something that would use up the 400,000 inches one go. Ha, Tu Dao blushed. She pointed not far away. I looked in that direction and was instantly stunned. It turned out to be a lingerie store. Ha Tu Dao explained in a small voice, I am still growing. The ones I bought before are all too small now. They're uncomfortable to wear, so I want to get new ones. She saw me hesitating. She quickly added, if you don't want to go, I can go buy them myself. I was hesitating when the system suddenly sounded, ting. Random quest activated. Option 1, refuse to enter the lingerie store. Reward, bottom line card. When maintaining your bottom line, money will be doubled. Option 2, go shopping with your girlfriend. Reward, good man card. Satisfying your girlfriend's wish will grant a random reward. Both are permanent cards. Which one should I choose? Hearing the system's mission, I hesitated. If possible, I'd want both. But the system clearly stated I could only choose one. I stopped. Ha Tu Dao turned to look at me. What's wrong? Tu Dao, do you really want me to go with you? A flicker of anticipation flashed in Ha Tu Dao's eyes, but she immediately shook her head. No, it's fine if I go by myself. Aren't you uncomfortable in places like this? Before she could finish, I took her hand and pulled her into the store. Let's go. Going shopping with your girlfriend is a very normal thing. Ha Tu Dao was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. Actually, she really wanted me to go with her. Even if it was just to walk around inside. It's like how guys want their girlfriends to watch them play ball. But if I really didn't want to, she wouldn't have forced me, I muttered to myself. As soon as I stepped into the store, the system's notification sound went off. Ting. Choice mission 2 completed. Receive 1 permanent good man card. Ting. Random quest activated. Help Ha Tu Dao choose underwear. Receive a rebate of 0 to 100 times the cost based on her satisfaction level. Before I could think it through, a row of colorful lingerie appeared before my eyes. A female sales associate approached us. Hello. Welcome. Can I help you with anything? Lingerie stores like this often hire slightly older women as sales associates because they really have an advantage in this area. When young girls come to buy lingerie for the first time, they're often shy. But when faced with a sales associate who is 28 or 29, it's easier for them to relax. I stubbornly explained, my girlfriend said her size is a little small, so I brought her here to buy one size up. Ha Tu Dao held my arm, smiling without saying a word. Sir, there's no need to be shy. The sales associate skillfully diffused the awkwardness. A thoughtful boyfriend like you is very rare. Your girlfriend is very lucky. After the natural compliment, she asked, so, do you know your girlfriend's specific size? This time, I was truly stumped. How would I know? Ha Tu Dao had never told me, and I had never measured it myself. But I really should find an opportunity to measure it carefully. After all, any responsible boyfriend should know this data. Ha Tu Dao stood on her tiptoes and whispered 34C in my ear. I blushed and relayed it to the sales associate. She said she's a 34C now, but it feels a bit tight. Although I have no concept of this size, it sounds very impressive. I glanced at Ha Tu Dao's figure again. That number definitely fits her. Hearing this, the sales associate looked Ha Tu Dao over. She was wearing a loose spaghetti strap dress. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice such a beautiful figure. Your girlfriend has a wonderful figure. Please follow me this way to choose. Looking at the wall full of all kinds of lingerie, I was completely flustered. In the end, I randomly pointed at a basic pink model. Those other truly eye-catching styles, I didn't dare look at them for too long. I always felt that even one extra glance was a crime. Moreover, this store sells everything in sets. Some special styles could probably only be worn on special occasions. At my age, it's best not to look too much. The sales associate saw the set I chose, turned around to get a larger size, and said, Miss, please follow me to the fitting room. As she left, Ha Tu Dao winked playfully at me. Be good. I stood there awkwardly, feeling the gazes of the women around me, like needles on my skin. Even breathing felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, Ha Tu Dao came out quickly. She stretched, showing me the effect of the new lingerie set. That perfect curve made me immediately understand the meaning of a 95-point score. The sales associate smiled and asked, Miss, are you satisfied with the fit? Ha Tu Dao nodded in satisfaction. It's much more comfortable. She was very happy that I chose a conservative style. It made her feel respected. Although she didn't know I was just too nervous because it was my first time. Once I get used to it, I said to the sales associate, it'll take a few more sets of this style. This system mission was very special. As long as Ha Tu Dao was satisfied, the amount spent could be rebated up to 100 times, 100,000 turning into 10 million. How could I miss such a good opportunity? Still choosing this set, sir. The sales associate skillfully packed the items. To her, a big spender buying multiple items at once was very normal. Tu Dao. Pick a few more sets, I said to her with a smile. Ha Tu Dao nodded and began choosing seriously. In the end, she chose 6 sets. Added to the 3 sets I chose, that was 9 sets in total, enough for her to wear for a while. Sir, the total is 10 sets, 32,780. The cashier read out the amount. I asked, puzzled, wait, isn't it 9 sets? The list says 10 sets. The cashier handed over the list. Just as I was about to look, Ha Tu Dao walked over with her bag. It is 10 sets, she whispered in my ear. I immediately smiled. I happily swiped my card to pay. The cashier and the sales associate looked at each other and smiled. They both understood the situation with the extra set. Here is your receipt and membership card, sir. Although there was no discount, it was just what I wanted. Spending 1 yuan less could mean earning 100 yuan less. Carrying 5 or 6 bags of lingerie, as I walked out of the store, the men passing by all gave me looks of admiration. The system's notification sound rang out right on time. Ting. This purchase was 32,780 yuan. Ha Tu Dao's shopping satisfaction level is 97 points. Rebate multiplier is 97 times. Rebate received. 3,179,660 yuan will be transferred via the futures market, expected to arrive in the account in 3 days. Over 3 million. The rebate amount far exceeded my expectations, directly causing my assets to triple. Tu Dao. I suddenly turned and called to her. Huh? What's wrong? Before she could react, I kissed her. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the mall, we shared a passionate French kiss. Ha Tu Dao went from resisting at first to proactively wrapping her arms around my neck. When we pulled apart, her face was as red as a ripe apple. You don't want to. Right now, do you? She said shyly in a low voice. I immediately remembered what she had just whispered in my ear. I bought 10 sets. I deliberately chose a special set. Don't you want to see it? Actually, I have my aide with me. I was about to continue, but she pulled her hand back. Just kidding. She winked mischievously. If you want to see me wear it, you'll have to keep trying. After saying that, she skipped away, leaving me standing there, my heart itching with desire. Ha Tu Dao turned her head and gave me a mischievous smile. I laughed and chased after her. How dare you tease me? Although the system said she would love me wholeheartedly, it was clearly lying. But I am not in a hurry. If I really forced her, she wouldn't refuse. But then, what would be the fun in that? Your milk tea is ready. The waiter put the tray down and left. I put a straw in and handed it to Ha Tu Dao. Here's your taro bubble milk tea. No taro. No milk tea. Ha Tu Dao blinked. Then what about the boba? This little vixen is getting bolder and bolder, daring to tease me in broad daylight. Humph. A deep kiss made her blush immediately. She held her milk tea and took a big sip. Let's go to Patek Philippe later to take a look. If there's one you like, I'll buy you a watch. I just earned over 3 million. My account balance is 4.4 million. I've already made back the money for the house and car, and there's enough startup capital for the company. Ha Tu Dao shook her head repeatedly. There's no need. Wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands would just make me nervous. Besides, I don't even like these things. She had no idea that she helped me make this money. I took a sip of my milk tea and said, then let's go pick out some jewelry. After all, it's not like we're short on money now. You still need the right accessories to keep up appearances. I don't really like jewelry. I don't use it at school on a daily basis. Ha Tu Dao still wanted to refuse, but then she saw I had taken out my phone. Then let's buy a watch. I'll call and see if they have any in stock. Last time when I bought a watch at Patek Philippe, I saved the sales manager's phone number. It's a good chance to ask if they have anything available. If not, then we won't have to make a wasted trip. As soon as I made the call, the system's notification sounded. Ting. Quest activated. Buy a wristwatch for Ha Tu Dao. Reward. Patek Philippe 6104 R001 watch. Hello, Mr. Jiang. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. It was the sales manager from last time, Truong Lo. Our store just received a new shipment of women's watches. You can drop by to take a look when you have time. Coincidentally, we have time now. Well, head over to see them in a bit. After hanging up, I said to Ha Tu Dao, let's go. Let's go take a look. If you like something, well, buy it. If not, well, just treat it as window shopping. Leaving the shopping mall, I hailed a taxi straight to the Patek Philippe store. In a place like Jiangnan, taking a taxi is really convenient. No need to worry about parking. Although having my own car would be more convenient, I really don't have time to buy one right now. I'll think about it after the National Day holiday. The Patek Philippe store was still packed with luxury cars. The people who can come here all have assets in the hundreds of millions. Luxury cars are naturally a must. As soon as we entered, Truong Lo came over to greet us. "Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. It's Truong Lo. I just spoke with you on the phone." She was wearing a business suit, with a polite smile. "Hello, Manager Truong." I politely extended my hand to shake hers. "We'll be interacting often in the future, so there's no need to put on airs. This must be Mr. Jiang's girlfriend, right? She's so beautiful." Truong Lo really knew how to talk. Complimenting the girlfriend who comes along can always leave a good impression on both parties. Sure enough, a smile appeared on Ha Tudao's face. I also smiled and nodded. "Manager Truong, I came this time to pick a suitable watch for my girlfriend. I heard you just got a new shipment." Before I could finish, Truong Lo understood my meaning. Understood. "The models I recommend are all in stock. You can take them with you after payment. High-end Patek Philippe watches need to be custom ordered, but regular models can be bought directly. The prerequisite is having a membership card. Last time, under Li Thianmin's recommendation, I already got one. Please, follow me." "You too." While leading the way, Truong Lo said to the sales associate beside her, "Little Li, bring out the new shipment of watches." It was the same VIP room as last time, but this time, it wasn't because of Li Thianmin's connections. "I wonder what price range Mr. Jiang is looking for this time," Truong Lo asked in a soft voice. "Do you two have any budget requirements?" I took the teacup and said directly, "Thank you. It mainly depends on what my girlfriend likes, but it's best to choose something over 400,000. Ha Tudao quickly shook her head. "We don't need to buy something so expensive. I don't know anything about watches." I smiled and patted her hand. "It's okay. We'll buy whichever model you like." Truong Lo stood by and listened. She suddenly remembered Li Thianmin's assessment of me. He had said that I would very likely become a major client. It had only been 2 weeks, and I was already back to buy another watch. Moreover, I mentioned 400,000 right off the bat. She was secretly glad that she hadn't been indifferent to me. Just then, a server knocked and entered, carrying a wooden tray. On it were 8 models of women's watches. Patek Philippe's designs for women's watches are very unique. The watch faces have exquisite bird and flower patterns, simple yet elegant. I turned my head and asked Ha Tudao, "Tudao, which one do you like?" Ha Tudao frowned. "None of these really suit me." She hesitated to say it directly. The truth was, she didn't like these flashy colors. Truong Lo understood. She waved a sales associate over. "Change them for the newest models." Half an hour later, Ha Tudao chose a pair of couples watches. A girl deeply in love cares most about symbols of love. This pair of Patek Philippe couples watches cost a total of 580,000. It exceeded the budget, but the sentimental value was even higher. Manager Truong swiped the card. I took out my bank card. "Mr. Jiang, the member price is 550,000. Truong Lo operated skillfully. This small discount was a sign of her professional wisdom. The successful payment notification sounded. "This pair of watches officially belongs to you too. Congratulations, sir. You have now spent a total of 1 million, and your membership level has been upgraded. You can now pre-order million-level watches. Patek Philippe's membership system is very strict. Although my actual spending hadn't reached 1 million, the total market value of the 3 watches had surpassed it. That's how I qualified for the upgrade." I was immersed in the system's notification sound. Ting. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Buy a wristwatch for Ha Tudao. Reward Patek Philippe 6,104 R001 has been sent. Expected to be delivered in 2 weeks." The system sounded another notification. "Experience points have exceeded 1 million. System level upgraded to LV3. The money blessing has been upgraded to 40 yuan per minute. Roughly calculating, my daily salary is now 57,000. Monthly salary is 1.71 million. Annual salary is 20.52 million, and it's all tax-free. This income is equivalent to that of a small company." At this moment, Truong Lo's phone rang. "Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, I need to take this call." She looked at the caller ID. I nodded. "Go ahead." "Hello, President Li." "What? You're already at the door. I'll be right there." Truong Lo hung up. "Mr. Jiang, President Li is here. I have to go greet him." I reacted immediately. "Again, it's Li Thianmin. Uncle Li. Then let's go together." As juniors, it would be impolite to remain seated knowing an elder has arrived. Truong Lo led the way. "Yes, please come this way." Ha Tudao naturally followed behind. The 3 of us had just stepped out the door when we saw Li Thianmin getting out of a Rolls-Royce. Seeing me and Ha Tudao, Li Thianmin was clearly stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect to see me here, but he quickly adjusted his expression. He walked over with a smile. "Little Jiang, little Ha. We meet again." Li Thianmin had a very deep impression of these 2 juniors who were on good terms with his own children, especially me. The person who could make Li Hu Dong want to start a company in his freshman year. Ha Tudao and I greeted him at the same time. "Hello, Uncle Li." Li Thianmin noticed the couple's watches on our wrists. A glint appeared in his eyes, and his interest in me grew even stronger. In the VIP room, Li Thian-min got straight to the point. I heard you want to start a company. I admitted it calmly. Yes. Anyway, I can't hide it from this old hand in the business world. My own capital is limited for me to operate alone, so I want to establish a professional team. After I train them, the team can manage a capital of hundreds of millions, with an annual profit of at least 10%. Xiao Dong felt the scale was too small, so he suggested opening a company directly. That way, we can also attract outside capital. I chose to be honest. Instead of turning on each other later, it's better to be upfront now. After hearing my explanation, Li Thian-min nodded. The situation was pretty much as he knew it, but he had one question. How could I guarantee that they could achieve a high profit margin after training? But he didn't ask it out loud. Everyone has their own secrets. This idea is very good. Whether it succeeds or not, at least you've taken the first step. Li Thian-min said seriously, if possible. I hope you can guide Xiao Dong. It's best to give him some shares, he added. The shares won't be for free. It's mainly so Xiao Dong will take it seriously. Consider it a form of training. I understood what he meant. He was treating the company as a whetstone for Li Hiu Dong to sharpen himself. I spoke truthfully. Shares are not a problem. I was already planning to give Brother Dong some. Li Hiu Dong has put in the effort. Giving him 10% to 20% of the shares is the right thing to do. But Li Thian-min clearly felt this percentage wasn't enough. Even real brothers need to keep accounts clear. No matter how good the relationship, things must be calculated clearly. Li Thian-min shook his head and said, how about this? Transfer 30% of the shares in return. And Il put in 30 million in client capital. This offer was very tempting. The most difficult thing for a securities firm is not having client capital in the early stages. I had originally planned to rely on my own capital for the first half year. Now with this 30 million, the initial capital problem is solved. But I smiled and waved my hand. Uncle Li, you're being too formal. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have given Brother Dong 10% of the shares. As for the initial capital, we want to handle it ourselves. That way, we can truly experience the startup process. On the surface, my words were a rejection of his help, but in reality, I was rejecting his price. A company with a system backing it. 30 million for 30% of the shares could be considered. But to trade client capital for shares, isn't that a joke? Li Thian-min, this old fox, naturally understood the deeper meaning. It was just that my refusal surprised him a little. Little Jiang. Then how do you think I should support you appropriately? How about this? Uncle Li, I've already made preparations. You can invest as a client first. Give me 2 months. We'll talk in detail in 2 months. Talking about the price now is meaningless. It's better to wait until I've made some money on the stock market. With the stock market trend card in my hand, I would definitely astonish him then. Li Thian-min sized me up. All right, I'll give you 2 months. I'll help with setting up the company. After it's done, I'll invest 50 million in client capital, he said with a serious face. But if the profit isn't 2% in 2 months, you'll have to give up 30% of the shares. This condition is equivalent to a 12% annual profit rate. For an ordinary person, it's very difficult. But for me, it was as easy as flipping my hand. I quickly did some calculations. I already had a plan in mind. Li Thian-min, this old fox, is really shrewd when it comes to business. If I make more than a 2% profit in 2 months, he will earn 1 million. This profit rate is already very high. If I don't achieve it, I'll have to give up 30% of the shares. I agree. But on one condition, your investment will be paid back with an 8% annual interest rate. An 8% annual interest rate is quite a bit higher than the bank's. It's close to the inflation rate. It's the standard return for a securities firm. Li Thian-min readily nodded. When do we sign the contract? I asked him with a smile. On the surface, Li Thian-min had the advantage, but I had the stock market trend card in my hand. Doubling this 50 million wouldn't be a problem. In the end, I would only need to give him 4 million. The rest would all be mine. No need to sign a contract. Let's just consider it our gentleman's agreement. Just don't let Xiao Dong know. Well, sign the investment agreement after the company is established. Li Thian-min didn't seem to care about this amount of money. The company would be full of his people. It would be difficult for me to run away with the money, but I believe the system won't let me suffer a loss. Thank you for your support, Uncle Li. I smiled and poured him a cup of tea. Li Thian-min sighed. In the end, it's because you're outstanding enough. He lowered his voice and added, I hope this experience can help Xiao Dong mature. He had nurtured Li Hiu Dong for over 10 years, and it still couldn't compare to me. Although he knew my background wasn't simple, this sense of disparity still made him uncomfortable. Don't worry, Uncle Li. Before graduating from university, I will definitely help Brother Dong reach the level you desire. We were clearly from the same generation, but my words were as mature as an elder's. Yet Li Thian-min didn't feel anything was wrong. All right, remember that. Although it was just a verbal promise, Li Thian-min still smiled and agreed. After leaving Patek Philippe, Tu Dao and I walked hand in hand. Tu Dao, is there anywhere else you want to go? It was just past 5 p.m. It's too early for dinner, but a bit late to go out. I don't know. Tu Dao smiled sweetly. I am happy just walking around with you. The deprivation in her original family made her especially cherish moments together like this. Then ill? Asked Brother Dong. If there are any fun places in Jiangvanish. The first call went unanswered. The second one connected. A fierce argument could be heard from the other end of the line. What did you say? Just eat your food. Why are you being a hooligan? Come here, like I am scared of you guys. Liu Vu's voice was particularly jarring. Finally, Li Hu Dong's voice came through. Brother Jiang. I frowned and asked, what's going on? Are you about to fight? Li Hu Dong said angrily. Don't even mention it. We ran into a couple of jerks at the cafeteria. They were eating Sichuan food, complained it was too spicy, and insisted on returning it. Tong and HAK refused to give a refund. The two sides started arguing right there. Old Liu, old Ka, and I heard the commotion as soon as we entered the cafeteria. Li Hu Dong quickly recounted the incident to me. Wait in the cafeteria. Don't start anything. I am on my way back. Hanging up, I looked at Hatu Dao. Let's go back to school first. We can go shopping another day. We immediately took a taxi back to school. Luckily, there was no traffic, and we reached the school gate in half an hour. Tu Dao, you go back to the dorm first. I was in a hurry to leave. I want to go with you. Hatu Dao held on to me and wouldn't let go. If you come, he'll have to worry about taking care of you. My voice was firm. Don't worry. I promise, I won't get physical. Hatu Dao finally nodded. Then be careful. Remember to call me. After saying that, she took 3 steps and looked back once. I ran towards the cafeteria while calling Li Hu Dong. Still no answer. The cafeteria was packed with students watching the commotion, but they all kept a safe distance. There was an empty space around Li Hu Dong and the others. They were arguing until they were red in the face, but no one had thrown a punch. Brother Dong, what's the situation now? I walked over quickly. Li Hu Dong and the others turned their heads at the same time. Brother Jiang is here. Ka Chan and Liu Vu also looked at me. Their expressions were complicated. No one said a word. I glanced at the people opposite them. Several plates on the table were overturned. The floor was a mess, with 2 broken plates as well. It was a total mess. Next to Liu Vu was Tong Nha Kai. She looked a bit dazed. Brat, who are you cursing at? A male student from the opposite side pointed at Li Hu Dong and started yelling. Shut up. I snapped coldly. My height of over 1.8 meters was quite intimidating. The other guy immediately fell silent. Can't even have a meal in peace. If Sichuan food isn't spicy, can you even call it Sichuan food? I turned my head and asked Li Hu Dong, is everyone okay? Li Hu Dong shook his head. He pointed at Tong Nha Kai. She got pushed. Tong Nha Kai quickly said, I am fine. You guys go first. I need to clean up a bit, or the boss will scold me when he sees this. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it, especially after I arrived. I said to the other guys, compensate, then apologize. Why is the food so spicy? Don't you know? I can't eat spicy food. 4 dark-skinned freshmen. You could tell they were from the same dorm. If they were easy to talk to, they wouldn't have said things like, why is Sichuan food so spicy? My monthly living expense is 2,000. Can you afford to compensate me? Not going to apologize. Are you? I frowned and stepped forward. The 3 of them, Li Hu Dong and the others, immediately followed. It was strange. As soon as I appeared, the 3 of them suddenly gained courage. Just a moment ago, they were hesitant, but now they dared to charge forward with me. What do you want? Want to fight? Come on. Come on. You just try and touch me. The guys opposite us instinctively stepped back, then felt they had lost face. The leader stubbornly said harsh words. Who wants to fight? I couldn't help but laugh. We're all university students now. Stop acting like primary schoolers. Isn't this embarrassing? Looking around, the crowd of onlookers was growing. I lowered my voice and said, with so many people watching, do you think this makes you look cool? Or do you want your names to appear on the school's notice board tomorrow? My voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Of course, you can also choose not to apologize, but whether you can continue studying at Jiangnan University, that's hard to say. I smiled meaningfully. The 3 people opposite us immediately panicked. Except for the leader, Quach Ui, the others were all scared. They had only come to eat, not expecting to get involved in this. Now they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Quach Ui, how about we just apologize? It's just about a few plates of food. We just won't come to this cafeteria anymore. Let's not blow this up. His 3 roommates advised him in low voices. Their eyes kept darting towards me. Those 2 guys who spread rumors about Hatu Dao last time are still infamous online. They didn't want to make the same mistake. Hua Shuai's group was clearly scared. I had suppressed them with just a few sentences. A male student walked up, bowed his head, and apologized to Tong Nha Kwai. Sorry. After saying that, he turned and left. He didn't even glance at Hua Shuai. The other 2 also hurried to apologize. One of them even took out 200 yuan and pushed it into Tong Nha K's hand. Then he scurried away. In less than 2 minutes, of the 4 arrogant guys from before, only Hua Shuai remained. Still being stubborn. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed. What are you all doing? A middle-aged man with a beer belly walked over. His suit looked like it was about to burst. Tong Nakai's face immediately turned pale. She whispered to us that he was the boss. You guys should go, but it was too late. That boss reeked of alcohol. He pointed at Tong Nhky and cursed. Tong Nhky, I pay you a salary. Is it so you can come here and cause trouble? If you can do the job, do it. If you can't, then get lost. His scolding grew harsher. His spit was about to fly into Tong Nhk's face. Tong Nhky lowered her head, not daring to speak. Liu Vu couldn't stand it anymore. Clenching his fists, it looked like he was about to rush forward. Hey, what kind of way is that to talk? Liu Vu suddenly interrupted. It was clearly them who started it. Why are you taking your anger out on Tong Nhki? Seeing this situation, I knew things were about to go south. As expected, the beer-bellied boss immediately shifted his target. Who the hell are you? I am the one who pays Tong Nhki's salary. So, what if I scold her? Do you know how much this has cost me? He pointed at Liu Vu's nose and yelled. Look at the time. It's dinner time. You've scared all the customers away. Can you afford to pay for this loss? Liu Vu puffed out his chest. I'll pay for it. How much is it? I took a stack of cash from my wallet. About 6,000 or 7,000. The boss sneered. You'll pay? Don't act tough with the living expenses your parents give you. My daily revenue is in the tens of thousands. This delay just cost me several thousand yuan. With just your measly living expenses. These words left Liu Vu speechless. It was true. By the end of the month, his pockets were cleaner than his face. He could only stand there, blushing. If you don't have money, what are you pretending for? Scram back to your dorm. The boss turned around to scold Tong Nhky again. I sighed. Reality is just that cruel. It was only then that I noticed that Kid Kwashiwai had slipped away long ago. Dongzi. Did you bring cash? I asked Li Heiyu Dong. He had a habit of using cash. He said paying with a phone didn't feel like spending money. Let's go. Let's go. Drink somewhere else. I patted his shoulder. Li Heiyu Dong didn't say anything, just nodded. There was no point in escalating this matter. Being scolded in front of the girl he likes. How could he bear it? I patted the fat boss' shoulder. The fat boss turned around abruptly. What? That's enough, I said with a frown. Scolding a young girl after having a few drinks? It'll cover the losses. Let's drop this. I stuffed the money into his pocket. The fat boss was about to lose his temper. But he felt the thickness of the cash. His expression immediately softened. I'll give you face. He turned his head and yelled at Tong Nhki. Hurry up and clean this mess. When he turned back, the four of us were already gone. After leaving the cafeteria, I called Hatu Dao and briefly explained the situation. I told her and the others to eat first, that I was going for a drink with Liu Vu and the guys. Hatu Dao was very understanding and didn't ask many questions. She just told me to drink less. I hung up. It's not that I didn't want to take her with me. It's just that this situation wasn't suitable. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Brother Jiang, Liu Vu suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. Am I completely useless? Useless? I gave a half smile. That boss only graduated from a technical college. 1. He earns 300,000 a month, and I don't even have 5,000. He laughed bitterly. Do you know how much he pays Tong Nhky? 10 yuan an hour. And she's a student at Jiangnan University. I looked at him. 10 yuan an hour. You think that's low? But that's the market rate for a restaurant server. I turned my head and asked, Liu Dong, Brother Dong, when your dad's company hires graduates from Jiangnan University, how much do they pay per month? Fresh graduates get 5,000 or 6,000. After a full year, they can basically all get promoted. After promotion, the monthly salary is about 10,000. If they perform well and become a manager, with the year-end bonus, they can make an average of 30,000 a month. Did you hear that? That's the standard salary for a Jiangnan University graduate. I stopped abruptly mid-sentence. I turned my head to look at Li Heiyu Dong. Damn. Your family's salaries are so high. Rather go work for you. Seeing the atmosphere was too heavy, I made a joke. Everyone knows a big shot like me. Will definitely start my own business after graduation. How could I work for someone else? What's a 30,000 monthly salary? It's no problem for me to make 1 million a month. Li Heiyu Dong gave me a helpless look and said nothing. I didn't mind. I smiled and turned to Liu Vu. Do you get it now? That's a normal salary. You see a 10 yuan hourly wage as an insult because the work you're doing is only worth that much. Go to a restaurant and ask for 100 an hour. See who gives it to you. You look down on a technical college graduate, but his 300,000 monthly income comes from decades of hard work. Going to university only proves you have a high starting point, but the starting point isn't the finish line. At this point, I became serious. Liu Vu's mentality was a problem. If he didn't fix it, he would suffer later. Of course, for someone like Brother Dong, his starting point is someone else's finish line. That's another story. In the end, I used Li Heiyu Dong as an example again. Li Heiyu Dong looked at me resentfully. Brother Jiang, that's not a nice thing to say. Your starting point is even higher than mine. That reminded me of Li Thayan Min, the father who was willing to spend 50 million for his son's trial and error, and he let Li Heiyu Dong get a great deal. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go drink. I put my arms around Li Hyo Dong and Liu Vu's shoulders and walked off campus. My height was just right. Kei Chan, who had been quiet, also spoke up. That's right. Let's go drink. There's no problem between men that a round of drinks can't solve. 20 minutes later, the four of us arrived at the food street behind the school. We found a newly opened barbecue stall. This Ka Chan guy ordered 2 cases of beer right away, and 200 barbecue skewers. The most shocking thing was that he even ordered several kidneys. After they were grilled, he insisted we try them. Come on, try it. It's very nourishing. Ka Chan pushed a skewer into each of our hands. I glanced at the minced kidney on the skewer. I really couldn't swallow it. Boss, add more chili powder. I took the skewer to the owner. The boss understood and brushed a thick layer of chili powder on it. Ting. Choice mission activated. Choice 1, eat the grilled kidney. Reward, golden spear never falls skill. Permanently enhances stamina. Choice 2, do not eat. Reward, 100,000 limit culinary cashback card. I stared at the skewer in my hand, lost in thought. The cashback card could earn me 1 million at most, but compared to a permanent skill, what was 1 million? I took a crunchy bite. The taste of the kidney was surprisingly not bad. Ting! Acquired golden spear never falls skill. I immediately felt a warmth in my lower abdomen, and my whole body was filled with power. I finished the whole skewer in just a few bites. Li Hyo Dong and Liu Vu both stared in astonishment. Brother Jiang, you really ate it? I shrugged. Brother Dong, you should try it too. It's very nourishing. The effect is excellent. This was a system reward. After all, how could the effect not be good? Li Hyo Dong took a bite, half believing, half doubting. As a result, he spit it out after just 2 chews. Never mind. Never mind. He couldn't get over that mental barrier. But it was enough that he took 1 bite. With a few skewers of grilled kidney in our stomachs, the gloomy atmosphere from before was swept away. Even Liu Vu seemed more relaxed. This guy even got addicted to it. The remaining kidneys were basically finished off by him and Ka Chan, eating skewers, drinking, and shooting the breeze. This was the nightlife that men should have. While we were happily drinking, Liu Vu's phone suddenly rang. After he answered the phone, he instantly sobered up. He stammered for a long time before hanging up. Who was that? So mysterious. Li Hyo Dong asked while eating. Who else could it be? It must be Secretary Tong. Ka Chan laughed and ordered more kidney skewers. Don't order anymore. It won't be good if NHAKY sees this. I could clearly see Liu Vu's face turn bright red. This was probably the embarrassment of being caught by your crush while eating kidneys. I asked curiously, why is Tong NHAKY coming? She said she wants to come and thank you guys. I almost burst out laughing. If they hadn't interfered today, it probably wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. But I couldn't say that out loud. It would be too discouraging. More than 10 minutes later, Liu Vu suddenly sat up straight and nudged Ka Chan. Stop eating, she's here. Ka Chan was eating with relish. Without looking up, he replied, so she's here. So what? It's not like I like her. Are you really not going to eat the last skewer? He said, as he held the kidney skewer in front of Liu Vu. No, I am not eating it. You finish it yourself. Liu Vu pushed Kei Chan's approaching hand away. He stood up to greet the approaching Tong NHAKY. I looked up. I noticed that next to Tong NHAKY was a girl in denim shorts. As she got closer, I used my data eye to look. This girl's beauty score was actually 85 points. You should know that a score above 80 is a 1 in 1,000 beauty. She was fully qualified to be the class belle. Liu Vu took the initiative to step forward. NHAKY, classmate So Lin HNHI. They clearly knew this girl. I wondered when they had gotten to know such a beautiful girl. Behind my back, Liu Vu had no reaction to So Lin NHI, but when he looked at Tong NHAKY, a shy expression appeared on his face. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I smiled and greeted them. Hello, Secretary. Tong NHAKY replied politely. Hello, classmate Jiang. Boss, 2 more chairs. As soon as I called out, Liu Vu cut in. I'll go get them. He quickly brought over 2 plastic chairs. He placed them between the 2 of us. After Tong NHAKY thanked him, she pulled So Lin NHI to sit down. It was only then that I understood why. I hadn't noticed this beauty before. She kept her head down. Her long bangs covered those peach blossom eyes. I couldn't see her face clearly at all. Is our great secretary done with her work? Li Hyo Dong asked after taking a sip of beer. Yes, it's 8 o'clock now. The cafeteria has been closed for a long time. That's right. The school cafeteria is only busy for a short while each day. By my calculations, she probably only earns 60 yuan a day. After that was said, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Only Ka Chan was still engrossed in gnawing on the kidney, eating with gusto. I spoke up to break the silence. We didn't know you were coming, so we only ordered beer. What would you like to drink? I'll go get it. No need. Well, drink beer too. Lin NHI. Can you drink? Yes. So Lin NHI replied softly, still with her head down. That soft voice stunned me for a moment. When I looked up, I happened to meet her gaze, but the next second, she shyly lowered her head again. Tong Nha Kai suddenly said, Jiang then. You don't know yet, do you? During this time, all the dishes you ate were made by Lin Nha. Speaking of which, this is the first time you've all officially met. I looked at So Lin Nha in surprise, not expecting this shy girl to be such a good cook. Lin Nha made, the food is really delicious, not at all inferior to a professional chef. So Lin Nha waved her hands in a fluster. No, my cooking is just average. Not as good as my mother-in-law's. Her voice grew quieter and quieter. Besides, if it wasn't the dish I made, this wouldn't have happened today. Tong Nha immediately retorted, how can you be blamed for that? They clearly can't handle spicy food, but still insisted on ordering a Sichuan dish. Seeing So Lin Nha lower her head again, Tong Nhky helplessly raised her glass. Jiang then. Li Hu Dong, Ka Chen, Li Vu, this glass is for you all. Thank you for speaking up for me today. So Lin Nha also quietly raised her glass, but still kept her head down. Liu Vu quickly explained, don't be so formal. Anyone would have helped in that situation. We just happened to be there. Li Hu Dong laughed and cut him off. Old Liu, that's not what you were saying just now, he said, while giving Liu Vu a meaningful look. When you saw Tong Nha being scolded, your eyes turned all red. You were about to charge up and fight him. Liu Vu became even more flustered hearing these words. Tong Nhky glanced at him and then said with a smile, in any case, you helped me. So I should thank you. We're all classmates. Helping each other is normal. Seeing Liu Vu was too shy to speak, I picked up the beer bottle and first clinked glasses with Tong Nha and So Lin Nha. Seeing me take the lead, the others also clinked glasses with them one by one. Tong Nha shook her head, no longer dwelling on the matter. Let's put this behind us. Tonight, we're not going home until we're drunk. Let's forget everything. I raised my beer bottle again and clinked it with everyone. Come on. Li Hu Dong and the others didn't refuse. Neither did Tong Nhky and So Lin Nha. But I noticed that So Lin Nha seemed to have an alcohol allergy. Her face turned red after just one glass. So Lin Jin's skin was very fair, especially her slender legs under the shorts. They were so white you could even see the blood vessels. I don't know how she stayed so fair after military training. After a few glasses of beer, a faint pink blush appeared on her cheeks. It was as if she had put on blush. Oh right. After 2 drinks, Tong Nha wanted to find a topic. The freshman welcome party next week. The head teacher probably won't be coming. We need to lead the classmates to find a venue. Li Hu Dong and I looked at each other. Neither of us wanted to deal with this. You guys can handle it. Idle committee members like us just need to relax and get our credits. We weren't looking for trouble for ourselves. Seeing us being so lazy, Tong Nha wanted to say something but held back. I called the boss and ordered some more barbecue. The 6 of us drank and ate. Tong Nha had an extroverted personality. After 1 round of drinks, she became close with us. Only So Lin Nha sat there quietly, not eating anything. She only raised her glass when we toasted. I originally wanted to ask So Lin Nha why she wasn't eating anything, but in the end, I didn't. It was past 9 o'clock. We helped each other pay the bill and left. Liu Vu was dead drunk. In order to show off in front of Tong Nha, he drank every last drop with each toast. Looking at him like that, I could only sigh at how young people care so much about face. Adults know when to stop. Being drunk not only messes things up but also feels terrible. I've always known my limits, but today was very strange. I drank so much but wasn't drunk at all. I just went to the bathroom a few more times. Could it be the golden spear never falls skill? Did it also come with an enhancement to my alcohol tolerance? If so, that was truly an unexpected gain. The next few days were calm and peaceful. The school's freshman welcome party was scheduled for Saturday. After the party was the long National Day holiday. It was like a pre-holiday celebration. Most of the performers were upperclassmen. It's worth mentioning that Li Hu Dong managed to charm a senior who was performing. He's been acting all mysterious these past few days, giggling foolishly every night. He wouldn't say anything when I asked, so I eventually stopped asking. Besides going to class, I also downloaded a stock market app to take notes. The stock market trend card in my hand was the key to earning my first pot of gold. I had to use it cautiously. Now was not the right time to enter the market. I have to wait until all the capital is in place before I can make a move. After a week of accumulation, the cash I have on hand has returned to 4.3 million. After I get home, I plan to first use the 90% off housing purchase voucher to buy a large storefront, then use the storefront as collateral for a loan. That way, I can get another 10 million in capital. The 3 million car and the 3 million watch are arriving soon. I am also preparing to mortgage them. That way, my capital can reach 20 million. Plus the money from Hatu Dao and the Li Hu Dong siblings. That's another almost 4 million. But all of this is just a stepping stone. What I am really looking forward to is the 50 million in client funds that Li Tianming promised. I only need to pay 1 million in interest for using it for 2 months. This deal is definitely profitable, with no chance of loss. By then, with 75 million in capital, as long as I pick the right stocks. Making 100 million in a month won't be a problem. Saturday night, I took Hatu Dao and the others to eat at the cafeteria. This time, the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival are back-to-back, so the school has a 10-day break. Hatu Dao couldn't bear to be apart. She kept linking her arm with mine during the meal, making the Lai Hiu Dong siblings roll their eyes. As I fed Hatu Dao an egg, I asked, "Brother Dong, how are the company preparations going?" "The basic personnel have been selected. We've been discussing compensation these past few days." After they found out my identity, the discussions went very smoothly. I'll push a little harder during the National Day holiday. I'll try to get it all sorted out after the holiday. Lai Hiu Dong had a smug look on his face, as if recruiting people was some great achievement. In reality, it was all Li Tianming helping behind the scenes. Otherwise, who would give up a listed company to join his small, new startup? But I didn't expose him. I didn't want to damage his confidence. "Oh, right. Brother Jiang, when there's a chance, I'll introduce you to a few close friends," Li Hiu Dong said while eating his noodles. "What friends?" "They're all second-generation rich kids. Their families have money and influence. Not like poor me. They all have money in their hands. More friends means more opportunities." I listened to Li Hiu Dong talk while eating my noodles, calculating in my head. Although Li Tianming isn't a top tycoon in Jiangcheng, he's still a significant figure. He has connections everywhere. If the family backgrounds of these friends of his are similar, then they are indeed worth getting to know. I now consider Jiangcheng as my home base. Jingsheng is too far, and the waters there run deep. For someone like me with no background, it's more prudent to develop in Jiangcheng first. Later, when I have capital, it won't be too late to venture into Jingcheng. "Are those friends of yours reliable?" I confirmed one more time. Li Hiu Dong thumped his chest, guaranteeing they were completely reliable. "They're all brothers I've known since childhood. They didn't look down on me when I was down on my luck. When they heard you wanted to start a company, they were all very interested," he added in a lowered voice. "Besides, this group all has idle cash on hand. If you're confident, Brother Jiang, I can persuade them to entrust their money to the company for management. That way, our startup capital will be secured." Hearing him say that, I was touched. Li Hiu Dong has helped me so much, and he has never asked for anything in return. I have committed this friendship to heart. Li Hiu Dong suddenly changed the subject. "Oh right, Brother Jiang, aren't you taking Campus Bell Ha home to meet your parents during the National Day holiday?" I turned my head to look at Hatu Dao, and found her face was as red as an apple. Hatu Dao's voice trembled. "It's too soon, although she likes me a lot. Meeting the parents after less than a month of dating is indeed a bit fast." Looking at her shy appearance, I couldn't help but smile. "Then let's do it during the winter break. Come home with me then." As I spoke, I gently stroked her head. Hatu Dao said softly, "Brother Jiang, thank you." Hatu Dao saw that I respected her choice. A sweet smile appeared on her face. During this time, our feelings developed very quickly, and she started calling me intimately, "Brother Jiang. Why are you talking about these things?" Li Wanwan looked at our sweet display and complained sourly. Li Hiu Dong helplessly spread his hands. "I was just kidding. Who knew they'd take it seriously? These two are really always showing off their affection. All right, let's eat. After we eat, well, go watch the freshman welcome party together." I quickly changed the subject. Lai Hiu Dong suddenly said excitedly, "It's perfect timing. I need to go give flowers to my goddess." A sleazy smile appeared on his face. I sighed internally, as expected of Brother Dong. Giving flowers right after meeting someone, he acts fast. Li Wanwan suddenly flared up. "Li Hiu Dong, you've never given flowers to me or Mom, and now you want to give them to a strange woman." She reached out to snatch the bank card from Li Hiu Dong's pocket. "Give back the money I saved for you." Li Hiu Dong hurriedly dodged. "Don't snatch it. I bought some for you too. This money is to help Brother Jiang with his work," I said helplessly. "Give her back the money. I'll give you another sum." Li Hiu Dong held onto the bank card firmly. "How can it be the same? I can still tell the difference between 500,000 and 1 million. Lai Wanwan was half doubting. "You really bought them for me?" Li Hiu Dong swore. "It's truer than pearls. You'll know when the flowers are delivered later." Only then did Li Wanwan stop. "If you lie to me, you know the consequences." Li Wanwan glared at Li Hiu Dong. She continued eating with her head down. Li Hiu Dong was fidgeting. He wanted to take out his phone but didn't dare, just like a child who had done something wrong. I saw through his thoughts and offered a way out. "Brother Dong, come to the restroom with me." Li Hiu Dong looked as if he had been granted amnesty. He immediately stood up. "Let's go, let's go, let's go." I told Hatu Dao something. I told her to eat with Li Wanwan first. Actually, everyone understood. Li Hiu Dong wanted to go give flowers to his goddess. Although Li Wanwan was angry, she didn't really want the money back. As long as Li Hiu Dong didn't give the flowers, this matter could be dropped. In the restroom, Li Hiu Dong hurriedly made a call. "Hello, I am Li Hiu Dong who ordered flowers this afternoon." "What? The delivery person has already arrived." He hung up the phone with a mournful expression. I held back a laugh and asked, "What's wrong?" Is there a problem with Wan Wan's flowers? Li Hudong said frantically. I didn't order any flowers for her in the first place. I gloated over his misfortune. Then you won't be able to keep your bank card. Brother Jiang, do you think if I take one rose from the bouquet for the senior to give to Wan Wan, will she forgive me? Depends on how many you're giving the senior. Only 99 roses. Li Hudong's voice got quieter and quieter. I gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant. Giving the senior 99 roses, and your sister one. You're a real biological brother. Li Hudong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then you might as well just give the bank card to Wan Wan. Li Hudong was so anxious he wrung his hands. Don't. Brother Jiang, help me think of something. I really don't want to lose that 1 million. I crossed my legs and said leisurely, actually, it's not like there's no way. What way? Tell me. Quick. Li Hudong's eyes lit up. How about this? Give 1 rose to Wan Wan and 1 to the senior. Give the rest to Ha-Tu Dao. I looked at him with a sly grin. After all, you can't split 1 bouquet to give to 2 people. Get lost. Just as Li Hudong was about to refuse, I immediately twisted the knife. Think carefully. Otherwise, I'll go tell Wan Wan the truth right now. At the mention of Wan Wan, Li Hudong immediately deflated. Fine, fine, fine. But you have to pay me back for the flowers. They're 10 yuan a stem. Damn. I laughed and cursed. You're even stingier than I am. When we got to the school gate, I was holding a large bouquet of roses. My whole body was almost swallowed by the flowers. Poor Li Hudong held 2 single stems, looking just like a lackey. Ha-Tu Dao smiled sweetly when she received the flowers. This was the first time I had given her flowers. Li Wan Wan, on the other hand, wasn't angry. She smugly waved the rose in her hand, raising an eyebrow at Li Hudong. By the time they took the flowers back to the dorm, it was already dark. Li Hudong was still muttering there. My 1 million bonus. I patted his shoulder. Be content. It's good enough that you didn't crash and burn. 7:30 p.m. The freshman welcome party started on time. I took Ha-Tu Dao and the others to the school auditorium. Jiangcheng University is a key university. The standard of the freshman welcome party is very high. The large auditorium can hold over 2,000 people. It's often used to host talks by famous people. To get a good spot, many classes gathered early to save seats. Our class president, Song Ye-chi, had also urged us in the group chat, but we were eating at that time. By the time we arrived, it was already late. We could only find a slightly obscure spot to sit down. Brother Jiang, what should I do? Li Hudong held the lonely rose, with a wry smile on his face. I blurted out, go give it to her. Being single-minded is a good thing. But I told the senior, I was a rich second-generation kid. That's why she agreed to give me a chance. Isn't this a bit too shabby now? I frowned. She agreed to you just for that? Although I don't object to girls being practical, but for Li Hudong, it's a bit. It's not that I really like her. I'm just not resigned to it. Li Hudong scratched his head. It seems that after being rejected, his rich kid temper flared up. I patted his shoulder. Getting rejected is no big deal. But, I pointed to the rose in his hand. Go give it a try. See how she reacts. You get it. Li Hudong looked at the flower in his hand. He seemed to have figured something out. Just then, my phone rang. It was Song Ye-chi calling. Hello? Party secretary. What's wrong? The other end of the line was very noisy. Song Ye-chi was also in the auditorium. Jiang then. Where are you? Come quick. There's a fight. Because it was too noisy. I only caught a few words. But it was enough to make me frown. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Li Hudong asked. It seems like Song Ye-chi's group is arguing. I looked around. In the large auditorium with 2,000 people, I couldn't find the point of conflict at first. Over there, Li Hudong suddenly pointed towards the central area. There was indeed a group of people gathered there. It looked like they were arguing. Let's go check it out. We walked along the aisle. Even though we've only been with our classmates for a month, we can't just stand by and do nothing. After getting closer, we realized the situation was more serious than imagined. The two groups were arguing heatedly, red in the face, almost, coming to blows. The people from our class were standing in front of their seats. Opposite them was a group of unfamiliar freshmen. Song Ye-chi was leading Liu Yu and the others in a debate. We were clearly here first. On what grounds are you making us give up our seats? If you can't find a spot, you just steal one? How ridiculous. The voices of Song Ye-chi and Liu Yu kept coming over. I walked down the steps. Liu Yu and the others saw me and immediately shouted, Brother Jiang is here. Song Ye-chi clearly let out a sigh of relief and nodded at me. I am here. I replied, frowning at the group opposite us. What's going on? Song Ye-chi explained helplessly. We came to save these seats early on. They keep insisting these are their reserved seats and are making us give them up. There aren't any other seats left. I looked around. The party is about to start. The good seats have almost all been taken. The spot that Song Ye-chi and the others chose was indeed not bad. No wonder someone came to fight for it. I asked the other side directly. Did you reserve these seats? A male student with bangs covering his eyebrows from the opposite side stepped forward. Who are you? Yes. We reserved them. You better give them up. Otherwise, When the student union people get here, things won't be so simple anymore. The two sides immediately started bickering. You say something. I say something. It was chaotic and noisy. Everyone. Shut up. I raised my voice. Who's your class president? Come out and talk. The guy with the bang stepped out again. I am. You're not their class president. Are you? Where's Zhou Yang? Where did that guy run off to? From his tone, he seemed quite close to Zhou Yang. I was also wondering where Zhou Yang had run off to. Songya. She said helplessly. I can't get in touch with him. He didn't answer his phone this afternoon. And now it's turned off. Even teacher La's phone can't get through. She also didn't want to bother me. But this group of people suddenly came to cause trouble. Even though there were so many male classmates around, the first person she thought of was still me. I was speechless. Can't contact the class president. Missing in action at a crucial moment. This is too unreliable. I waved my hand. Forget it. Don't look for Zhou Yang anymore. I turned and said to the other group, fellow students, the party hasn't started yet. You should go find seats. Let's not mention this whole reservation thing anymore. This is a school, not a hotel. I am in a hurry to get back to Ha Tu Dao. These freshman welcome parties have always had open seating. There's no rule about reserving seats in advance. The class president from the other side sneered contemptuously. Who the hell are you? Can you represent your class? Any stray cat or dog dares to come out and bark. I was stunned for a moment. Ever since the incidents on the school forum, this was the first time someone had looked down on me like this. Usually, people would point at me when I walk on campus. This guy doesn't know me. Of course Jiang then can represent our class. Before I could say anything, Liu Yu and the others had stepped forward. We trust Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is also a class officer. Hearing the voices of support behind me, I was a bit dazed. This sudden class unity was what was going on. But I didn't have time to think about these things now anymore. Did you hear me? If you want to watch the party, go find a seat. I shouted at the group in front of me. The other party was clearly here to cause trouble. I didn't want to start anything originally, but trouble came knocking, so I can only see it through. So you're Jiang then? The other guy looked me up and down and suddenly asked, you're the one who stole Ha Tu Dao. Only then did I understand. Turns out he's a pursuer of Ha Tu Dao. With Ha Tu Dao's looks, it's very normal for her to have pursuers at Jiangcheng University. I just didn't expect to meet one this way. I really don't get what's so good about you that Ha Tu Dao would like you. The other guy muttered to himself. I cut him off. Cut the crap. Our class got to this spot first. Take your people and leave. The other guy sneered and took out his phone. Hey. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Right? Hello, Brother Niu. I've run into a bit of trouble here. After hanging up, he looked at me smugly. President Iu is on his way, and your class president, Zhu Yang. Let me give you a piece of advice. No matter how rich your family is, at Jiangcheng University, you have to follow the school's rules. Although he sounded arrogant, I agreed with what he said. You really should follow the rules at school. Jiangcheng University has produced many wealthy people. The network of connections accumulated over the years is truly not to be underestimated. Many are influential figures locally. I originally didn't plan to cause trouble at school, but hearing the other guy's tone, it was as if Jiangcheng University was opened by his family. Could someone really think that knowing a student union president means they can do whatever they want at school? The student union is indeed important. To a certain extent, the president's power is even greater than that of an ordinary teacher. But in the end, the student union is just a byproduct of the school. You can build connections through it. But once you leave the school gates, this title isn't worth a penny. Li Hei Yu Dong. And I looked at each other and smiled. Brother Jiang. What now? I shrugged. Let's just wait and see. What if they really did reserve the seats? Actually, I knew. This was just an excuse. The guy on the phone just now didn't mention this at all. It was clearly an excuse to steal the seats. Just finding a righteous-sounding reason to run into this kind of trouble just by watching a freshman welcome party. I am truly speechless. 5 minutes later, an angry roar came from the backstage entrance. What are you all doing? I was gone for a moment and you're already causing trouble. Isn't it just a seat? Is it that serious? Everyone turned around, only to see a flushed Zhou Yang walking over. As he spoke, he let out a drunken burp. The strong smell of alcohol hit our faces. Looking at this drunk class president, I couldn't help but frown. As the class president, he should be serving the class, but Zhu Yang normally doesn't manage anything. It's always Song Ye Qi who's busy. He's nowhere to be seen during today's activity. He's unreachable when something happens, and now he shows up reeking of alcohol, scolding us without even asking for the reason. He looks just like a little tyrant. At this moment, the whole class stared at Zhu Yang in shock. What are you looking at? Isn't it just a freshman welcome party? You can watch from anywhere, Zhu Yang said impatiently, then turned his head towards a man who looked slightly older and said fawningly, President Niu, please wait a moment. Get them to move. That President Iu just grunted lightly. He had clearly also had a lot to drink. Zhu Yang turned back to me. Normally, he was very polite to me. After all, he knew he couldn't afford to offend a young master Jiang like me. But today, Emboldened by alcohol, his courage had grown quite a bit. It could also be that he wanted to show off in front of President NIU. You're just the health representative. Stop meddling in class affairs. Wouldn't it be better to just quietly get your credits? Zhu Yang glared at me with drunken eyes. I frowned. Zhou Yang, if you're drunk, go sleep it off. You're nowhere to be found when you're needed. Why are you jumping around now when you shouldn't be here? This sentence wasn't loud, but everyone heard it very clearly. Just as Zhu Yang was about to get angry, Lai Hu Dong cut him off. What's with the you? Figure out the situation before you act all high and mighty. You really think you're the center of the universe. Liu Yu and Qi Zhen also chimed in. We couldn't find you earlier when we were looking for you. What are you putting on airs for now? If you're drunk, just go to sleep obediently. What's the meaning of insisting on trampling your own people? All the male students were angry, and the female students were also frowning and whispering. Zhu Yang was embarrassed by me, already feeling wronged. Now, being contradicted by the whole class, he became even more angry and ashamed. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you all. Song Ye Qi, get them to leave within 3 minutes. Zhou Yang directly pointed his spear at the seemingly easy-to-bully Song Ye Qi. Song Ye Qi looked at Zhu Yang in silence. She had no intention of cooperating. President NIU said in a strange, mocking tone, Little Zhao, it seems you have no authority in your class. You can't even command your own classmates. How can I be assured of making you a department head like this? Zhu Yang's expression changed. He hurriedly thumped his chest and guaranteed, rest assured, President NIU, give me 3 minutes. I guarantee, it'll make them give up their seats. Only then did I understand. It turns out Zhu Yang was sucking up to him for the position of a department head in the student union. Becoming a department head in his freshman year, his ambition isn't small. But to get ahead, he tramples on his own classmates. This is going too far. Zhu Yang, emboldened by alcohol, shouted at the female students, Song Ye Qi, didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up and lead them to give up the seats. Song Ye Qi bit her lip, not knowing what to do. I patted Liu Yu's shoulder. Everyone sit down. The party's about to start. Liu Yu understood. He told the classmates to sit down, completely ignoring Zhou Yang. Zhu Yang was so angry he jumped up. I didn't look up. That's enough. If you don't have the ability, don't try to force it. It's embarrassing. After speaking, I looked straight at President NIU. My meaning was very clear. If you want the seats, come and demand them yourself. Who the hell is Zhou Yang? President NIU narrowed his eyes. Zhu Yang still wanted to speak. President NIU stopped him with one hand. Don't embarrass yourself further. President NIU sneered. Your classmates don't care about you at all. He walked up to me, standing on the steps at my eye level. Brother. I cut him off directly. Who's your brother? President NIU was stunned for a moment. Ever since he became president, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. He suppressed his anger. I've long heard that you have a hot temper. Today, my eyes have been opened. I have a hot temper? I laughed. The people from the student union are truly domineering. President NIU narrowed his eyes. Student, this is a school. You'd best not go too far. I spread my hands. Does President NIU want to teach me a lesson? As it happens, I've been a bit too full of myself lately. I could use some discipline. Looking at my impervious attitude, President NIU was completely stunned. In his 3 years in the student union, it was the first time he had met someone as stubborn as me. What gave him an even bigger headache was, he realized he couldn't do anything to me at all. Judging by the strength I've shown, my family's assets are at least 1 billion. We definitely have connections in Jiangcheng. The fact that I could call a lawyer directly to the school last time was the best proof. Why didn't the school administration interfere with this matter? President NIU could usually bully ordinary students, but against a tough nut like me, he was helpless. Student, let's go outside and talk privately. President NIU felt it was very humiliating to be refuted by me in front of everyone. He wanted to change locations to talk, but I couldn't be bothered with him at all. Cut the crap. Hurry up and take your people and get lost. So much trouble just to watch a freshman welcome party. You're gonna pull the school rules card on me. I turned my head and stared at that other class president. Come on, you tell me. Which school rule states? Even President NIU couldn't do anything to me. That other class president dared not even make a peep. All his confidence came from President NIU. Having the student union president backing you is indeed very useful. But that trick wasn't working today. The class president stood there with an ugly expression, unable to say a word. This is the fate of a jackal borrowing a tiger's might. I gave a cold laugh and looked back at President NIU. Anything else? If not, hurry up and go sober up. These words were a public dismissal. President NIU finally couldn't take it anymore. Don't go too far. You really think I can't handle you? He was the student union president. After all, wouldn't it be easy to mess with me at school? Just then, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. Who do you want to handle? President NIU's face changed drastically. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see a man with a beer belly, wearing a shirt and trousers walking over. Dean Zhao. Just a moment ago, the smug and arrogant NIU president immediately bowed and scraped, like a Japanese dog greeting its master. Do you still want to be this president? As soon as Dean Zhao arrived, he sensed the tense atmosphere. His gaze locked directly onto President Niu. President Niu was immediately terrified. In front of me, he could still put on airs, but in front of the dean, he didn't dare pull any tricks. I chuckled internally. Indeed, there's always someone stronger, but I couldn't be bothered to argue. As long as this could be resolved quickly, it was fine. As President Niu was led away, the crowd of onlookers also dispersed. Dean Zhao suddenly noticed Li Hudong. Hudong. Li Hudong greeted him awkwardly, Uncle Zhao. This Dean Zhao wasn't just a department head, he was also the vice principal of the school, second only to the principal. Dean Zhao asked kindly, "Came to watch the freshman welcome party?" Li Hudong was even more embarrassed. "I came with Brother Jiang. His father told him to be low-key. I am afraid the whole class knows now." Brother Jiang. Dean Zhao's gaze shifted to me. He clearly recognized a famous figure like me. I politely greeted Dean Zhao. Dean Zhao smiled and said, "Truly a talented young man. Come to my office for tea with little Dong someday. School has been in session for so long, and I still haven't had a chance to talk with you boys. This dean really knows how to talk. He took care of both of us." "Take care, Uncle Zhao." "Take care, Dean Zhao." We watched him leave. Before he left, Dean Zhao shot President Niu a glare. "What are you standing there dazed for? Don't you know what tonight is? Running off to drink. I see you really don't want to be the president anymore." Dean Zhao was very polite to me and Li Hudong, but when he turned around, he scolded President Niu harshly. Everyone was stunned. The usually arrogant President Niu was now like a primary school student who had made a mistake, obediently following with his head down. Looking at President Niu's dejected back, I almost burst out laughing. I turned my head and said to Zhou Yang, "Class president, go home and sleep." Zhou Yang had a look of disbelief on his face. The high and mighty President Niu in his eyes had just tucked his tail and run. What else could he do? He had lost face in front of so many people. He could only leave dejectedly. "They're gone. Do you guys still want to fight for the seats?" I looked towards the group that had been causing trouble earlier. The ones who were just shouting about school rules were now all silent as cicadas in winter. The situation was compelling. President Niu had already been led away. Where would they get the courage to fight anymore? Besides, I didn't even give face to President Niu. Continuing to pester would just be a waste of time. Don't get cocky." The opposing class president still wanted to say some harsh words. I cut him off immediately. "Don't wait for a next time. If you have the guts, call someone over right now. Or maybe you should call the other two presidents over." He was immediately speechless. Call the president? It would be useless even if he came. President Niu is the vice president of the university's student union. Even he couldn't resolve it, unless the dean could be invited. But would the dean even bother with such trivial matters? In the end, he could only snort coldly and led his people away dejectedly. After this commotion, I am afraid they were no longer in the mood to watch the performance. After that group of people left, Song Yechi clearly breathed a sigh of relief. "It was lucky you were here this time," she said to me, a little embarrassed. After all, she was the one who called me over. I waved my hand. "It's nothing. We'll be leaving first. Our friends are still waiting." I then greeted Liu Yu and Kei Zhen. "Old Jiang, Old Li, if that group comes back, just call me." Liu Yu and Kei Zhen nodded. The other classmates all stared in a daze. Is this the benefit of having a big shot as a roommate? The vice principal and the dean both have his back. What's a student union president in comparison? Have fun, everyone. Wish you all a happy holiday in advance. After saying that, I left, leaving behind the still astonished classmates. I never thought he was so powerful. Nonsense. He's a rich second-generation kid. The important thing is, you can't tell it all usually. That's right. He's not like that show-off Zhou Yang. The more everyone talked, the angrier they got. Today, Zhou Yang's true colors were completely exposed. It's one thing that he usually doesn't care about class affairs, but at a critical moment, he helped outsiders bully his own classmates. I heard that he's trying to become a department head in the student union. He's completely shameless about it. Song Yaqi suddenly said, "I have the head teacher's phone number. Let's all sign a petition to replace Zhou Yang." I agree. A person like him doesn't deserve to be the class president. The classmates responded in unison. If I hadn't been here today, they probably would have really had to give up their seats, but it was my appearance that made everyone see Zhou Yang's true colors. Although Zhou Yang's three roommates didn't speak up, their expressions were very complicated. At first, they chose him as class president, just for convenience. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? To say they didn't have any issues with it today would be impossible. After hearing everyone's opinions, Song Yechi was silent for a moment. She did indeed have the intention of changing the class president. Even if the new class president usually didn't handle class affairs, as long as they could step up at critical moments, it would be fine. Letting Zhou Yang continue as class president meant not only would she have to do everything, but she would also get blamed from both sides when something happened. It was frustrating, just thinking about it. Okay, I'll contact the head teacher right away. Song Yechi made up her mind. She took out her phone and started composing a message. She really couldn't stand working with Zhou Yang for another day. Elsewhere, I was completely unaware that I was about to be inexplicably promoted. It was too noisy in the auditorium. I didn't hear my phone's notification sound at all. Besides, Shai Xiao was next to me. Who has time to play on their phone? Isn't it more fun to spend time with my girlfriend? Perhaps it was because we were about to be apart, and we were in the passionate stage of our relationship. The clingy way we acted made Li Xiaodong and Li Wanwan choose to simply ignore us. Pay a little attention. So many people are watching. Of course, I wouldn't do anything improper. If I ended up on the school forums trending topics again, it would be so embarrassing. I have to leave tomorrow. The plane tickets are already booked. A 2 p.m. flight from Jiangcheng to Shangcheng. When school started, I took an old train. Now that I have money, of course, I have to enjoy it a little. First class it is. The performance started at 8 o'clock and lasted until 11. We didn't have the patience to watch the whole thing. After all, they only rehearsed for 2 weeks. The quality of the performances could only be so-so. The main purpose of coming to watch the performance wasn't it to admire the beautiful upper-class women, but sitting so far away, we couldn't see clearly. After forcing ourselves to sit for an hour and a half, the few of us got up and left the auditorium. Just as I stepped out of the main gate, my phone suddenly rang. Seeing the message from head teacher Lei, I was stunned. The classmates have unanimously nominated you to be the class president. What are your thoughts? This message was sent an hour ago. Everyone has a big problem with Zhou Yang. They all want you to take over as class president. Another message was sent half an hour ago. The latest message said, Zhou Yang has been dismissed. Reply. As soon as you see this, I was completely bewildered. I didn't do anything. How did I suddenly become the class president? What's wrong? Shai Xiao linked her arm with mine. Noticing my odd behavior, I showed her my phone. Li Xiaodong peeked over to look. He had a strange expression, like he wanted to laugh but was holding it in. I narrowed my eyes. Brother Dong, do you know something? Li Xiaodong quickly waved his hands. No, absolutely not. But in the end, he couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Xia Sai Yao handed the phone back to me. Isn't being the class president a good thing? I shook my head. It's too troublesome. I don't want to manage those trivial things. To be honest, with my current annual salary of tens of millions, I don't need to rely on the position of class president to build connections at all. Who knows how far it'll have developed a few months from now. I suddenly thought about my company that's about to be established. Would having these classmates come work for me be considered recycling waste? Once this thought popped up, I couldn't suppress it. Although first-year students have limited abilities, once they've learned their specialized knowledge, won't they be a ready-made source of manpower? It's so difficult for other companies to recruit graduates from Jiangcheng University. As for me, I just need to give them internship opportunities in their 3rd or 4th year. There will definitely be people who want to follow me. Living together for 4 years, you'll know best who is capable. Isn't this a ready-made opportunity? After leaving the school, the 4 of us found a milk tea shop. Xie, Si Yao, and Li Wanwan went to order, while I scrolled through the class group chat history. From the collective boycott of Zhou Yang as class president, to teacher Lei dismissing him, and then the whole class nominating me. I read through the messages one by one, then looked up and asked, Li Xiaodong, you're in the group. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I feel like Li Xiaodong is like a stumbling block. Stepping on it can help you climb higher, but you also have to be careful not to fall. Li Xiaodong said with a laugh, tell you earlier so you could refuse? Now the whole class supports you. If we change to someone else, would they agree? I looked at him in surprise. Since when did he become so perceptive? Li Xiaodong used to be just an ordinary rich second-generation kid. Now he's like a hidden master. He even analyzed the situation so clearly. The class now clearly supports me. Zhou Yang is isolated. Me becoming the class president is almost a certainty. Li Xiaodong suddenly saying this caught me a bit off guard. Although my dad manages a few hundred people, and I usually hear him talk about management, I didn't expect Li Xiaodong to understand these things too. Hee hee. Li Xiaodong laughed. I reacted immediately. Uncle Lai told you, right? He definitely told you to actively run for class president, but you were too lazy and didn't act on it. Li Xiaodong was stunned. It turned out that before school started, his father, Li Tianming, had told him to run for class president. He even analyzed the many benefits, but this guy found it too troublesome and refused to act. Today, seeing that everyone supported me, he just went with the flow to help me. Brother Jiang, don't worry. I wouldn't harm you. Li Xiaodong said with a laugh. Your company has just been established. You need connections and talent. Being the class president lets you get to know many people. If you can, it's even better to become the student union president. You can attract more talent. I didn't expect him and I to think alike. This idea is actually not bad. The salary the system gives me now seems like a lot. But later, when the rewards reach several million or tens of millions, it will be very suspicious if I don't have a legitimate company as a cover. I have to develop the company while it's still early. In the early stages, it'll rely on the system for a blood transfusion. In the later stages, He'll use the company as a cover. That's the long-term plan. Thinking of this, I directly took out my phone and sent a WeChat message to Teacher Lei. A few minutes later, a notification suddenly appeared in the class group chat. Following reports from classmates, Zhou Yang has harmed the collective interests during his probationary period. He is now dismissed from the position of class president, which will be assumed by student Jiang Chen. Teacher Lei tagged everyone in the group, and then tagged me separately again. The previously quiet class group chat instantly exploded. Congratulations to classmate Jiang Chen on becoming the class president. We finally got rid of Zhou Yang. What happened today was disgusting. Thank goodness. Teacher Lei is reasonable. With classmate Jiang Chen as our class president from now on, things will be great. I looked at the messages in the group and replied, "Thank you for your trust, everyone. I will do my best to do a good job." I still know how to say these kinds of pleasantries. Another round of flattery followed in the group. Just then, Teacher Lei sent another message. Considering this incident, the decision has been made to add the position of vice class president. Any student who is interested can come see me to apply after the National Day holiday. This news didn't attract much attention, but it was the result of a special discussion I had with Teacher Lei. I don't want to manage the daily trivial matters. Small matters can be handed over to the vice president. It's most reasonable for them to come to me only for major issues. Seeing that the group was still celebrating, I directly sent out 50 red envelopes, totaling 5,000 yuan. On average, each person could grab about 100 yuan. To me now, this little bit of money is nothing. In one day, I get over 50,000 yuan from the money wishes alone. I already earned it back just by watching the freshman welcome performance, but for ordinary students, this was simply too extravagant. Usually, getting a few yuan was already a big red envelope. Now it's 100 yuan per person, enough for 3 or 4 days of meals. I had just taken office and was already giving out benefits. The classmates felt even more that choosing me as class president was the right decision. Young Master Jiang is so cool. Thanks for the red envelope. Class president, got my bus fare home now. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Class president, the red envelopes I sent out were all snatched up in less than a minute. The group was full of cheers. After settling everything, I put away my phone and looked up at Li Xiaodong. This guy was still smirking slyly. I am rich. Brother Jiang, your red envelope is huge. I snatched 137 yuan. He pretended to stand up. Today's milk tea must be my treat. The three of us silently watched him act. As expected, after standing up, he suddenly feigned a realization. Oh my. Brother Jiang already paid. Hee hee. Well then, I won't be polite. I shook my head helplessly, and laughingly cursed him for being a drama queen. Li Xiaodong was really an eyesore, but having a friend like him wasn't so bad. At least college life wouldn't be boring. Many people don't even remember by the time they graduate what happened. Let's go. Seeing that Li Xiaodong had stood up, we also stood up. Xie Yao still had her arm linked with mine. In the passionate phase of love, she wished she could be stuck to me 24/7. Up ahead, Li Wanwan and Li Xiaodong were walking and stopping intermittently. Xie Yao suddenly spoke up. Brother Zhang, I've already bought gifts for your aunt, uncle, and your younger sister. Remember to take them with you later. She lowered her head, a little shy. Although she couldn't go home with me tomorrow, she still remembered this. Why did you buy these things? I've already prepared a lot. I frowned slightly, not because I was stingy, but because I found it troublesome. This is the first holiday since we've been together. Xie Yao gently shook my arm. Even though your parents don't know me, the courtesy can't be lacking. Please don't blame me. All right, I compromised again. Every time she acted cute, I was helpless. Get them down later. Bring them home tomorrow. Okay. Xie Yao smiled happily. The gifts she bought weren't too expensive. She bought a jacket for my dad and bracelets for my mom and sister. A total of several tens of thousands of yuan. It was nothing to me, but some things have to be looked at relatively. These were gifts whose prices couldn't be revealed to my parents. It wasn't that I was afraid of them knowing I had money. It's just that, after they knew, there would be many things that couldn't be clearly explained. How could I explain giving my parents several 100,000 yuan at once? As a university student, from start to finish, I only had the living expenses my parents gave me. How could I have earned several 100,000? I could use the excuse of stock market investments to gloss it over with others, but with my own parents, my sixth sense told me absolutely not to do that. My parents would definitely keep asking questions. Instead of that trouble, it's better to wait until the company is established and then slowly tell them. A white lie is still a lie, but at least it's well-intentioned. Besides, I am not lying. I am just not being completely honest. Not being honest doesn't mean lying, right? I saw Xie Yao off on her flight home first. Then I waited with Li Xiaodong. It was more than 2 hours until my flight. After giving Li Xiaodong a few instructions, I boarded the plane with 2 suitcases. The process of flying is very tedious, but the most annoying part is the waiting. Luckily, it was first class. I got to enjoy more conveniences. Some things really are you get what you pay for. Although I haven't experienced economy class, the first class experience was indeed not bad. The only regret was that there were too few flight attendants. On the flight, I used the data eye to scan the flight attendants. The scores the system gave them were quite high. After all, they were all beauties selected through multiple rounds. Covering myself with a thin blanket, I slept all the way to Changcheng. Although it was boring, this is the real flight experience. The feeling of waking up from a nap and having already arrived is very comfortable, especially with the gentle wake-up service from the flight attendant. Dragging 2 travel suitcases, I finally felt what annoyance was. Inside were all gifts for my family, mostly clothes for my mom and Jiang Xiao. One suitcase couldn't even fit it all. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought so much. After leaving the airport, I hailed a taxi and went straight home. The sky was getting dark. At this hour, my parents were probably busy. Looking at the familiar street scene outside the window, I suddenly had a feeling of returning home in glory. When I left, I was just an ordinary freshman. Now, my net worth is over 1,000,000 yuan. In the system space, there are also 2 90% discount cards. If I use them all, my assets will exceed 10 million. After 1 month of university, a net worth of 10 million. Can this be considered returning home in brocade robes? I took a deep breath, suppressing the nervousness in my heart. Next is the moment that tests my acting skills. I absolutely cannot let it show. I took the 2 suitcases out of the taxi. I strolled along the tree-lined path in the residential complex. Occasionally, I would meet old neighbors. Hello, Grandma Zhang. Oh, little Zhang is back. Is the school on holiday? I am back to see my parents. Hurry home. Come to my place for a meal when you're free. This kind of conversation repeated more than a dozen times in this old residential complex. Almost everyone knew me, a child who grew up here since they were little. I carried the suitcases up to the 6th floor. The corridor walls still had scribbles from my childhood. Luckily, the suitcases were full of clothes, so they weren't too heavy. I knocked on the door, but no one answered, as expected. I lifted the doormat and took out the spare key. The moment I pushed the door open, the lights were bright. The TV was showing a program. On the sofa was a girl in a loose t-shirt, dangling her long, fair legs, looking extremely playful. You little brat, when did you get back? You didn't even open the door when I knocked. I pulled the 2 suitcases into the house. I saw my younger sister, Jiang Xiao, curled up on the sofa. Got back yesterday. She didn't even look up. I knew it was you knocking. Mom and Dad aren't home anyway. Why be so formal between us siblings? As she spoke, she casually tucked her long hair behind her ear. Jiang Xiao is my twin sister. She was born just a few minutes after me. Although we're identical twins, we don't look that much alike. I could reluctantly be considered an 8/10 handsome guy, while she is a 9/10 beauty. But in my eyes, she'll forever be the little brat wiggling her feet in front of me. All right then, no presents for you. I carried my suitcase towards my room. Our house has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. When we were young, we slept in a bunk bed. When we grew up, our parents used a plywood board to partition off a small room. As for soundproofing, it's practically non-existent. Don't. Big brother, Jiang Xiao did a carp jump, springing up from the sofa. She didn't even have time to put on her slippers properly before rushing over to grab the suitcase. Let me carry it for you. You go rest. Her eyes were glued to my suitcase. I didn't need to guess to know the presents were inside. I handed her 1 suitcase. This one's yours. The other one is for Mom and Dad. Don't go rummaging through it. Jiang Xiao giggled and took the suitcase. I've long been used to this personality of hers. If she had actually greeted me warmly, I would have suspected she'd taken the wrong medicine. After all, we grew up together since we were kids. We were inseparable from elementary to high school. We know each other too well. She knows I won't get truly angry, and I've never cared about these little tricks of hers. Jiang Xiao dragged the suitcase straight into my room. You were in military training for so long and didn't get a tan. I looked at her fair face and legs, a little surprised. Of course not. Jiang Xiao laughed smugly. As long as I protect myself well enough, the sun can't catch up to me. She eagerly placed the suitcase on the ground, about to open it. I quickly plopped down on it. Wait. Wait for what? Get up, quick. Don't crush my presents. She reached out to push me. I held the suitcase tight. Your older brother has been traveling for so long. I haven't even eaten. Aren't you going to ask how I am? Jiang Xiao rolled her eyes disdainfully. What older brother? You're only a few minutes older than me. A few minutes older is still your older brother. Are you going to cook this meal or not? I didn't budge. You're not tricking me again, are you? She stared suspiciously at the suitcase. You've done this quite a few times before. I shrugged. Believe it or not. Anyway, if I don't get to eat a meal you cooked, then don't even think about seeing the presents today. Jiang Xiao was so angry her eyes widened. In the end, she still had to compromise. I am warning you. If you dare trick me, I'll tell Mom and Dad. Hearing the clattering sounds from the kitchen, I smiled and closed the door. I sent Xia Xiao a message telling her I was home. I intentionally didn't open the suitcase. This surprise should be left for Jiang Xiao to discover on her own, although we both know how to cook. After all, our parents are both Xiang cuisine chefs. But given her current state, I was really worried she would destroy the kitchen. I gently pushed the door open. I saw Jiang Xiao busy in the kitchen. This kid was actually cooking. It surprised me a little. She's only been in college for a month, and her personality has already changed. But seeing her like this, I was still quite happy. But the next second, I saw her grab a large handful of Sichuan peppercorns and throw them straight into the wok. Xiang cuisine has to be numbing and spicy. Numbing first, then spicy, for it to be authentic. I couldn't help but shout, Jiang Xiao. She jumped in fright. Turning her head, she saw it was me. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face. Brother, why are you here? The food's almost ready. Just wait a bit. I walked over helplessly. What are you doing? Stir-frying vegetables. What else? You should go out. She reached out to push me out of the kitchen. But how could I leave? If I really let her finish cooking, I am afraid it'd get poisoned. Looking at the stir-fried chili and peppercorns in the wok, and a washed potato next to it, I had no choice but to roll up my sleeves. All right, you go out. I knew I couldn't count on you. Jiang Xiao. Xiao smiled sheepishly. It was a bit embarrassing to be caught red-handed. The presents are in the suitcase. Stop getting in the way here. I scooped out half of the chili and peppercorns from the wok. I sliced the potato and put it into the wok. Jiang Xiao saw that I wouldn't let her help, so she turned and snuck into my room to find her presents. Compared to cooking, she indeed preferred unwrapping presents more. A few minutes later, while I was stir-frying the potato slices, I suddenly heard Jiang Xiao scream. She ran over in her slippers. Brother. My fairy-like big brother. How did you know I've always wanted this Tiffany necklace? She had opened the suitcase I brought back and saw the gift inside. Her eyes lit up. I have to say, this kid is quite knowledgeable. She could name every single gift. She hugged my arm and shook it vigorously. When there are presents, I am her fairy-like big brother. When there aren't, I am that guy. This little sister is way too pragmatic. Move aside. I am cooking. I sounded impatient, but I was actually very happy inside. Jiang Xiao snatched the spatula. Don't move. Let me cook today. I laughed and asked, are you afraid I'll poison it? Yeah. It'll definitely be delicious this time, she promised shyly. I handed her the spatula. Just so you know, if it's bad, you have to return the presents. In your dreams, 4 dishes and 1 soup were quickly served. The taste was surprisingly good. I could eat 2 large bowls. Jiang Xiao sat beside me, fiddling with the necklace, unwilling to let it go. Brother, how did you suddenly get so much money? She asked curiously. I knew she always liked these moderately luxurious items. Before, our family's financial condition wasn't good. To buy a 3,000 yuan necklace, she worked as a waitress at a restaurant for 2 months during the summer of her senior year. This persistence was just like mine. Although Jiang Xiao likes to dress up and likes luxury goods, she has her own principles. In this provincial capital city of Xiangcheng, there were quite a few rich, second-generation kids pursuing her. There was a whole crowd of them in high school, but she never dated anyone. According to her, those guys aren't even as handsome as my older brother. I really can't stand them. This sounded like she was praising me, but also like she was mocking me. But at least it proved she wasn't the type of girl who would abandon her principles for luxury goods. Oh, right, the 3,000 yuan necklace she's wearing now. Brother, help me put it on. After fiddling with it for a while, she suddenly took off the necklace and handed it to me. I put down my chopsticks and fastened it for her. Is it beautiful? She struck a few charming poses. I said casually, it's all right. At least it makes me temporarily forget your foot-wiggling appearance. Brother. She pouted. But she was in a good mood today, so she didn't argue with me. She ran to the mirror and posed for a long time, took a few photos, and then reluctantly took it off and put it back in the box. Brother, you still haven't said where you got the money to buy these things. She suddenly became serious. I continued eating. As long as you like it. Why ask so many questions? Brother, her voice rose several octaves. This is a necklace worth tens of thousands of yuan, and all those clothes, plus the gifts from Mom and Dad. The total value is over 100,000. Isn't it? Mom and Dad couldn't have given you that much money. That's right. The living allowance Mom and Dad give is very little. She gets 2,000 a month, and I only get 800. This was all our family could afford to give. Our family's small restaurant business is just average. In a month, after deducting expenses, we only make about 10,000. Giving 1/3 of that to the two of us was already considered very generous. Giving me 100,000 at once was fundamentally impossible. Therefore, this money could only have been earned by myself. I knew I couldn't fool Jiang Xiao. And I was too lazy to make up a story. I had already thought of an excuse before coming back. Besides, I needed her cooperation to deceive our parents. I couldn't act it out alone. I earned it myself. Jiang Xiao looked suspicious. After high school graduation, I taught myself to play the stock market, using my living allowance to experiment. Unexpectedly, I actually made money. This can be verified. Moreover, with the system's authentication, there's no need to hide it. Hiding it from our parents is because I am afraid they'll worry. People of the older generation always feel that playing the stock market is no different from gambling. It's not as good as working hard. I thought Jiang Xiao would ask more questions, but unexpectedly, she directly picked up the necklace box, turned around and went into her room. When she came out, she had changed into a dress. Brother, is it beautiful? She spun around. Honestly, Jiang Xiao is very beautiful. She looks good in anything, but would I tell the truth? I put down my chopsticks, walked in front of her, observed her carefully, and then sighed. What's wrong? Isn't it beautiful? Everything else is fine. I feigned helplessness. It's just that your figure is a bit lacking. Why are you so flat? Did you stop developing after elementary school? Jiang Xiao's looks are top tier, but her figure has a small flaw, which is her slightly flat chest. But her long, slender legs, along with her height of 172 centimeters, would absolutely make most girls jealous. TSK, this figure. I teased her, intentionally. Jiang Xiao shot me a glare. She was used to my venomous tongue. She went to the mirror, spun around, and nodded with satisfaction. Then she went back to her room to change into another outfit. Xiao, when Mom and Dad get back later, you need to cooperate with me a bit, I said while finishing the rice in my bowl. She looked confused. Cooperate with what? Don't let Mom and Dad know I earn so much money. Otherwise, Mom will definitely take all the money and put it in savings, to save up for me to get married. I spread my hands helplessly. Jiang Xiao nodded in deep sympathy. Our family isn't actually poor. Mom and Dad run a restaurant. The income is stable, but Mom, you, really loves to save money. According to her, she's afraid of the poor days and believes in preparing for a rainy day. Dad, Jiang Jiandong, also strongly agrees. I've advised them many times, but I couldn't sway them at all. As their child, I can only go along with their wishes. I can help you keep the secret, but you have to honestly confess how much you've actually earned. Jiang Xiao asked, narrowing her eyes. I quickly calculated in my head, excluding the 90% discount cards. I have over 4 million now, I said lightly. Only about 400,000. Jiang Tiu was completely stunned. 400,000. How long has it been since school started? How could you have earned so much? Her face showed clear disbelief. After all, by common sense, earning 400,000 inches a month without any capital is basically a fantasy. Is that important? Meaningless. I've already bought you gifts worth hundreds of thousands, and you're still asking about this. I didn't explain. I also wasn't planning on telling Jiang Tiu the truth. Brother, you've already earned so much money. Jiang Tiu suddenly hugged my arm, acting cute. There's one more necklace I really like. How much is it? It's not expensive. The Little Swan from Swarovski. I know this brand isn't high-end. The Little Swan is only about 1,000, which is nothing to me. Buy it. I agreed immediately. Hey, well. Jiang Tiu suddenly stammered. The Little Swan has a 1-carat diamond chip on it. It's over 10,000. My steps, while carrying a plate to the kitchen, suddenly stopped. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Jiang Tiu snatched the plate from my hand. I know it's a bit expensive. I'll take care of the meals for the next few days. I'll wash the dishes too. Seeing that I didn't say anything, she started acting cute. My good big brother, you've already earned so much. Just buy me one. I am begging you. Even though she's a 90-point beauty, I know her too well. The deepest impression is still of her picking at her feet. Let's see your performance first. I didn't agree right away. If I am satisfied, then anything is negotiable. After all, it's not the first time she's gone back on her word after getting what she wanted. I have to inspect the work first, before paying. Yes, sir. Jiang Tiu immediately beamed like a flower. Actually, she originally planned to work part-time on weekends to save money for it, but she calculated that it would take a whole year to save up, which was too tiring. Now that she has a suddenly rich brother like me, why would she go through that hardship? Jiang Tiu, who initially ignored me, has now become a diligent and kind little sister. I sat on the sofa with my legs crossed, watching her bustle around, washing dishes and mopping the floor. After she finally finished and went back to her room, I deliberately said loudly, Taiyu. I am thirsty. There was no movement from the room. I continued my attack. Aya, how did my balance run out? It seems I can't buy the necklace anymore. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a bang, and Jiang Tiu rushed out of her room. Not long after, she brought a cup of tea over. Brother, have some water. She smiled through gritted teeth. I suggested with a wicked grin, how about you go downstairs and buy some snacks? Jiang Tiu's eyes widened. In your dreams. It's the 6th floor. I took out 200 yuan bills from my wallet and slapped them on the table. Errand fee. The rest is yours. Jiang Tiu stared at the money, internally conflicted. In the end, she still grabbed the money and rushed downstairs. As soon as she left, a message from Ha Tu Dao arrived. Brother Jiang, I can't stay here anymore. Lu Diam brought a boy home. She keeps insisting on introducing him to me. I want to come find you. I immediately made a video call. Ha Tu Dao answered right away. Seeing me, her eyes lit up. I frowned and asked, what's wrong? Hatu Dao lowered her voice. Lu Diam knew I wouldn't go on the blind date, so she brought him straight home. I can't stay in this house for another day. Hatu Dao looked annoyed. There's nothing that can be done about this. The National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival are supposed to be days for family reunions, yet Lu Diam brought a blind date home. She clearly has designs on her. I'll fly over tomorrow. My voice was ice cold. I originally planned to deal with Lu Diam after the new year, but now she's gone too far. Tolerating it any longer would be cowardly. Hearing that I was coming, Hatu Dao's eyes lit up. There's no need, Brother Jiang. I've already booked a flight to Tuangnan. I'll arrive tomorrow morning. It's great to have money. Plane tickets that others can't get can be secured by paying more. What time do you arrive? I'll pick you up. 11 o'clock, or something like that. It might be late. We talked for over half an hour. From the other end, a woman's voice could be heard calling occasionally. Hatu Dao's name, but she paid no attention. Until the door opened. When I heard a sound, I hung up. Jiang Tu was back. She only had a lollipop in her hand. Brother, here's the snack you wanted. She handed the lollipop to me. I gave you 200 yuan, and you only bought one lollipop? I looked at her, speechless. Getting a lollipop for 200 yuan is already a good deal. If you don't want it, I'll eat it. She quickly put the lollipop back in her pocket. She changed the subject. Mom and Dad are coming back soon, right? I glanced at the potato chip crumbs at the corner of her mouth. Next time you sneak a snack, remember to wipe your mouth. What are you talking about? I obviously wiped it clean. Jiang Tu giggled and sidled up to me, plopping down beside me to watch TV. I took out my phone and downloaded a real estate app, browsing through it casually. The average housing price in Tuangnan is over 10,000, but this figure includes the surrounding counties. The downtown area is at least 30 to 40,000. Calculating the 90% discount card in my hand, a limit of 10 million to buy a 300 square meter property. Jiang Tu suddenly peeked over. Brother, are you looking to buy a commercial property? I am getting a bigger one for Mom and Dad. I lied without batting an eye. How big? I am thinking about 200 or 300 square meters. Any bigger and I am afraid Mom and Dad won't be able to handle it. Jiang Tu was interested. I'll go with you. As we were speaking, footsteps echoed in the hallway. The two of us looked at each other and tacitly shut our mouths. Although she didn't understand why I had to hide it from our parents, but for the sake of the necklace, is the necklace the ultimate truth? It's strange. Other people's children all resemble their parents, but in my family, it's the complete opposite. I look like my dad, Jiang Qin-dong. My sister, Jiang Tu, inherited the beautiful genes of our mother, Han Yuet. Because she's beautiful, Jiang Tu has been adored since she was a child. My dad, Jiang Qin-dong, was a soldier in his youth. After being discharged, he was introduced to my mother, and they got married. He used his discharge pay to buy a house in the suburbs of Tuangnan and opened a small restaurant. Life was peaceful and stable. Later, my sister and I came along. Normally, my parents should have been like any other ordinary couple, arranging our marriages and then waiting for grandchildren. But my change was destined to shatter the peace of this family. Seeing our parents walk in, both Jiang Tu and I stood up. A smile appeared on Han Gaiet's tired face. Tu Jiang, you're back. Are you hungry? Mom will cook for you. I quickly said. No need, Mom. Tu already cooked for me. That's just how Ha Nuet is. She listens to Jiang Qin-dong for all the big matters in the house. She only cares about whether we've eaten enough or are dressed warmly. Jiang Qin-dong chuckled, teasingly. What does this girl know about cooking? Let your mom cook some more for you. Dad. Jiang Tu pouted unconvinced and pulled Ha In-juet into my room. Mom, brother brought presents for you and Dad. Come take a look. Jiang Qin-dong took off his greasy-smelling jacket and sat on the sofa. It's been a month of university. How do you feel? I answered truthfully, it's just like high school. It's just a new learning environment. Dad started his usual lecture again. You can't slack off on your studies. Back then, I suffered because I wasn't educated. Now, I can only be cooped up in a small restaurant. Don't follow in my footsteps. I've heard this line so many times it's worn out my ears. He's been saying it since before school started until now. Now that I am home, I have to hear it again. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely study hard. In front of my parents, I am always a good son. The older generation always likes to use their own experiences to lecture their children, afraid their children will repeat their mistakes. I understand all these principles, but in the end, don't most people still end up living as just another ordinary person? But university can't just be about studying. Dad suddenly changed the subject. Having a girlfriend is also good. Your mother and I both support it. I almost choked on my saliva. This is a typical Chinese parent. In high school, they were strictly against it. But after only 1 month of university, they're already rushing me to get married. Thinking of Hatu Dao, I could only nod to get it over with. Dad, I'll do my best. Satisfied, Dad turned his head back to continue watching TV. Suddenly, He remembered something else. Oh, right, if you have a girlfriend, you must also be mindful of your limits. Your mother and I haven't retired yet. Well, talk about having grandchildren after you graduate. I was petrified on the spot. Where did that even come from? Sigh. Dad, I have a gift for you. I quickly changed the subject. I took out the prepared watch box from the room. Seeing the shiny gold watch in the box, Dad was stunned. Although he didn't say anything, the flicker of admiration in his eyes didn't escape me. The design of this Rolex model is specifically for middle-aged men. The model I chose is both understated and luxurious, which perfectly suits Dad's current status. Dad didn't rush to accept it, but asked about the price first. This watch isn't cheap, is it? I smiled and explained. It's not expensive, only 600 yuan. I happened to see it, thought it looked nice, and that you would like it. So I bought it. Only then did Dad nod. 600 yuan is a bit expensive, but it's a gift for my son after all. Next time, don't buy such an expensive watch. I work at the restaurant, when would I have a chance to wear it? Although he said that, Dad still took the watch. If he knew this watch was worth 60,000, he wouldn't accept it even if you beat him to death. I know, Dad. Try it on and see if it fits. Adjust the strap for you. I really bought a lot of things this time. Our family doesn't even buy this many clothes in a whole year. Although my parents kept nagging me about spending money recklessly, I could see in their eyes that they really liked these gifts. Of course, this was all based on the premise that they didn't know the real prices. If they knew these things were worth over 100,000, they would definitely make me return them the next day, or they would just sell them directly. To keep these gifts, my sister and I had to play our parts well, especially my sister's necklace, which costs over 10,000. That's her treasure. Mom, you look so beautiful in this outfit. My sister praised her endlessly. It's true, Mom just doesn't usually like to dress up. Her natural features are already very good. Seeing his wife so happy, Dad suddenly felt that he had wronged Mom all these years. How much are these clothes and the necklace? I'll pay you back. My sister and I looked at each other and quickly made up a price. It's not expensive. The clothes are all over 100 yuan, and the necklace is 1,000 yuan. It was all bought with money I earned from my part-time job. This price should be acceptable, right? I mentally calculated the cost. The total is just over 2,000. Jiang Qingdong transferred 2,000 via WeChat. I don't have much pocket money this month, so you'll have to cover the rest yourself, he miscalculated. Jiang Qingdong thought the clothes weren't expensive, and the necklace was only a few hundred yuan. He didn't expect to spend 2 months of his allowance at once. In our house, Jiang Qingdong manages the business, and Enjuit manages the money. A typical Chinese family. I smiled and didn't say much, accepting the transfer. Although 2,000 yuan is nothing to me now, by accepting this money, my parents would believe that these things only cost that much. At least the result was good. They accepted the gifts, without suspecting their true value. Past the first hurdle. Tomorrow, I have to go look at properties and quickly secure a storefront. That way, before I leave, I can convince my parents to upgrade the restaurant. I was busy all day. At 11 o'clock, my parents went to bed. I went back to my room to browse real estate information while talking to Hatu Dao. At 12, I urged her to go to sleep. She has an early flight tomorrow. It takes 2 hours to get to the airport from home. The next day, I woke up a little after 9 o'clock. I saw a message from Hatu Dao saying she had boarded the plane. I washed my face, changed my clothes, and shaved. Jiang Tiu in her pajamas, rubbed her eyes and asked, "Brother, are you going out?" "Yeah, I have something to do." I didn't turn around, speaking while I shaved. Jiang Tiu was instantly awake. "Didn't you say you'd take me to see houses with you?" "I am not going to see houses. Go back to sleep. When the time comes, I'll definitely take you." Jiang Tiu looked suspicious. Seeing me dressed so neatly, she seemed to guess something. She quietly returned to her room. After I went out, Jiang Tiu suddenly followed me. From a distance, she saw me get into a taxi. She also hurriedly hailed one to follow. I was completely unaware. I looked at my watch. Going to the airport now would be just in time. On the way, I booked a 5-star hotel for Hatu Dao. I booked it for a whole week. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, hotels in Tuongden are very scarce, but 5-star hotels are an exception. The room rate of nearly 2,000 a night deters many people. The target customers of 5-star hotels have never been ordinary people. Those who can afford 5-star hotels will avoid peak hours for their travels, whether they're there to see people or scenery. They know very well in their hearts. I directly booked a deluxe room for a week. The hotel immediately treated me as a VIP. They proactively called to ask if I needed a private car for pickup. This service normally requires a fee, but who told me to be a big spender? They even offered to provide a free Mercedes class for me to use for a few days. But I refused. My upcoming schedule is too busy. It's more convenient to rent a car myself. After hanging up, I went straight to the car rental counter at the airport. Half an hour later, I had sorted out a BMW 7 Series. Having money really makes things easy. After parking the car, I waited at the exit for over 10 minutes. Hatu Dao was very conspicuous as soon as she came out. A long white dress paired with sunglasses, she shone in the crowd. "Brother Jiang, She saw me as soon as she looked over. She called out happily. This call probably broke the hearts of many young men who were secretly glancing at her. I smiled and opened my arms. She ran and threw herself into my embrace. This intimate scene caused Jiang Tiu, who was hiding far away, to be stunned. She had absolutely no idea that her brother had such a beautiful girlfriend. Why didn't you bring any luggage? After the kiss, I realized she had arrived almost empty-handed. Don't even mention it. Ha Tudao linked her arm with mine and said helplessly. Lu Diam was watching me very closely. Knowing I was coming to find you, she kept all my things. If I hadn't used the excuse of going downstairs to buy something, I wouldn't have even made it to the plane. For her, this was a common occurrence. Clothes, cosmetics, and the like. At worst, she could just buy new ones when she arrived. I remained silent. Ha Tudao, seeing my bad mood, took the initiative to comfort me. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Although I didn't bring any luggage, I brought all my identification cards. Most importantly, she gave a radiant smile. I got my mom's SIM card back, from Lu Diam. From now on, I don't have to answer her calls anymore. I looked at her with a heartache. I knew what this SIM card meant to her. Ever since her mother passed away, this card had always been held by Lu Diam. Every time she couldn't contact Ha Tudao, Lu Diam would use this number to call. This had become the biggest knot in her heart. I patted her head. You must be hungry, right? After such a long flight, Ha Tudao rubbed her stomach and said, yeah, I didn't eat anything this morning. Escaping that suffocating house and coming to the person she loves, her entire being relaxed. After we eat, I'll take you to buy clothes and cosmetics. Okay, Ha Tudao replied sweetly. Not having luggage is actually more convenient. We walked hand in hand towards the parking lot, but as we got close to the car, I suddenly felt something was wrong. I kept feeling like someone was following us. I turned back several times but didn't notice anything unusual. Ha Tudao asked. What's wrong, Brother Jiang? I shook my head. It's nothing. I probably overthought it. I don't have anything worth being followed for right now. At most, I just have a little money. That feeling of being watched grew stronger. I suddenly turned around. Finally, not far away, I saw a familiar figure standing there. I spotted the hiding figure at a glance. Tudao, I'll introduce you to someone in a bit. I turned and smiled at Ha Tudao. Who are you introducing? Ha Tudao was confused. You'll find out in a bit. I smiled mysteriously and pulled her into the car. The car started but didn't move for a long time. Ha Tudao, having buckled her seatbelt, asked, Brother Jiang, why aren't we going? Waiting for a little tail. I smiled and looked ahead. At this moment, Jiang Tiu had lost sight of us and was anxiously pacing around nearby. She had just turned around and we were gone. The airport was crowded with people. She was completely disoriented. Seeing her flustered appearance, I couldn't help but laugh. Just then, the phone rang. Brother, where are you? Jiang Tiu's frantic voice came from the other end. I am eating at a restaurant. I deliberately teased her. The soundproofing of the BMW is very good. She had no idea we were nearby. What? You're on Xuanfeng Road? Jiang Tiu was completely bewildered. I told you so. How could you possibly find a girlfriend? This sentence made both me and Ha Tudao laugh in the car. Indeed, I was previously known for being a die-hard straight man. Hearing this, I hung up immediately and honked the horn loudly. Jiang Tiu, not far ahead, was startled by the sudden honk. After realizing it was me, she immediately ran over with a smile. I rolled down the window. Get in, you can even lose someone you're tailing. Jiang Tiu stuck out her tongue sheepishly. She opened the back door and got in. Brother, aren't you going to introduce your sister-in-law? You were already kissing on the street. She looked at us teasingly. Both Ha Tudao and I were immediately embarrassed. Ha Tudao's face even turned bright red with shyness. She wasn't mentally prepared to meet my family yet. I coughed twice. This is your sister, Tudao. Tudao, this is my sister. Jiang Tiu. Hello, Tiu. Ha Tudao blushed and extended her hand. Hello, sister-in-law. Jiang Tiu giggled and took her hand. I turned off the car, turned around, and stared at Jiang Tiu. Now, tell me, why are you here? Jiang Tiu's smile froze. I came to pick up a classmate. I looked at her silently, with an expression that said, keep making things up. Jiang Tiu lowered her head, not daring to look at me. As a tail, your performance today was not good. You're on your own for lunch. I silently started the car and left the airport. It takes almost an hour to get to the city from the airport. The atmosphere in the car immediately became awkward. Everyone could see that I was angry. Jiang Tiu had followed me without a word. This wasn't something that could be passed over with just a few words. Brother Jiang. Ha Tudao sat in the passenger seat. She could feel the tension between me and my sister. She was a bit restless. After all, this was because of her. She wanted to say a few words in Jiang Tiu's defense, but I just focused on driving, not saying a word. Jiang Tiu also remained silent in a sulk. After leaving the airport, I only discussed our outing plans with Ha Tudao, completely ignoring Jiang Tiu. Just like that, we went straight to the restaurant I had booked. Although five-star hotels all have high-end restaurants, I know quite a few local eateries that taste even better. If you travel without trying the local food, can you even call it traveling? After parking the car, I helped Ha Tu Dao out of the car. Jiang Tiu Tu thought I would call her, but she saw us walk straight towards the elevator, seeing that I was really ignoring her. Jiang Tiu Tiu grew anxious and quickly got out of the car to chase after us. The car door beeped and locked automatically. Brother Jiang, Ha Tu Dao reminded me in a low voice. I whispered back. It's fine. This girl will follow. Later. You order the food. I'll play the bad guy, you play the good guy. Understand what I mean? Ha. Tu Dao was stunned for a moment, then she suddenly understood. It turned out that since the airport, I had been creating opportunities for her to quickly close the distance between them. Watching Jiang Tiu chase after us, Ha Tu Dao couldn't help but smile. This silly girl. She was being so clearly set up by her brother, but of course, she had to seize this opportunity well. The two of them entered the elevator, and I pressed the floor button. Ha Tu Dao then reached out to hold the elevator door open. She waited for Jiang Tiu to enter before letting go. Jiang Tiu called out sweetly. Thank you. Sister Tu Dao, calling her sister directly instead of sister-in-law. Clearly, she no longer acknowledged me as her brother, but that was exactly what I wanted. As I turned my back, the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. I booked a high-end Tuong-style restaurant. The average cost is over 800 yuan per person. It's nothing to me now, but the awkward thing was that I had booked a table for two. I didn't expect Jiang Tiu to follow. This time, it really looked like I was bullying my sister. I handed the menu to Ha Tu Dao. Tu Dao? Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. She looked at Jiang Tiu, a bit helpless. Jiang Tiu stood beside her, glaring at me angrily. Ha Tu Dao called the waiter over. Excuse me. Could you add another chair? Just put it next to him. This is my first time in Tuong then. You order. Jiang Tiu took the menu and specifically chose the most expensive dishes. In the end, she even ordered a portion of shark fin. She was clearly trying to rip me off. The waiter looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Ha Tu Dao signaled for him to just serve the dishes as ordered. I deliberately didn't talk to Jiang Tiu, so she chatted with Ha Tu Dao, constantly badmouthing me, saying how I bullied her since we were kids. If this were before, I would have definitely retorted, but this time, I ate in silence, because they had formed an alliance. Ha Tu Dao even brought up the incident where I snatched her water to drink. Jiang Tiu became more and more animated as she spoke. She would glare at me from time to time. I kept my head down and ate. I didn't say a single word. After one meal, Jiang Tiu and Ha Tu Dao were already calling each other sisters. The two of them linked arms intimately. Jiang Tiu even deliberately separated Ha Tu Dao from me. Stay away from him, he's not a good person. When we got in the car, Jiang Tiu pulled Ha Tu Dao straight into the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Tiu and I locked eyes. What are you looking at? Was I wrong? I shook my head helplessly. Where to next? Jiang Tiu didn't say anything more. Ha Tu Dao suggested. Let's go to the shopping mall. I want to buy some things, and pick a welcome gift for Taiyu while we're at it. I deliberately teased, a gift for her? What's so great about a tag-along that's worth a gift? Jiang Tiu immediately bristled. I already said it wasn't on purpose. Sister Tu Dao doesn't even mind, so why do you have to be so nosy? But, Sister Tu Dao, I really don't need a gift. I am not lacking anything. It's true, she's not lacking anything. I've already bought her enough clothes and cosmetics. Now, she's only missing that necklace. Before I could finish, Jiang Tiu glared over. She had coveted that little swan necklace for a long time, but it was their first meeting. How could she accept such a valuable gift? Ha Tu Dao changed the subject at the right time. Let's just go to the mall first. I need to buy a few outfits too. I nodded, started the car, and headed to the nearest shopping mall. As a provincial capital city, although Tuong then is not as prosperous as Jiang then, it has all the necessary shopping malls and large buildings. For me, I am more or less a semi-host in Tuong then anyway. The only headache is that it's currently rush hour. The roads are completely jammed. During the National Day holiday, the shopping mall is packed with people. We were stuck in traffic for over an hour before we could park the car. Strolling through the streets with Jiang Tiu and Ha Tu Dao, the rate of people turning their heads was sky high. Both of them are top-tier beauties. Either one of them alone is enough to stun the entire place. Although Tuong then has many beautiful women, there really aren't many who score above 90. Jiang Tiu deliberately kept a few steps away from me, but I still became the most envied guy here. Tu Dao, just let me know which clothes you like. This time, it was mainly to buy clothes for Ha Tu Dao. She had come in a hurry and didn't bring anything. Jiang Tiu was immediately jealous, muttering under her breath, my biggest dream in this life is to hear my brother say those words. I glanced at her. You don't want the necklace anymore. Jiang Tiu immediately fell silent. A great person knows when to yield and when to stand firm, even though she's a little girl. Ha Tu Dao smiled and asked, which necklace do you like? I can buy it for you. How could Jiang Tiu dare to accept Although she had already accepted this sister-in-law in her heart, they had only known each other for a month. No need. Really. Sister Tu Dao. My brother already promised to buy me the necklace. I won't let this opportunity slip away. She said this while glancing at me proudly. Choosing clothes for Ha Tu Dao went very smoothly. Her taste is very good. Just like when she chose clothes for me at the beginning, the styles she picked all looked very good when worn. Every time Ha Tu Dao came out after changing into a new outfit, both Mai and Jiang Tiu Tiu's eyes would light up. Even a beauty like Jiang Tiu Tiu couldn't help but praise her. Sometimes, girls like looking at pretty girls even more than boys do. Brother, Jiang Tiu Tiu sat next to me, watching Ha Tu Dao try on clothes in the mirror. She suddenly said, "I don't think you're worthy of Sister Tu Dao." My face darkened. What do you mean by that? Am I that terrible in your eyes? To be honest, just based on looks, I am indeed not on the same level as Ha Tu Dao. But I can earn money. Earning tens of thousands a day is no joke. Jiang Tiu Tiu giggled and said, "I am not saying you're bad. It's just that Sister Tu Dao deserves someone better. Not a stiff person like you." I was about to retort. The system suddenly sounded. Ding. Random mission activated. Prove that you are the most suitable boyfriend for Ha Tu Dao. The deadline is 1 week. It will be graded based on the satisfaction scores of Jiang Xiaoxiao and Xia Sidao. The reward is unknown. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that Jiang Xiaoxiao could also trigger a mission. This time, it's a timed mission with an unclear reward, but it's usually more generous. The key is to get a high score. Just shopping for clothes with them would probably only get me a passing grade. To get a high score, I have to think of another way. Jiang Xiaoxiao saw that I wasn't saying anything, so she ran off to help Xia Sidao pick out clothes. I quietly got up and left, and neither of them noticed. A good man should show his care through the small details. To get a high score, I walked into a women's lingerie store. When Xia Sidao arrived, she didn't bring anything with her. She didn't even have any underwear to change into. With Jiang Xiaoxiao around, she would definitely be too shy to go buy it herself. This task could only be left to me. Just consider it for the reward. I muttered as I pushed the door open, but as soon as I entered, I was dumbfounded. The various styles of lingerie made my head spin. I had no choice but to call a sales assistant for help. "Sir, what can I help you with?" An employee in uniform came over and asked. "Please get me 2 sets in size 34C. Simple styles are fine." I stood at the entrance, not daring to go further in. "Both bras and panties." I nodded. "Get both. 2 sets should be enough for a week." To ease the awkwardness, I lowered my head and pretended to fiddle with my phone. Just then, I heard a familiar voice. "Yo, isn't this the top student of our class?" I looked up. It was my high school classmate, Wang Shan, and her best friend. "What a coincidence," I said, with a forced greeting. Wang Shan spoke with a sarcastic tone. "It's so interesting to see you here. Don't tell me you have a girlfriend now." I didn't answer. She continued to mock me. "How could someone like you find a girlfriend?" I frowned. "We're all classmates. There's no need for this." While Wang Shan was mocking me, Xia Sidao's voice suddenly came from behind. I turned my head to look. Xia Sidao and Jiang Xiaoxiao were walking this way. Xia Sidao directly linked her arm with mine. "Who did you just say couldn't find a girlfriend?" Jiang Xiaoxiao had been helping Xia Sidao pick clothes. When she turned around, I was gone. "Sister-in-law, where did my brother go?" "I don't know. He was just here a moment ago." Xia Sidao also looked confused. Could it be that he got tired of shopping with us and secretly slipped away? Jiang Xiaoxiao guessed. "No way. We have to drag him back." With that, she pulled Xia Sidao out of the store. I was actually in the lingerie store right next door. As soon as they came out, they saw me, along with Wang Shan and her friends standing opposite me. Jiang Xiaoxiao frowned. "Wang Shan, why is she here?" Xia Sidao asked. "You know her?" "I do. She pursued my brother in high school. After he rejected her public confession, she's been targeting him ever since. A classic case of love turning to hate." Xia Sidao saw the sign of the lingerie store. She suddenly understood why I was there, her face blushing slightly. As they got closer, Wang Shan's mocking words became clear. "How could someone like you find a girlfriend? Is this woman crazy?" When Jiang Xiaoxiao heard Wang Shan insulting me, her expression immediately darkened. She could scold me herself, but she would never allow another girl to do so. Before Jiang Xiaoxiao could explode, Xia Sidao acted first. She walked straight to my side and linked her arm with mine. She shot a cold glare at Wang Shan. "Who did you just say couldn't find a girlfriend?" Ever since she got with me, Xia Sidao had always been as gentle as water. She would do whatever I said, but at this moment, she was unusually fierce. Xia Sidao and I exchanged a look of tacit understanding. "You're Wang Shan, right?" Xia Sidao's aura was overwhelming. "I heard that after my boyfriend rejected you in high school, you've held a grudge ever since." Although her family background was ordinary, Xia Sidao was still a young, wealthy lady with millions in assets. In terms of aura, she completely crushed her opponent. The two girls had below-average looks. With Jiang Xiaoxiao backing her up from the side, the other party was even more overwhelmed. Jiang Xiaoxiao was not as polite as Xia Sidao. "Wang Shan, it's been so many years, and you still haven't let it go. Who can you blame for being ugly? Although my brother isn't much, it's still a bit better than you, right?" I complained silently in my heart. "Me? Ugly? I have a look score of 80. I am almost at the 1 in 10,000 standard. Okay. Although standing next to Xia Sito and Jiang Xiaoxiao, I looked a bit out of place. I was still much better than Wang Shan and her friend. Wang Shan was rendered speechless. She wanted to retort but couldn't find any point to argue. In terms of looks and figure, Xia Sitao completely outshone her. In the end, all she could do was say to me sarcastically, Hey, you're so capable now. You've learned how to hide behind a woman. Hearing Wang Shan's words, I immediately found it incredibly boring. What is this all about? Xia Sitao turned to look at me. A smile played on her lips. I quickly explained, I really never did anything to her. I swear, who knows where this woman gets so much resentment from? Xia Sitao laughed and said, I know. If you even laid eyes on someone of her caliber, I'd really have to wonder if I am not good enough. This comment made Wang Shan's face turn green with anger. She forced herself to say, a perverted man shopping in a woman's lingerie store. I am glad I didn't end up with someone like this. Xia Sitao suddenly laughed. Before you say that, why don't you find a boyfriend who's willing to buy you lingerie first? Jiang Xiaoxiao immediately chimed in. Why does it smell so sour in here? Is someone saying the grapes are sour because they can't have them? The two of them cooperated perfectly. It left Wang Shan completely speechless. Her friend couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her away. After Wang Shan left, Xia Sitao, who had just been so aggressive, suddenly blushed. Just then, the sales assistant came over. Sir, here are your items. Will you be paying with cash or card? Card. I took out my bank card. Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, Brother, you're too much. You've never bought this for me, and yet you're buying it for sister-in-law. Plus, you didn't even ask for her size. Confess, now. I stole a glance at Xia Sitao. From this angle, I could see perfectly. Tisk. Tisk. I should really try it out if I get the chance. Jiang Xiaoxiao pulled Xia Sitao away. Oh, you're good. You really do have bad intentions. In front of so many people, I had to push aside my dark thoughts. Some things are better said when I am alone with Xia Sitao. Xia Sitao took the bag. Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly pouted. She insisted that I buy her 2 sets of lingerie as well. In the end, I paid over 3,000. Although I felt the pinch, seeing 2 great beauties browsing in the store, and the envious gazes of the men around me, this money was well spent. After shopping for 2 hours, I was carrying 7 or 8 bags. They were basically all for Xia Sitao, of course. I also bought 2 things for Jiang Xiaoxiao. After all, she had been with us for so long. She deserved a little something. You two keep shopping. I'm going to put these things away. Carrying all these bags was really inconvenient. I decided to put the stuff in the car first. Just as I put the bags in the trunk, my phone suddenly rang. It was my close high school friend, Wei Tianyu, whom I hadn't contacted in a long time. Hello, old Wei. As I answered, the corner of my mouth unconsciously lifted. This brother, who used to be inseparable from me, ever since we got into different universities, we rarely contacted each other. Old Jiang, are you in Shangcheng? Wei Tianyu's hearty voice came from the other end of the line. I answered honestly, yeah, I just got here last night. After all, it'd be strange not to come home for such a long holiday. Wei Tianyu continued. No wonder, Wang Shan said in the class group chat, that you found an ugly girlfriend. Is it true or not? I was stunned for a moment. Wang Shan said that woman has some nerve. After being humiliated by Xia Sitao, she immediately went and made things up. Wei Tianyu said helplessly, it's all over the class group chat, but I am not calling you about this. Our high school classmates are planning a reunion. Are you coming? To be honest, my 3 years of high school were quite beautiful. Everyone was young and full of life. Although we rarely keep in touch now, I am sure we'd have things to talk about if we gathered. I was a little tempted. But next, I had to go shopping with Xia Sitao. I also had to look at a storefront for my parents. There was a lot to do. I really don't have the time. I've been too busy lately. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Wei Tianyu wouldn't let it go. Busy with what? Are you with your girlfriend, you little brat? You got a girlfriend and didn't tell me. I was even planning to introduce you to a girl from the dance department. You know how flexible they are. Conversations between guys always tend to go off track, especially for close brothers like us. Our school is full of beautiful girls. The dance department, the performance department, they're all so fresh and young. It's an art school. After all, they all make a living with their faces. But Wei Tianyu suddenly lowered his voice. But no matter how beautiful, are they as beautiful as your family member? If you're free, come find me. I laughed and hung up. I pressed the elevator button, a smile on my lips. I knew it. This guy. Wei Tianyu's wicked laugh came from the other end. The reunion is set for 2 days from now. I'll call you then. Come hang out if you're free. If not, that's fine. But before the holiday ends, I have to meet my sister-in-law. You get it. I immediately retorted. What do you mean? Younger sister-in-law? Call her older sister-in-law. It's normal for brothers to call each other older brother. All right, the elevator's here. I am hanging up. Without waiting for his reply, I hung up. I opened the high school class group chat. I found that they were still in a heated discussion. Guess who I saw at the mall today? Everyone. I saw Jiang Chen at a lingerie store. What? What was Jiang Chen doing at a lingerie store? What else? Buying lingerie, of course. Does he have some special hobby? His girlfriend is super ugly. Her figure is really unbearable to look at. Wang Shan fanned the flames in the group. Is that for real? Is my taste that bad? The group immediately exploded. Since Wang Shan said so, it's probably not fake. Right? The gossips chimed in. I scrolled through the chat history. I never thought I'd become the main character of the group's gossip. I scrolled down. I saw Wei Tainu's message to Wang Shan. Wang Shan, who doesn't know about your petty little schemes? What does me having a girlfriend have to do with you? Ugly people love to cause trouble. Wang Shan immediately retorted. There was a gap in Wei Tinu's chat history in the middle. He was probably calling me just then. I quickly scanned the chat history. I immediately understood the situation. Wang Shan was clearly provoked. That's why she ran to the high school class group to slander me. The others were just gossiping. Looking at the constantly refreshing messages, I directly sent a series of red packets to the group. There were 46 people in the class. I sent 44 red packets of 200 yuan each, a total of 8,800 yuan. Why were there two missing? One was for me, and the other, of course, was for Wang Shan. Each red packet had the note celebratory candy. The group chat immediately exploded. The screen was filled with notifications of red packets being claimed. In less than half a minute, all 44 red packets were gone. Holy crap. 200. Thanks. Big shot. The group was buzzing. Just then, Wang Linger suddenly sent a message. Why didn't I get a red packet? Only then did everyone realize. The 44 red packets were exactly one person short. Everyone looked towards Wang Shan. I directly at Wang Shan. Sorry, I didn't prepare a red packet for you. Please return the red packet you claimed to Wang Linger. The group went silent instantly. Everyone understood. You spread rumors about me in the group, and you still want to take my red packet? The worst part was that Wang Shan had actually claimed that red packet. She's got some thick skin. Brother, sister-in-law wants to buy a pair of diamond rings. Jiang Zhao Zhao spoke first, her eyes filled with admiration. This pair of rings costs at least 20,000 yuan. Xia Sidao is buying it just like that. We're both beauties. Why is the gap so big? Thinking about how she had to be a servant for a week just to buy a necklace, Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart soured with envy. Brother Jiang, do you think this ring is beautiful? Xia Sidao held out her slender finger. The diamond ring sparkled under the light. It's indeed very beautiful. Brother, I also. Just as Jiang Xiaoxiao was about to speak, I cut her off. You don't even have a boyfriend. What are you going to do with a couple's ring? My local slang rendered her speechless. Jiang Xiaoxiao lowered her head in grievance. This diamond ring was truly beautiful, but it depends on whose hand it's on. Actually, I am not interested in diamonds. I know it's all a marketing gimmick by businesses, but I can't help it that girls like them. Whether it was Xia Sidao or Jiang Xiaoxiao, they both stared at this ring without blinking. Ding! A random mission has been activated. Purchase a pair of diamond rings with a rarity score above 80. Reward: a pair of diamonds with a rarity score of 100. Although I don't understand diamond rankings, I have the data eye. Trading an 80-point item for a 100-point one. This deal is too good. Do you have the men's style? Let me see it, I said to the salesperson. Sir, please take a look. The employee took out a box. Inside was the men's ring. The diamond was slightly bigger. I picked up the ring. The system's notification sound rang out. Rarity: 58. How much is this pair? I asked. Sir, this is a platinum band with a diamond. The pair is 18,500. The employee explained. The price varies for rings with diamonds. This price was about what I expected. But the problem was, the two rings together cost nearly 20,000, yet the system score was only 58. It didn't even meet the standard. This is too ridiculous. Do you have anything better? I frowned and put the ring back in the box. The salesperson was stunned for a moment. Sir, what did you just say? I said, bring out the best pair of couples rings in your store. Diamond rings are usually sold in pairs. Ordinary people usually only buy them when they get married. Hearing me say this, the employee quickly nodded and went to get the good stuff. To be able to go shopping for diamond rings with beauties, like Xia Sidao and Jiang Xiaoxiao, he must be a rich second-generation kid. Brother Jiang, I think this pair of rings is quite good. Xia Sidao was a bit puzzled. It's indeed not bad, but it doesn't meet my standards. After all, this is the first time I am buying a pair of diamond rings. I can't be careless. Jiang Xiaoxiao pouted. Brother, you're delusional. She knew I made money, but she still thought my standards were too high. Only the newly rich buy the most expensive things. But Xia Sidao was very happy. She felt that I was being so serious because I cared about her. A girl's thoughts are sometimes so strange. A few minutes later, the salesperson returned with 2 boxes. Sir, these are the best diamond rings in our store. They are all works by a French designer. Each pair is over 2 carats, and each pair costs around 400,000. 400,000 for a pair was nothing to me and Xia Sidao. We could afford it easily. But Jiang Xiaoxiao was astonished. This was equivalent to her parents' salary for several years without spending a dime. Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at me in shock. Are you crazy? I ignored her and directly opened the ring box. The system's notification sound immediately rang out. Mission item detected. Rarity, 81. A ring over 400,000 barely met the 80-point standard. The system's requirements were really high. I opened the other box. Rarity, 80. How much are these two pairs of rings? I asked the salesperson directly. The salesperson was about to give a long speech, but I quickly interrupted. Just give me the price. The first pair is 465,800. The second is 418,800. I was a little surprised. Such a big difference? The salesperson explained. The purity of the diamonds is different. Actually, both pairs weren't bad. Either could complete the mission. I gave the choice to Shai Sidao. Which pair do you like? Sidao, which style do you like? I pushed the box of couples rings in front of Xia Sidao. Xia Sidao began to compare them seriously. Jiang Xiaoxiao stood beside them, frowning as she watched. She kept giving me meaningful looks, but I pretended not to see them. Sister Sidao, you take your time looking. I am going to get milk tea with my brother. Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Xia Sidao smiled and nodded. Jiang Xiaoxiao immediately pulled me outside. Can't you go by yourself? I am busy, I said reluctantly. I can't carry 3 cups by myself. Hurry up and come with me. Jiang Xiaoxiao firmly pulled me out. Not far from the store, Jiang Xiaoxiao stopped. Aren't we getting milk tea? I asked, puzzled. Brother, are you really stupid or just pretending? Jiang Xiaoxiao crossed her arms. She looked at me like I was an idiot. What's wrong with me? I looked confused. Yesterday you said that money was for renting a storefront for mom and dad. Today you're spending over 400,000 on a diamond ring. Are you crazy? Jiang Xiaoxiao stomped her foot in anger. Her small face was flushed. Actually, I had much more than 400,000. I was buying the diamond ring for the system's reward, but I couldn't say that. Don't you like these things the most? I smiled and pinched her cheek. Why are you feeling the pinch now? Jiang Xiaoxiao said angrily. How is that the same? I do like them, it's true, but I would never spend money recklessly. I can work part-time for a few months to buy a necklace, but I would never buy a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands. Jiang Xiaoxiao was red with anger. I couldn't help but laugh. The problem isn't how much the diamond ring costs. It's that you have to give one of them to Xia Sidao. Right? This pair of diamond rings is over 400,000. Although the diamond on the man's ring is a bit bigger, the woman's ring is still worth over 100,000. In Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes, Xia Sidao and I had only known each other for less than a month. Giving such an expensive gift already was indeed a bit extravagant. Seeing her hesitant expression, I knew exactly what she was thinking. That's right. On the surface, it might seem a bit foolish, but she didn't know that for Xia Sidao and me, our feelings had reached the point of unwavering devotion. Besides, it's not like she's short on money. I know what I am doing. After saying that, I turned to leave. Jiang Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but in the end, she just followed silently. I bought 3 drinks. I chose a fruit tea for myself. Milk tea is too rich. It's not to my taste. The other 2 cups were for them. Carrying the drinks, I returned to the jewelry store. I saw Shai Sidao with a middle-aged woman with an elegant aura, chatting. Sidao, here's your milk tea. I handed her the drink. This is on Tang. Xia Sidao took the milk tea and explained. She's choosing wedding rings for her son and daughter-in-law. She happened to see our diamond rings and started a conversation. Hello, Aunt Tang. I greeted her politely. This aunt looked very kind. She was about my parents' age, so calling her aunt was appropriate. The salesperson approached with 2 exquisite jewelry boxes. She handed one to Xia Sidao and the other to Aunt Tang. Your rings have been packaged, the salesperson said respectfully. Aunt Tang took the box. She smiled and said to Xia Sidao, Sidao, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Thank you for letting me have this ring. You're too kind, Auntie. Xia Sidao replied sweetly. After Aunt Tang left, I turned and asked Xia Sidao, have you chosen? I've chosen. She picked up the jewelry box. She naturally linked her arm with mine. I took out my bank card and handed it to the employee, but she seemed awkward. Sir, Miss Xia has already paid. When did she pay? I was a bit surprised. When you and Xiao Xiao went to get milk tea, Xia Sidao blinked. You bought the watch last time. This time, it's my turn. The salesperson sneakily glanced at the Patek Philippe on Xia Sidao's wrist and clicked her tongue in amazement, just casually giving each other gifts worth hundreds of thousands. This truly is the world of the rich. I smiled helplessly. I was originally planning to use this pair of rings to complete the system mission. I didn't expect Xia Sidao to pay for it first. Just then, the system's notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Xia Sidao's affection for the host has been detected. It has reached the level of unwavering devotion. Mission confirmed as completed. Reward: 1 pair of diamonds with a rarity of 100, stored in the system space. This was truly an unexpected joy. Although I couldn't use it for now, I had completed the mission anyway. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao was the most uncomfortable. Initially, she felt that me spending over 100,000 on a diamond ring was too wasteful, especially since my feelings for Xia Sidao weren't that deep yet. But she didn't expect Xia Sidao to Without a second word, buy this pair of diamond rings with her own money. Seeing my gaze shift to her, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt her face flush. It turned out her sister-in-law was so rich. She had buy a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands just like that, as easily as buying a bottle of water. I am so jealous. Jiang Xiao's heart was filled with envy. Now, all she could think about was how to please me, so that I would help her buy that necklace worth over 10,000. I patted Xie Sidao's head. Don't spend money recklessly like this in the future. She just smiled without saying anything. Let's go. I'll take you two back to the hotel to rest first. I have something to do later. Xie Sidao was indeed tired. She had rushed to the airport in the morning and shopped for so long in the afternoon, but she couldn't bear to leave my side from the beginning. Now that I said this, she obediently nodded. Jiang Xiao's mind was filled with that necklace. She was in no mood to continue shopping either. I took them to the 5-star hotel I had booked. It was a duplex suite over 80 square meters, fully furnished, just like a luxury apartment. Ah, brother, you're so good to sister-in-law. Jiang Xiao exclaimed in surprise as soon as she entered. She had lived in a small house all her life and in a dorm at university. It was her first time seeing such a luxurious room. That's a given. I put the shopping bags on the sofa. You two rest first. I'll arrange dinner. I'll come pick you up when it's time. After saying that, I left. Although buying the storefront wasn't urgent, I still wanted to get it done soon. He didn't know any wealthy people in Shangcheng, so for this matter of buying property, I'd probably still have to go to a real estate agency. I should go register with them early. They might be able to help me arrange things sooner. Hearing that I had important business to attend to, Xie Sidao nodded obediently. Then she stretched long. Just in time. I am a little tired too. I am going to take a nap. Xie Sidao's stretch was perfect. It fully displayed her figure. It made even Jiang Xiao next to her stare blankly. She glanced at me, who was also a bit dazed. Then she silently went into her room. Xie Sidao seemed to notice my unusual reaction, but she didn't put her arms down. Instead, after Jiang Xiao went into her room, she hugged me. Then she stood on her tiptoes. A dozen seconds later, the two of us separated. I am very satisfied today. This is your reward. A smile played on Xie Sidao's lips. Is that all for the reward? I smacked my lips. I seemed to still be savoring the warm fragrance from just now. After dinner tonight, I'll take Xiao home. I'll come find you, okay? As a hot-blooded young man, and being teased a little by Xie Sidao, I couldn't help but start having some bad ideas. But Xia Sidao didn't respond to me. She took a set of clothes and went into the bathroom. Remember to pick us up after you're done this afternoon. I am going to take a shower first. I wanted to say more, but Xie Sidao had already entered the bathroom. Slam. The bathroom door was closed. All right then. I had to reluctantly give up. As I left, I closed the door behind me. Back in the living room, I opened a real estate app. I found a nearby nationally known real estate company. I made an appointment with their salesperson. Then, I went over immediately. As soon as I entered the company, a woman in her 30 seconds came to greet me. I asked, I have an appointment with someone named Hui Zi. Is she here? I just didn't expect that after I said this. The woman shook her head. Sir, you don't understand. For something like buying a house, you definitely need to find someone experienced to serve you. Hui Zi is just a recent graduate. She hasn't closed a single deal. Her experience in this area is really too poor. The woman's words stunned me a bit. No way. She was clearly trying to steal a client, but I didn't refuse. I followed the woman to the reception room. After I sat down, she poured me a glass of water. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go get some documents. I nodded. I didn't say anything. But after the woman went out, my phone rang. I took it out and saw it was a call from Hui Zi. After I answered, Hui Zi's voice came from the other end. Mr. Jiang? May I ask where you are now? If you can't find our store, I can come out to meet you. Hui Zi's voice was as calm and steady as ever. I am in the reception room of your Anjia agency. I didn't hide it either. What? The person just now was you? Hearing my words, the usually calm Hui Zi was no longer calm. A few seconds after I spoke, the door to the reception room opened. A girl in office attire, who looked to be in her early 20s, walked in. The noteworthy thing was, this girl was very beautiful. If I were to rate her, Hui Zi's score would definitely be above 90. The girl who entered looked at me sitting there and said a bit hastily, Mr. Jiang, it's me. You're Miss Hui Zi, right? I replied, upon receiving my response. Hui Zi seemed a little excited. I just said I would come to the door to meet you. I didn't expect you to already be inside. Hui Zi seemed to be explaining why she didn't wait for me at the door, but that wasn't important to me. All I wanted was to buy a property that satisfied me. Everything else was superficial. Hui Zi wanted to say something else. The door to the reception room was pushed open again. The young woman from before walked in, holding a folder. After seeing Hui Zi, she couldn't help but frown. Hui Zi, what are you doing in the reception room? Get out. I need to receive a client. The young woman glared at Hui Zi. Her direct words stunned Hui Zi. Your client? Hui Zi mumbled a sentence, but then immediately reacted. I was clearly the one who contacted Mr. Zhang. Luna, you can't just steal a client from your own colleague. Huizi seemed agitated by this woman and said continuously, "You used this same trick to steal a client from me last time. Now, you're doing it again. Don't go too far." Hearing Huizi's words, Luna crossed her arms and started to sneer. "A newbie. A 5 million deal. Can you even handle it? If something really goes wrong, can you take responsibility for it?" After speaking, Luna waved her hand, signaling for Huizi to leave. The argument between the two had attracted the attention of quite a few people. Since everyone saw each other regularly, Luna publicly stealing a deal like this, it was impossible for others not to know. At this time, quite a few people were gathered around the door of the reception room. I just sat there watching the two of them argue, not saying a word. Seeing that Huizi was about to be driven away, my voice rang out. I was the one who told Miss Huizi not to come meet me, and it's also true that I contacted her first. The two who had been arguing incessantly. After I said this, the matter was settled. Both of them looked at me at the same time, but Huizi's eyes were filled with gratitude, while Lune showed some dissatisfaction. A man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s walked in, since Huizi contacted Mr. Jiang first. Then Lune, you should back down voluntarily. The man who entered was wearing a store manager named Tag. His words still held some weight. Luna heard the store manager's words. She could only answer with a yes, then gave me a deep look. Then she turned and left the reception room. It's just that after leaving the reception room, I could hear Luna's sarcastic voice. A kid in his teens, making such a big deal out of renting a place. Seeing this, the store manager also said a word of apology to me. Then he told the others outside to disperse. The once noisy reception room suddenly became quiet, leaving the two people in the reception room, a little unsure of what to say. Huizi looked at me gratefully and spoke up. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for speaking up for me just now." I shook my head. I said with a slightly helpless tone, "It's nothing. That's the truth. I really did contact Huizi first. Workability is one thing. If Huizi's workability can't satisfy me, it won't be too late to switch to someone else then. Let me pour you some water." It was clear that Huizi's experience in this area was truly lacking. If it were someone else, they would have started asking about my needs long ago, and then help recommend types of properties. But Huizi didn't seem to know how to start approaching this matter. I could only shake my head and say, "No need, Miss Huizi. My time is very limited. If possible, I hope you can record my property requirements and then quickly help me find the property I need." Since Huizi was inexperienced, I could only take the initiative. Hearing my words, Huizi quickly said, "Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll go get a pen and a notebook." I grunted in acknowledgement. After Huizi went out for about 10 seconds, she ran back quickly, as if she was afraid that during the time she was gone, someone would steal the deal again. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, you can speak now." Huizi sat down next to me. She opened her notebook. I nodded, then slowly began to speak. "I want to buy a storefront. The location shouldn't be too remote, around 200 to 300 square meters, with a budget of about 10 million. I stated my requirements, but Huizi, who was taking notes, suddenly stopped and turned to look at me. "Mr. Jiang, did you just say 10 million? Huizi interrupted me. I couldn't help but look over. Is there a problem? After Huizi was stunned for a moment, she revealed a joyful expression. No problem, no problem. Mr. Jiang, please continue. I'll keep taking notes. I will definitely find a satisfactory property for you. I paused for a moment, then continued. Oh, right. It would be best if the other party can be decisive. We need to confirm within these few days. After confirming, I can pay the full amount in one go. Hearing this, Huizi looked at me in surprise, then continued writing on the paper. Okay, Mr. Jiang. May I ask if you have any time requirements? I nodded and continued. If possible, I hope that during this National Day holiday, we can complete all the procedures during the holiday, because my schedule might be a bit busy after this. Within a week? Huizi mumbled to herself, then nodded. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I will definitely, within a week, find a suitable property for you. After signing the consignment agreement, Huizi personally saw me out. Mr. Jiang, do you need me to drive you? Huizi asked. You have a car? I turned to look at Huizi. If I remember correctly, Huizi probably just started working here. Plus, judging by her age, she probably just graduated from university. Being asked a question like that by me, Huizi's face showed some embarrassment as she quickly said, It's a company car, but I have a driver's license. You can rest assured. Hearing Huizi's answer, I couldn't help but smile. No need. Miss Huizi, you should quickly help me find the property I need. Huizi nodded and said, Okay, then take care, Mr. Jiang. After I left, Huizi turned and went back to the company, but after she went inside, she found that there were quite a few colleagues looking at her. After Huizi entered, the store manager called out, Huizi, could you come in for a moment? Looking at the strange gazes of the colleagues around her, Huizi could only brace herself and walk in, but after entering, she discovered that Luna, the one who had tried to snatch her deal earlier, was also there. Huizi asked, Store manager, is something wrong? The store manager looked at Huizi, thought for a moment, and said, Huizi, I've had Luna give you 2 rental deals. After all, the headquarters assigns tasks every year. Deals worth tens of millions like this one are also taken very seriously by headquarters. I have to ensure that the deal won't be snatched by another company. Assigning someone with rich experience to take over is something I have to do. Huizi turned to look at Luna. What are you looking at me for? In terms of seniority and experience, I am indeed much more experienced than you. Seeing Huizi look over, Luna couldn't help but shoot her a glance. I was already tricked by you people last time. Do you think you'll be tricked again this time? At this point, everything had basically been laid bare. Huizi's face also showed anger, but because of the pressure, she didn't explode. Besides, store manager, didn't you just say that you were giving this deal to me? Huizi looked towards the store manager again. I didn't know just now. The store manager was about to say something when he was interrupted by Huizi. I didn't expect this deal to be so valuable, Huizi sneered. Either way, I won't agree. Being shut down by Huizi, the store manager also frowned slightly. He glanced at Luna and said, Luna, you go out first. I need to have a few words with Huizi. Seemingly knowing what the store manager was about to do, Luna nodded. She gave Huizi a meaningful look, then turned and walked out of the store manager's office. She even closed the door on her way out. At this time, only 2 people were left in the office, the store manager and Huizi. Huizi, have a seat first. Don't be angry. After Luna left, the store manager's expression softened considerably, but Huizi had no intention of giving him any face. Yeah. Just sit down. I'll talk this over with you slowly. Seeing that Huizi didn't move, the store manager could only continue to persuade her. Only then did Huizi sit down on the sofa. The store manager didn't say anything either, but proactively went to pour Huizi a glass of water. You know how many deals Luna closes in a month, right? Huizi frowned slightly. Although she had only been here for a short time, she didn't know much about the past situation at the Angie store. She didn't understand much, but that didn't stop her from seeing in the past few days that Luna closed quite a few deals. Huizi didn't drink the water. She just replied coolly, if the store manager wants to say that Luna has rich experience, then you don't need to say any more. In any case, I won't give the deal to her. She originally thought that after saying this, the store manager would immediately turn hostile, but unexpectedly, the other party didn't turn hostile. Instead, the smile on his face grew wider. I never said I was going to give this deal to Luna. After all, if this deal can be completed, the commission would be tens of thousands. No one would be that stupid. The store manager squinted his eyes, a lewd smile appearing on his face. Hearing the store manager's words, Huizi also breathed a small sigh of relief. Since he had said that, he probably wouldn't make things difficult for her anymore, right? But you also know that if a deal like this is lost, reporting it to headquarters will result in a reprimand. You understand this, right? The store manager sat down next to Huizi. Of course, although your experience isn't enough, but if I am here to help you keep an eye on things, I can guarantee that no problems will arise. Besides, if any problems do come up, I can take the fall for you. As he said these words, the store manager's eyes were fixed on Huizi's fair white thighs. Really? Then thank you, store manager. Huizi didn't notice anything unusual. Hearing this, she quickly spoke up. No need to thank me. But I feel that if you go and take on this deal just like this, something is still lacking. How about this? Tonight, you come to my place. I'll give you some private tutoring. I see. Your experience seems a bit insufficient, the store manager said, while placing his hand on Huizi's thigh. Huizi was a newcomer to the industry. That wasn't wrong, but she wasn't an idiot. If he had already said this much, and she still didn't know what the store manager wanted to do, then she would truly be an idiot. Huizi suddenly stood up, her knee hitting the coffee table, causing Huizi to frown tightly. Store manager, please have some respect. My experience is indeed lacking, but not to the point where I have to sell my body. After speaking, Huizi intended to leave, but the store manager's voice rang out again. If I remember correctly, your family's financial situation isn't very good. Is it? Just one sentence from the store manager made Huizi freeze on the spot. Of course, you can also try walking out that door, but I can't guarantee that this person here, won't abuse my power. Perhaps after you walk out that door, you will no longer be an employee of Anja tomorrow. It's not impossible. By then, won't the deal just fall back into my hands? You should think it over carefully. After all, this is tens of thousands. Hearing this, Huizi abruptly turned her head to look at the store manager, only to see the store manager sitting properly on the sofa, looking completely at ease, as if he was very confident about this matter. But he didn't expect that. His usually effective trick would fail on Huizi. Huizi directly picked up the paper cup on the table and threw it at the store manager. The water in the cup wasn't hot. It could only be considered warm water. But in this situation, being splashed with water by a subordinate still made the store manager lose all face. You should go find Luna for guidance instead. Huizi, haven't fallen that low. After Huizi said that, she turned and left the office. The office door was slammed shut by Huizi. Everyone sitting outside looked towards Huizi, But Huizi didn't say a word. She returned to her desk and started packing her things. Everyone was stunned. They had just heard that Huizi was about to sign a huge deal worth tens of millions. How come after one trip to the office, she started slamming doors? Seeing Huizi like this, Lune walked into the store manager's office in her high heels. It's just that after she went inside, she saw the store manager's pathetic state. She was also a bit surprised. Lune quickly pulled out 2 tissues to help the store manager wipe his clothes. What happened? How did you get all wet? Luna said with a concerned look. Don't mention it. The store manager got even angrier when he heard that. He shouted out the door. Huizi, from now on, you are no longer an employee of Njia. Pack your things and get out. The store manager's voice was very loud. The entire office area could hear it. On the other hand, when Luna heard this statement from the store manager, she had already guessed the whole story. This Huizi was still too young, with too little experience after all. If it were her, Luna, she would have, no matter what, kept this deal in her own hands. In that case, store manager, now that Huizi has been fired, the deal from just now, Luna asked tentatively. The store manager glanced at Luna and then spoke. Come to my place tonight. You have to use the back door. Hearing this from the store manager, Luna wasn't angry, but rather happy. If she could get this deal by using the back door, it was more than worth it. Oh, right. I might have to go on a business trip to Jiangcheng in a while. You'll come with me then. There are a few things I need your help with. After the store manager finished speaking, he looked Luna up and down again. Okay. Then I'll tell my husband in advance and tell him not to bother me then. Luna also quickly agreed. That's more like it. A deal with a commission of tens of thousands. How could it be settled with just one trip through the back door? You have to go through both the top and bottom doors a few times at least. Although the other party was a bit greedy, as long as she could get the deal, it was fine. Luna wasn't as stupid as Huizi, turning away money that was delivered right to her door. But you have to be careful with that little girl Huizi. She won't give up so easily. The store manager reminded her again. Don't worry. Right now, Huizi is just an unemployed person. What does she have to compete with me? A smile appeared on Luna's face. Regarding these matters, I was completely unaware. Even if I knew, I wouldn't have felt anything. This is the real work environment. Although it's a bit dark, it's an incredibly realistic dog-eat-dog world, especially when faced with a deal that could earn tens of thousands. It would be strange if no one came to fight for it, but there was nothing to do even if I went back now. Only 2 hours had passed since I left. Xia Siyao and Zhang Xiao had probably just fallen asleep not long ago, so I sat for a while at a milk tea shop next to the hotel and made dinner reservations at the same time. Just as I was about to get up and go back to the hotel room, my phone rang again. I took out my phone to look and found it was an unknown number. Moreover, the phone automatically identified the caller as a real estate agent. I thought it was Huizi calling, but if it were Huizi calling, there should have been a contact name. After a moment of thought, I still answered. Who is it? I asked. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Luna from Njia. You probably still have some impression of me. Luna. Hearing the other person's words, an image appeared in my mind of the woman who had fought with Huizi for the deal. No. Wait, it should be said. A married woman. If you look at her alone, Luna also had some looks. It's just that, when she was with Huizi, I automatically classified her as a middle-aged woman. But why was Luna calling me? I know. Is something wrong? I asked again. It's like this. Mr. Jiang, Huizi has already resigned from our company, so I will be taking over her deal. I happen to have on hand right now a few properties that match your requirements. If you have time this afternoon, you can go take a look with me. Luna's words made me frown slightly. Huizi resigned? The deal is now being handled by Luna, although whether Huizi was still working or not had nothing to do with me. But this was too sudden. My intuition told me something was up, but I didn't say anything. What made me frown was the time Luna arranged. Sorry, I have to eat with my girlfriend in the afternoon, so I don't have time. These two things conflicted. This was the real reason I frowned. Then let's do it in the evening. If you're not busy in the evening, I can also treat you to a few drinks. Hearing that I had something to do in the afternoon, Luna immediately changed the time. Well, see tonight. We'll talk if there's nothing else going on. If it's in the evening, the time won't conflict. But this was probably the best option. But I wasn't sure if in the evening, Xia Siyao would have other plans. If there were other plans, I would definitely have to accompany Jia Siyao first. Okay. Mr. Jiang, then I'll contact you tonight. Getting this answer was satisfying enough for Luna. After all, she was stealing a deal from someone else. To completely convince me, when we meet, she would still have many opportunities, especially when dealing with a young person like me. Just by using a few tricks, she could make me completely infatuated. In terms of looks and figure, she might not be a match for Huizi. But how can a green apple be as delicious as a ripe peach? Even the store manager was conquered by her, let alone me. After I hung up, Luna pushed away the store manager's hand that was on her thigh. Store manager, you heard him. I probably have to go see Mr. Jiang tonight. Luna shook her phone. The store manager nodded upon hearing this. I know. But don't forget what you promised me before. For this commission, I am taking a 30% cut. Although the store manager's hand had just been pushed away by Lu Na, he placed it back on her again at this moment. Hearing the store manager's words, Lu Na didn't refuse. Don't worry. We've been cooperating for so many years. The money I owe you. Have I ever been short a single cent? Luna said, while glancing at the store manager. No wonder Lu Na could get so many deals. It turns out the store manager was behind her, frantically, providing resources to Lu Na. Since you have plans tonight, then now, come home with me. On another note, I also knocked on the door of the hotel suite. After ringing the bell twice, the door was opened. Xia Xiao was wearing the hotel's disposable slippers. Her hair was a bit messy, and her eyes weren't even fully open. Seeing me at the door, she immediately hugged my waist. Jiang Chen, I am so sleepy. Ah. I stroked Xia's Ayao's head and said, let's eat first. Well, go back to sleep after we eat. Xia Xiao hummed in agreement, then she raised her head slightly. I understood her hint and lowered my head a little. After a kiss, the three of us went to a high-end steakhouse, as expected of a high-end restaurant. Just this private room alone was an eye-opener for me. Even Xia Xiao and Jiang Xiao showed looks of surprise. When we finished eating and were paying the bill, Jiang Xiao saw that the meal cost tens of thousands of yuan. Thinking about the steak she hadn't finished earlier, she looked at me and said, Brother, do you think the steak will still be good if we take it home and reheat it? Jiang Xiao looked at me with a pouty face. I don't know why. Seeing this expression on Jiang Xiao, I really wanted to laugh. At this moment, the waitress beside her spoke up. Miss Jiang, we don't recommend reheating steak, especially in a home microwave. It will ruin the original flavor of the dish. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao's face completely fell. She could only look at me with pleading eyes. Looking at the steak on Jiang Xiao's plate, I suddenly had a new idea. I turned to look at the waitress. Do you have a small pot here? The kind you can cook noodles in yourself? The waitress didn't quite understand why I was asking that, but she still nodded and said, yes, we do. Mr. Jiang, would you like to eat noodles? I nodded. Please bring me one. Also, bring me some green vegetables and a pack of instant noodles. The waitress responded with an okay and turned to leave. When she returned a few minutes later, she had prepared everything. Then I directly cooked the instant noodles right there on the spot. Jiang Xiao stared at me, stunned. Brother, what are you doing? I held up the empty instant noodle wrapper for them to see. Cooking noodles. What else? Braised beef noodles. Have you guys never had it before? Everyone was shocked. Braised beef noodles. Well, okay, it really was braised beef noodles, because now the noodles in the pot and the picture on the package were exactly the same. The picture and the dish matched perfectly. At the same time, the system's notification sound also rang out. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the truth of a perfect life. Completed hidden main mission. Unleash yourself. Reward. Double money blessing. Reward. 10 million in cash. Reward. 1 top-of-the-line Ferrari convertible. Reward. 1 villa in Shangcheng. Reward. 10 ultimate food rebate cards. Reward. 10 ultimate spending rebate cards. A series of rewards from the system. I didn't know how to express the joyful surprise in my heart. I couldn't help but smile. No way, brother. Why are you smiling so slyly? My consciousness was still immersed in the system space. When Jiang Xiao's voice sounded in my ear, I could only withdraw my consciousness. And then I heard her continue. Brother, I am hungry again. What should I do? Jiang Xiao was very sure that she was full before, but when she saw this bowl of braised beef noodles of mine, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. You can't blame her for not having a strong will. The instant noodles were truly too tempting. Xia Xiao also smiled and nodded. Wait a minute, Jiang Chen. Let me take a picture. I have to record this extravagant moment of yours. As Xia Xiao spoke, she really took out her phone and took 2 pictures. Then she immediately posted it on her moments. This is what you call braised beef noodles. After Xia Xiao finished taking pictures, I had already started eating. I have to say, this instant noodle meal was really fragrant. After all, it was a steak worth nearly 10,000 yuan. Even the 1 yuan pack of instant noodles became much more delicious. I used facts to prove one thing. It's not that instant noodles aren't delicious. It's just that there's not enough meat. Allow me to manually tag a certain noodle brand here. Jiang Xiao kept watching from the side, watching me eat a bite of noodles. A piece of meat, occasionally taking a bite of egg. What was even more outrageous was that I even blew on the soup, slurped it, and drank a satisfying mouthful. This made it even more unbearable for Jiang Xiao. Brother, leave 2 pieces for me. After speaking, Jiang Xiao reached out to snatch it. I quickly dodged. Weren't you not eating anymore? At this moment, my phone rang, so I handed the bowl in my hand to Jiang Xiao. Don't eat it all. I'll take this call first. Jiang Xiao agreed very quickly. Then she picked up a few pieces of meat and stuffed them into her mouth with a satisfied expression. Xia Xiao watched me and Jiang Xiao fighting over it, and felt a little envious without realizing it. This is probably the benefit of having siblings at home. It could make Jiang Xiao, who was already full, fight to eat a little more at this moment. I didn't notice the envious look on Xia Xiao's face at all. I took out my phone to have a look, and discovered it was a call from Lai Xiaodong. After I answered, Lai Xiaodong's exaggerated voice immediately came from the other end. Brother Jiang, you're so extravagant that you're using a 5 Wagyu beef to cook instant noodles. Well, alright. It seems Li Xiaodong has already seen Xia Xiao's moments post. To be able to recognize a 5 beef steak from just a photo, Li Xiaodong's eye for things is quite sharp. I explained, no, my sister ordered 2 pieces. She couldn't finish 1 piece, so I used it to make instant noodles. Li Xiaodong was a bit speechless. I give up. I really give up on you. What does a grade 5 beef steak taste like in instant noodles? I nodded. Not bad at all. I suggest you try it. Brother Dong, you deliberately called me. Surely it wasn't just to ask about the steak. Li Xiaodong hurriedly said. Of course not. I called to report on the work progress to you. I've almost finished recruiting the people. The company's business license is also being processed, but the license part will be a bit slow. Even with connections, it will still take a week. I have to say, Li Xiaodong's work efficiency is still very high. A process that would take others at least 2 months to complete only takes a week in Li Xiaodong's hands. This is a sign of capability. Although Li Xiaodong has it so easy, because he has Li Tianming backing him, it cannot be denied that, when it comes to handling these things, Li Xiaodong is indeed better than me. I have to admit this point. Thanks a lot, Brother Dong, I said. Don't just say thank you. Do something practical. For example, a grade 5 Wagyu beef steak. Listening to me, Li Xiaodong on the other end of the line was frantically hinting. No, it was a direct hint. I discovered something. Li Xiaodong also seems to be extremely particular about food. No problem. You find a place. Just don't try to gnaw on the whole cow when the time comes, I replied with a laugh. I happen to have an ultimate gourmet card on hand. It would be great if I could spend it all. Besides, remember to call all the future key employees of the company then. The new company's first meal is on me. After receiving my answer, Li Xiaodong was quite satisfied, but after a moment's hesitation, he still said, you don't need to treat the company staff to grade 5 Wagyu beef. We haven't even earned a single penny yet. Don't eat the company into bankruptcy. I could tell Li Xiaodong was still very concerned about my money. Well, talk about this then. Let's discuss it again after we get back. After finishing the phone call, I looked at Jiang Xiao again. This girl had already eaten everything clean. It was already 9 p.m. when we left the restaurant. When we got downstairs, I realized something. All 3 of us drank red wine. We couldn't drive. Xia Yao suggested, Brother Jiang, let's pick up the car tomorrow. We can just take a taxi home. Actually, I had the same idea. At most, it would just be a little inconvenient tomorrow. I looked at Jiang Xiao. Xiao, we've eaten. We've drunk. I'll call a taxi for you to go home. Who knew that, after hearing me say that, Jiang Xiao immediately hugged Xia Xiao's arm. Take me with you. You're not coming home with me? Jiang Xiao retorted. Ahem. Well, I still have something to do. You go home first. I didn't know how to say it. I had some thoughts, but these thoughts couldn't be spoken aloud. But Jiang Xiao and Xia Xiao heard what I said. They both knew what I was planning. Xia Xiao's face unconsciously blushed. Although she hadn't known me for long, deep down in Xia Xiao's heart, she didn't resist the idea of that happening with me at all. The only thing she might have a slight resistance to was that it would happen in a hotel. Xia Xiao said nothing, but Jiang Xiao spoke up. If you have something to do, then go do it. Don't worry. He'll take good care of my sister-in-law. After speaking, Jiang Xiao waved her hand and called a taxi that was just passing by, pulling Xia Yao towards the taxi. I hurriedly stopped Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, isn't a tens of thousands yuan steak enough to make you behave? Do you still want your necklace? I glared threateningly. If it were before, Jiang Xiao would always back down whenever I glared at her. But this time, not only did she not, she even took a step forward. Who told you to bully me this afternoon? After speaking, Jiang Xiao wanted to pull Xia Xiao away. I wanted to say something else, but Xia Xiao stopped first. Xiao, he'll have a few words with your brother in a moment. Hearing that, Jiang Xiao let go of Xia Xiao's hand. Xia Xiao walked over, came to my side, then leaned her mouth to my ear, and gently said something that made my eyes light up immediately. You're the one who said it. Don't you dare run away then. I tilted my head to look at Xia Xiao, who was right in front of me, with an excited expression. I said it. Looking at my expression, Xia Xiao also laughed. After hearing those words, and getting so excited, Xia Xiao was still very happy. Then you two go ahead. Go home and sleep alone. I didn't hesitate anymore. After kissing Xia Xiao on the forehead, I said, Jiang Xiao, not far away, stared blankly at the two of us. From my initial unwilling expression, to my current satisfied expression was the difference in between just a single sentence. Xia Xiao still left with Jiang Xiao Xiao, leaving me alone. But not only did I not feel any sense of loss, on the contrary, I was even a little excited. Some things are truly a blessing in disguise. At this moment, the phone rang again. I thought it was Xia Si Yao calling. Perhaps she had forgotten something. I took it out to see. It was an unknown number. The caller ID showed real estate agent. I immediately knew who it was. Looking at the time, it wasn't too late, but it wasn't early either. After hesitating for a moment, I still answered the call. Hello, Miss Liu. On the other end, Lu Na said in surprise, Mr. Jiang, you still remember me? Are you free now? I want to take you to see some properties. Her voice sounded very tired. I am a bit far right now. Besides, it's not early anymore. How about tomorrow? I tactfully declined. Lu Na insisted. Please don't. Mr. Jiang, aren't you in a hurry to find a property? I can introduce a few places to you tonight first, so you'll be prepared when you go see them tomorrow. After all, it's a property worth tens of millions of yuan. It's not wrong to do a little more research. I thought that made sense. All right then. I am at the Fu Yu restaurant. After giving the address, I hung up. I found a bar and went in. In recent years, the economy has developed rapidly. Entertainment venues have sprung up everywhere. Bars are especially common. But they are divided into two types. Quiet bars are small and tranquil. Nightclubs are a huge investment, starting at tens of millions. The high-end ones can go up to 100 million. It was my first time in a place like this. The environment wasn't noisy. It was just that the lighting was a bit dim. On the small stage in the middle, a girl was singing. My Jifang West. Singing this song in Shangcheng is quite interesting. She sang quite well. I found an inconspicuous empty seat and sat down. The waiter immediately came over with a tablet. Hello, sir. What would you like to drink? I took the tablet. It was full of flashy names. Things like Heart of the Ocean, Deep Love. I couldn't even tell what they were from the illustrations. I don't understand these things. Just get me a non-alcoholic drink. I returned the tablet to him. I have no interest in alcohol. I've always been moderate with my drinking. After all, if I get drunk, I am the one who suffers. Yes, sir. How about a glass of lemonade for you, sir? The waiter tapped a few times on the tablet. Okay. I took out my phone and opened the payment code. A glass of lemonade was 52 yuan, several times more expensive than outside. But now, 52 yuan to me is just a matter of taking a few more breaths. I've already earned it back. The lemonade was brought over quickly. I finally had time to check the system's rewards. Jiang Xiao Xiao had interrupted me earlier. Now, I could take a closer look. The system rewarded me with 10 million yuan in cash, bringing my account balance to 14.52 million. I originally thought I'd have to wait until I used the 90% real estate discount card to become a 10 millionaire. I didn't expect the cash in my account to have already surpassed 10 million. More importantly, now, the daily wealth blessing can earn me over 100,000. Soon, the cash in my account could exceed 20 million. The company was established at the right time. Otherwise, with such a large cash flow, even with the system helping to cover it up, it would be very difficult to completely hide the traces. Having a company as a front makes things much simpler. It's entirely possible to use financial tricks to legitimize this money. The system seemed to see through my thoughts. A ding notification sounded. The money will be transferred through a securities firm's channel. After the company is established, the system will, based on the position and importance of the employees, automatically increase their loyalty. The highest it can reach is 100 loyalty points. As expected of the perfect life system, every aspect has been thoughtfully considered. Once the money goes through the company account, there's no need to worry about the risk of exposure anymore. I even saved the effort of winning people over. I was originally worried that the company's employees were all Li Tianming's people, and I could be sidelined at any time. I was planning to use the A5 Wagyu beef treat to prove my financial strength and win people's hearts. Although the method is a bit old-fashioned, it is indeed effective. Now the system has directly solved this problem. I can finally rest assured. Looking at the remaining supercar and real estate. A Ferrari 812 convertible. Although I don't know much about cars, having the Ferrari logo certainly isn't cheap. I took out my phone to look it up, and was immediately stunned by the system's generosity. The base model is already 4.85 million, and the one the system gave me is the top of the line. Fully optioned version, adding options and various taxes and fees. The on-road price directly jumps to over 7 million. But so what? It's a free gift from the system anyway. It'd be a waste not to take it. Ding. The host can claim the car at any time. Different cities will be issued different license plates. After claiming it, you need to go to a Ferrari 4-second store to pick up the car. The system has paid for everything in full. Even the license plate has been taken care of. This is truly an unexpected surprise. In big cities, the biggest headache when buying a car is the license plate. Especially in a place like Jiangcheng, getting a number is as hard as climbing to the heavens. So I decided to wait until I am in Jiangcheng before I claim the Ferrari 812. The most important part has finally arrived. The villa in Yunding Tiangong, Xiangcheng. When the system's notification sounded, I was stunned for a moment. Yunding Tiangong is the most high-end villa complex in Shangcheng. It was newly built 2 years ago, located right near the city center. The initial projected price was 540,000 yuan per square meter. It's quite a bit higher than the average price in Shangcheng, but it's absolutely worth the money. The smallest unit is over 1,000 square meters. That comes out to at least 50 million. This villa alone is worth half a small goal. Adding in the other assets, my assets have now firmly surpassed 70 million. If I include the consumption rebate card, exceeding 80 million isn't a problem. After taking stock of the gains, I exited the system space and took a sip of lemonade. The phone rang again. It was Luna calling to ask for the address. I said a few simple words and hung up. A few minutes later, the charming Luna walked over. Different from her office attire during the day, she was now wearing a red dress, showing off her already curvy figure, making it even more alluring. Every step was graceful and elegant, causing the surrounding gentlemen to turn their heads. She walked straight towards me and sat down with a bright smile. "How did you know I wanted a drink, Mr. Jiang?" I was a little helpless. "Did you bring the documents?" Luna pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry. I am thirsty. Treat me to a drink first." After saying that, she sat right next to me. I frowned. "Do you need to sit that close?" She shook her phone. "Of course. The documents are all in here." I glanced at my watch. It's already 10:30. Luna noticed my Patek Philippe watch. A greedy glint flashed in her eyes. She ordered a set of B-52 bomber cocktails and leaned even closer to me. This clever woman was clearly not satisfied with just completing a simple deal like this. Luna was no innocent girl. She was only thinking now about how to fish for benefits. Whether it was using connections with the store manager or getting my help, it was all the same to her. Besides, I was richer and younger than the store manager. Perhaps she could even gain more benefits. As she got closer, I smelled a strange scent, mixed with the strong smell of cheap perfume, which made me frown involuntarily. I shifted to the side. "How did you know I wanted to sit closer, Mr. Jiang?" Luna slightly curled her red lips and directly took out her phone, opening the property photos in her album. "Look at this one. 280 square meters. It's at the entrance of the Lin and Street subway station, a prime location, around 9.5 million yuan. This price was right within my budget range. 9 to 11 million was an acceptable range for me, but after seeing the photo, I shook my head. It's too narrow and long. The decoration will be very ugly. Are there any others?" Luna quickly swiped to the next one. Yes. This one is 270 square meters. On the second floor of the food street, 9.7 million yuan. The location is indeed not bad. It's very suitable for a restaurant. But I still want to see more. She flipped to the third one, in a shopping mall. 280 square meters. 10.5 million. Customer flow is definitely guaranteed. In a shopping mall like this, while the property won't lack customers, that's about its limit. "Mr. Jiang, if you're interested, you need to be quick and make a decision," Luna said as she leaned against me. I was only wearing a thin shirt, so I could clearly feel the softness of her chest. At this moment, the waiter just came back, carrying several colorful glasses of liquor. "Miss, here is your B-52 bomber." Luna picked up a glass and was about to hand it to me. I quickly waved my hand. "Sorry, I don't drink." This colorful glass of liquor already looked untrustworthy. I rarely even touch beer normally. Luna wouldn't let it go and urged, "Come on, just have one drink with me." I really couldn't refuse, so I had to take the glass. Just one. After this drink, well, talk business. One glass down. First, a cold liquid slid down my throat, which immediately turned into a burning sensation. It burned from my throat all the way to my stomach. This taste is so strange. It has both lemon and white liquor, and also a bitter taste. No wonder it's called a B-52 bomber. Luna wanted to offer a second glass. I resolutely refused to drink more. I quickly took a sip of lemonade to calm down. Seeing that she couldn't persuade me, Luna drank 3 glasses herself. Her face immediately turned red, and her eyes started to get hazy. This alcohol kicks in really fast, doesn't it? "Mr. Jiang, let me introduce this property to you." Luna's entire body was pressed against me. My arm was being rubbed back and forth by her. Who could stand that? Even worse, she had taken off her high heels at some point. Her bare foot gently rubbed against my calf. This level of attack is too powerful. This property is very well designed. Minus the 30 square meter back kitchen, it can still fit 14 tables. Luna spoke close to my ear. Her hot breath made my ear itch. She flipped through the photo album on her phone, and suddenly flipped to a photo that made my eyes widen. In the photo, Luna was wearing revealing clothes, as if it was taken right after a workout. I quickly swiped past it, but the image was already imprinted in my mind. I returned the phone to her. "Sorry." Luna leaned against me and said, "I should be the one apologizing. I wasn't careful with my photos." She added with hazy eyes, "Mr. Jiang, you can call me Nana." I was a bit stunned. She was more than 10 years older than me. Such an intimate form of address. Luna in the red dress was practically glued to my chest. Not only was she not angry, on the contrary, it seemed like she was waiting for me to praise her. "Actually, I work out often. she said softly. I keep my figure quite well. If Mr. Jiang didn't see clearly. As she spoke, her hands started to wander. If I still didn't realize what Lu Na wanted to do, then I would have wasted all these years of my life. I never thought that I, the great handsome Jiang, would one day have the beauty trap used on me. Although this beauty is far from my standards, but this feeling of being pursued is quite satisfying. I silently activated the data eye and scanned Lu Na's stats. Beauty, 77 points. Barely considered still charming. Figure, 85 points. Indeed better than average. Purity, 35 points. It was followed by a system notification. A bus is not as good as a private car. This one carries risks. Please drive carefully. Seeing the 3 words carries risks, I quickly looked at the details carefully. If I hadn't looked, I would have been startled and jumped up. Sorry. I have a girlfriend. Lu Na was leaning against me. My sudden standing up made her stumble and fall right onto the sofa. Luckily, it was a sofa. Otherwise, she would have definitely fallen flat on her face. She looked at me blankly, completely, not understanding why my attitude suddenly. How could she know that I had just seen through her entire game? If I hadn't seen that her expression was already very ugly, I really wanted to advise her to go to the hospital for a comprehensive health check. And while she's at it, call a few of her friends to go with her. Lu Na forced a smile. Her professional quality is quite good. Mr. Jiang, I have no intention of replacing your girlfriend. She was very clear. Someone like me is fine for fooling around. Wanting to marry in is just a pipe dream. I directly moved to the opposite sofa and sat down, completely extinguishing her intentions. The beauty trap is fine, but spiking the drink is too much. Seeing my resolute attitude, Lu Na bit her lip and finished the remaining 7 glasses of liquor on the table. I had only drunk 1 glass. Now seeing her after she finished drinking, her speech was slurred. The power of the bomber is indeed well-deserved. Mr. Jiang, the location of this property is really good. Although the price is a bit expensive, it's especially suitable for you. Lu Na's face was flushed red, and her speech started to slur. I don't know if it was the effect of alcohol or the lighting. I looked at my watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. In her current state, it was impossible to discuss business. You're drunk. Let's call it a day. I returned her phone to her, who knew she would just slump onto the table and fall asleep. 1 second, she was talking. The next, she was snoring. That was too fast. Hey, don't pretend to be drunk. I pushed her. There was no reaction at all. This is troublesome. Now there are only 2 choices. Take her home or get a room. Getting a room is impossible. Knowing she had spiked the drink, how could I dare touch her? I tried to help her up, but she was drunk like a puddle of mud. I couldn't get her up no matter what, and I couldn't avoid physical contact. What a headache. I clearly just came to look at properties. How did it end up like this? Could it be that she deliberately got herself drunk to give me a chance? In the end, I still decided to take her home. I used her fingerprint to unlock her phone. I searched her contacts for Darling. The result was that just the note. Dear driver already had 5 or 6 people. Who am I supposed to call then? My phone suddenly rang. I took it out and found it was Huizi calling. Strange. Didn't she already quit? Hello, Miss Huizi. Mr. Jiang, sorry to bother you. I've found a property that meets your requirements. Are you free to go see it with me tomorrow morning? Although there was the incident with Lu Na earlier, but now I no longer have any good feelings for her. Tomorrow is fine. Well, contact each other then. Before hanging up, I suddenly called her back. Wait, do you know Lu Na's husband's phone number? The other end of the line clearly paused for a moment. Did Lu Na go find you? Yeah. She's drunk. Huizi's voice suddenly became tense. It'll be right over. Although I don't know her husband's phone number, but I know where her house is. I was originally going to refuse, but on second thought, I still gave her the address. In less than 20 minutes, Huizi arrived. She was wearing loose pajamas, her hair a mess. Her full bust heaved with her rapid breathing. One look and you could tell she had rushed out of the house. Mr. Jiang, she stood before me, panting. Her eyes held a hint of worry. I put my phone away and asked directly, Miss Huizi, you're here. Do you know how to drive? Huizi glanced at the drunk Lu Na and nodded, saying she could drive, but her skills aren't very good. As long as you haven't been drinking, it's fine. I gave her the BMW keys, license plate Chiang A, parked in the underground garage. Huizi hesitated a little. She usually only drove an old car. Suddenly having to drive a BMW, it was inevitable she'd be nervous. I called 2 waiters over, helped my friend outside. As they helped Lu Na, I took her handbag and phone. I couldn't be bothered to care if they would take advantage of the situation. Huizi carefully drove the car over. We worked together to stuff Lu Na into the back seat. I sat in the passenger seat, fastened my seatbelt. Let's take her home first. If I had known it would be this much trouble, I wouldn't have called Lu Na over. Huizi nervously gripped the steering wheel, keeping the speed below 40. For this BMW 7 Series, it was truly a bit of a grievance. Huizi suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang, I've already quit my job at Anjia. I closed my eyes. The alcohol, combined with my biological clock, was making me extremely sleepy. Please believe me. Huizi's voice was a bit hurried. Please give me another chance, I said calmly. I only care about the property. Other things have nothing to do with me. Although Huizi is very beautiful, but everyone has their own life. There are so many beautiful girls. You can't just fall in love with everyone you meet. The car drove for more than 10 minutes before arriving at Luna's house. There was no traffic at this hour. We arrived quickly. Halfway there, Luna's phone rang. The caller-ID showed Child's father. I answered the phone for her and told her husband to come downstairs to pick her up. This contact name is quite interesting. It wasn't husband or darling, just Child's father. It seems their relationship isn't very good, but this has nothing to do with me. Mr. Jiang. It's the residential area ahead. Huizi slowed down and drove over. The car's headlights shone on a man in a delivery uniform, standing at the entrance of the residential area, looking around. That's Luna's husband, Huizi said. I've met him once. After the car came to a complete stop, I got out of the car to greet him. Are you Mr. Wu? Yes. That's me. That's me. You are Mr. Jiang. He looked much older than Luna, like someone in their 40s. Miss Lu is drunk. I brought her back. I didn't say she got drunk on purpose. Less trouble is better than more. Aya, she can't hold her liquor but insists on drinking, causing you trouble, her husband said as he came to help Luna. Luna had told her husband in the afternoon that she was meeting a big client tonight. Now I am the one bringing her home. Clearly, I am that client. Her husband was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect me to be so young, completely different from the greasy, middle-aged boss in his imagination. Mr. Wu, help Miss Lu back to rest. It's getting late. I should be going too. I directly opened the car door. Luna was sleeping soundly in the back seat. Huizi drove very steadily. Her posture hadn't changed at all. Nana, wake up. The husband called softly, shaking Luna gently, but she was dead drunk. Miss Lu drank too much. You might need to carry her up. I reminded him while standing by the car. The frail husband struggled to help Luna up. Getting her out of the car by himself was indeed very strenuous, but I pretended not to see. In the end, it was Huizi who couldn't stand it anymore. Let me help you. Although her order was stolen in the afternoon, Huizi was still magnanimous enough to help carry Luna out of the car. The husband carried his drunk wife on his back and stubbornly refused any more help. Mr. Wu, then we'll be leaving now. In his grateful gaze, Huizi and I got back in the car. Mr. Jiang, where to next? Huizi asked while smoothing her messy hair. After I gave my home address, I unconsciously fell asleep during the smooth car ride until Huizi gently woke me up. Mr. Jiang, we're here. She offered the car keys. I shook my head. It's not safe to take a taxi this late. You should just drive the car back. Just come pick me up tomorrow morning. After all, Huizi was just helping me find a property. Driving for 2 hours back and forth as a chauffeur was not originally part of her job scope. It was now past 1 a.m. A beautiful girl like Huizi taking a taxi late at night is indeed unsafe. But Huizi wanted to say something else, but I had already gotten out of the car. Be careful on the road. I won't pay if you crash it. After saying that, I closed the car door. Huizi gripped the car keys tightly, watching me walk towards the corridor under the streetlight. For a moment, she was speechless. We had only met twice, and yet I trusted her with the car. This trust left Huizi a bit dazed. Actually, the car has a GPS tracker. I am not at all afraid of her driving off with it. But Huizi didn't know that, after going through so many frustrating things, to suddenly be trusted like this. A strange feeling arose in Huizi's heart. I only came back to my senses when I entered the corridor. When I got home, my parents were already asleep. Knowing I was with Jiang Xiao, they were very relieved. I tiptoed to my room and went straight to sleep. Showering can wait until tomorrow morning. I woke up the next day. My parents had already gone out early, although the restaurant doesn't serve breakfast, but they were used to preparing in advance. I put the ring and watch on the bedside table. It was already 10 o'clock when I finished showering. I called Xiao. She answered sleepily. Hello? Brother Jiang. Still not awake yet? I asked with a laugh while drying my hair. I talked with Xiao too late last night. Then you two should sleep a little longer. I'll come pick you up for lunch at noon. Okay. If you're busy, we can just eat at the hotel. Xiao's voice grew quieter and quieter. On second thought, she had a point. I had an appointment with Huizi to look at the property. The round trip could take several hours. If I get stuck in traffic, it'll be even more troublesome. We exchanged a few simple words before I hung up, so as not to wake her up. After hanging up, I immediately called Huizi. Hello, Brother Jiang. Good morning. The phone was answered instantly. It seemed like Huizi had been waiting for my call all along. I was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, Miss Huizi, good morning. Is it convenient for you to pick me up now? We need to go handle the property matter. I am already downstairs at your place. Huizi's voice came through the phone. I walked to the window. Through the glass, I saw the BMW 7 Series parked downstairs. Wait a moment. I'll be right down. After hanging up, I quickly changed my clothes and went out. Huizi was standing nervously beside the car. She had borrowed my car last night. In order not to waste my time, she had been waiting downstairs since 8 a.m., but she still didn't dare to disturb me. This considerate action made me have a better impression of her. When I got in the car, Huizi proactively gave up the driver's seat. Good morning, Brother Jiang. I've already contacted everyone for the property. We can go see it any time. I fastened my seatbelt. I turned my head and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Huizi shook her head. She had woken up at 7. She arrived downstairs to wait at 8, completely without time for breakfast. I made a decisive decision. Then let's eat breakfast first. Well, look at the property later. Although I wasn't usually considered assertive, but since I started preparing to open the company, I had been consciously training this decisiveness. Hearing my words, Huizi only then realized she was really hungry. The morning of a Xiangcheng person begins with a bowl of hot rice noodles. Having been in Jiangcheng for so long, what I missed most was this taste of home, and also the crispy, golden fried scallion pancakes. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's mouth water. Huizi was clearly not used to such a hearty breakfast. She only ordered soy milk and fried dough sticks. She was wearing business attire, attracting quite a few gazes from passers-by. As for me, I paid no mind to my image at all, wearing my usual designer clothes. I was just like an authentic Xiangcheng guy, slurping my noodles loudly, my leg constantly bouncing to the rhythm. This was the proper way to eat noodles. Tasting the flavor of home again after a month, a feeling of happiness naturally welled up. Ding. The system suddenly activated. Congratulations, host, for activating the hometown delicacy buff. Every time you eat a Xiangcheng delicacy, your body's condition for the day will reach its peak. Stamina, endurance, and overall learning ability will be enhanced. This buff came at the perfect time. But what about in Jiangcheng? It seems ill. Have to find a Xiang cuisine chef. I suddenly remembered Chu Ling that Sichuan girl who cooks amazing Sichuan food. Xiang cuisine and Sichuan cuisine are practically from the same family. If I could hire her to cook for me exclusively, a few thousand yuan in exchange for a full status buff is truly a great deal. But for now, I should focus on handling matters in Xiangcheng first. I drove to the property that Huizi found for me. It wasn't far from my house. I arrived in less than half an hour. The property was located in a small plaza in the CBD. It was previously a food and beverage business as well. The surrounding office buildings ensured a steady flow of customers. It was a good place to open a restaurant. It was only 11 a.m. now. There were already quite a few delivery drivers bustling about. It seemed like it would be very lively here at noon. Huizi introduced, "Brother Jiang, this property is 260 square meters. Because of its good location, the unit price is nearly 40,000. And the total price is about 11 million. The previous tenant rented it annually, but they vacated the property due to financial problems. I quickly did the math. The annual rent here is at least 500,000. The pressure was indeed not small, but buying it would absolutely be a surefire investment. Sooner or later, Xiangcheng's property prices would rise again. Where's the owner? I asked, having already decided in my heart to buy this place, even though it was 1 million over budget, but I wasn't short on cash right now. Besides, I had the system's 90% discount real estate card as a safety net. Huizi replied, "The owner is right here in this plaza. I'll contact them right away. This small plaza has dozens of shops. Without a phone call, it would be impossible to find the specific location." After Huizi made the call, the owner told us to wait at the property's entrance and that they would be right over. Huizi and I went to the front of the property and waited for 2 minutes. I saw a familiar person approaching. To say they were an acquaintance, we had actually only met once yesterday. "Brother Jiang, that is the owner," Huizi said, pointing at the approaching woman. I was a little surprised. I originally thought the owner would be a middle-aged man. I didn't expect it to be the person who was with Xia Sai Yao yesterday, buying a ring. Auntie Tang. Auntie Tang also recognized me. After all, a young man, accompanied by 2 beauties, is hard to forget. She walked over and greeted me. "Little Jiang, we meet again." I replied, "Yes, Auntie Tang." Huizi stood beside us, stunned. "You two know each other?" Auntie Tang said as she opened the door. "I didn't expect little Jiang would want to buy a property. I also didn't expect this property to be yours, Auntie Tang." Auntie Tang laughed and said, "Actually, this entire complex is mine." Huizi and I were both stunned. This small plaza had nearly 100 storefronts. Each one was worth tens of millions. In that case, Auntie Tang's fortune was at least over 1 billion. I originally thought my own assets were about to surpass 100 million. I was finally feeling a little confident. But who knew that, just as I was getting complacent, I'd run into a real tycoon. Unlike someone like Letian Ming, Auntie Tang was in real estate with a full 100 storefronts. Just the monthly rent collection alone would be several million. Thinking about it, I wasn't that far behind. With the money blessing, my income was even higher than Auntie Tang's. Thinking this way, I quickly calmed down. Auntie Tang saw this and looked at me in a new light. To be able to calm down so quickly, this kid is not simple. "Actually, these aren't mine," Auntie Tang said lightly. "They're all assets left by my late husband. My son was still young back then, and I didn't know how to do business, so I just bought everything to collect rent. I didn't expect to earn quite a bit from it." Huizi and I were both dumbfounded by these words. This plaza was built 15 years ago. That means Auntie Tang bought all the storefronts 15 years ago. Huizi exclaimed in surprise. Auntie Tang smiled without answering. 15 years ago, Xiangchang's real estate market was just starting to boom. Land prices were still cheap. Now, property prices have multiplied several times over. I silently complained. This is what you call not having a business mind? Auntie Tang changed the subject. Let's talk business. This shop's location is good. Customer flow is guaranteed. Taking it over is a surefire way to make a profit. I understood her sales pitch. Sellers always like to hype up their products to the high heavens, just like during the era when health supplements were rampant. Health supplement sellers could all become the richest people, but I had my own plan. I waited for Auntie Tang to finish. I smiled and replied, Auntie Tang, I am buying the shop to open a Shang cuisine restaurant. This unit isn't very suitable. For example, sewage disposal is a big issue. This was indeed a practical problem. Why do high-end commercial districts all open Western restaurants, besides being stylish? It's also because Western food produces less kitchen waste. But Hunan cuisine is different. There are a lot of leftovers. It's impossible to recycle and resell it. This kitchen waste must be specially treated. It can't be discharged directly into the sewer. She praised her property, and I pointed out its flaws. This is what you call a business negotiation. Normally, Auntie Tang should have refuted me, emphasizing the property's value. But not only did she not refute me, she even nodded and said, Little Jiang is right. This property isn't very convenient for a Hunan restaurant. How about this? I'll lower the price a bit more. How does 9.3 million yuan sound? I was stunned. This was completely different from what I expected. Not only did she not raise the price, she even took the initiative to lower it. At this price, after completing all the procedures, the total price would be exactly around 10 million yuan, even though it was only 500,000 yuan cheaper. But for a transaction in the tens of millions, this discount was truly negligible. But it had reached my psychological price point. Deal. Auntie Tang was so straightforward. I couldn't be bothered to haggle further. 10 million yuan was exactly the limit for the 90% discount card. I could get the maximum benefit. A 500,000 yuan discount. All problems were solved. Then let's prepare to sign the contract. Okay. A multi-million yuan deal was decided just like that in a few sentences. Hui Zi, standing beside us, couldn't even get a word in. Is this how big shots negotiate? A 10 million deal decided in an instant, completely without needing much input from the agent. Of course, it was mainly because I was in a hurry and wanted to resolve it quickly, so I could return to school with peace of mind. Fortunately, this shop was originally a food and beverage business. The previous owner didn't take anything when they left. The tables and chairs were just a little dusty. They could be used after a little cleaning. Once the paperwork is done, I plan to hire a cleaner for a thorough cleaning. Auntie Tang, I couldn't help but ask. May I ask why you are selling this property? There were things I didn't say directly, but everyone understood the implication. For example, if the property was involved in debt or financial disputes, it could be very troublesome later on. Huizi quickly answered, Brother Jiang, please rest assured, the ownership of this property is very clear. It only changed hands once 15 years ago. It's completely in Director Tang's name. As an agent, investigating the property's status was her responsibility. The high agent fee wasn't just for show. If there were any problems, the agent would be held responsible. Actually, I was just asking casually. If there were a real problem, the system would have notified me long ago. Auntie Tang, however, was very frank. I want to sell some properties, to invest in a new project. My heart stirred slightly, but I didn't say anything more, just nodded. We were mere acquaintances. Getting too personal with a new acquaintance is a taboo. Huizi finished organizing the documents. If there are no problems, I'll go handle the procedures now. I glanced at my watch and called her back. What's the fastest it can be done? Huizi quickly estimated and replied. The procedure itself isn't complicated, but it's right during the National Day holiday. Some processes will have to be postponed. I nodded. Handle it as quickly as possible. I have other uses for this property. Rest assured, Brother Jiang. I will definitely resolve it with the utmost speed. Huizi's expression turned serious, and she immediately gave her assurance. As I got into the car, I caught a glimpse of Huizi answering the phone with a disgusted look on her face. Luna. The car drove past her. I could still hear her talking. It seems Luna was still causing trouble after sobering up, but I paid no mind to people like her. Comparatively, Huizi's work ethic made me admire her even more. After hanging up, Huizi put Luna out of her mind because the manager had fired her. She had nothing to fear anymore, but Huizi didn't want to give up on my deal. She keenly spotted a loophole. Although the manager had fired her, the head office hadn't approved it yet. The termination agreement also hadn't been signed. There was still a chance. A golden glint flashed in Huizi's eyes. She had already submitted evidence of the manager's abuse of power to the head office. It wasn't over yet. Now, she was going all in. The urgent task was to perfectly complete this transaction of mine, because it was currently the National Day holiday. Some matters needed to be handled by relevant agencies. No matter how fast the procedure, it would likely take some time. As for how Huizi would prepare these things, I didn't care. Right now, my attention was fully focused on another reward from the system, a Yunding Tiangong villa. I gripped the steering wheel while pondering in my heart. Just then, my phone rang. Brother Jiang, are you done with your business? On the phone, Shai Xiao's voice came through. Before Shai Xiao finished speaking, I could hear my sister's cheers on the phone. It was clear that these two girls were out having fun together again. I should be done in a little while. What are you and Xiao Xiao doing? I asked with a smile while watching the traffic. I didn't expect your Xiang Cheng to have so many fun places. Xiao Xiao is taking me around. Sai Yao's voice revealed a light-hearted joy. That Xiao Xiao. She's not good at other things, only at having fun. As for my business, it should be done in about 2 or 3 hours. I'll drive to find you two then. I'll treat you two great beauties to dinner then. I teased with a smile. Before Xiao could speak, Jiang Xiao beside her leaned close to the microphone and shouted, "Brother, I want to eat a big meal. Don't you dare be stingy in front of your sister-in-law." Jiang Xiao's loud voice made me turn down the volume. All right, don't worry. You two go have fun. I'll come find you later." After ending the call, I immediately drove to downtown Shangcheng. Yunding Tiangong was a high-end villa complex, built by a top domestic developer. As soon as I got out of the car, an employee from the sales office came out to greet me. This employee, from the moment I got out of the car, saw the designer watch on my wrist. His eyes paused for a moment, and the smile on his face grew brighter. For people like them, having a keen eye is essential, so when he saw the Patek Philippe on my wrist, this employee already had a clear assessment in his mind. His attitude towards me became particularly respectful. "Sir, please come in. I wonder if you're here to see a house or..." I glanced at this employee. The name tag, hanging around his neck, showed he was just a regular salesperson. On the way to the sales office, I said casually, 2 days ago, I bought a villa and paid in full. I am here to handle the relevant procedures." Hearing this, the employee paused in his steps slightly. Then he smiled and led me to the rest area. After politely asking me to wait a moment, he immediately turned and walked away more quickly to find Manager Wang from the sales office. After learning the situation, the manager also took it very seriously. Without a second word, he directly took a tablet and came before me. "Sir, my surname is Wang. You can call me Little Wang. May I know your esteemed surname?" Manager Wang asked with a smile. I nodded in acknowledgement. "My surname is Jiang. Mr. Jiang. It's like this. This villa of yours has been fully paid for. What's left are the title transfer procedures. Do you need us to help you with the relevant procedures?" Manager Wang asked very thoughtfully. I nodded nonchalantly. Manager Wang didn't say another word. He directly led me to the VIP office area on the 3rd floor. "Mr. Zhang, rest assured, the process won't take too long. We will take care of most things. You just need to confirm there are no errors in sign, because the system had previously paid in full to buy this villa, plus my extraordinary aura, and the Patek Philippe on my wrist." Manager Wang, who had met countless people, knew at a glance that my status was not ordinary. For such a major client, I didn't even need to say anything. Manager Wang and the others would automatically classify me into the group of most esteemed clients worth maintaining a relationship with. Throughout the entire process, I just had to hold a pen and sign. All other related procedures were handled by the sales center, and some procedures were even handled personally by Manager Wang. The entire process only took a little over an hour. Such high efficiency and service were entirely built on the foundation of money. But who told me to have such power? Manager Wang smiled and put away the final contract. "Mr. Jiang, basically there are no other procedures to be done. As for the property ownership contract and the real estate certificate, I am afraid we'll have to wait until after the National Day holiday for approval, because the relevant agencies are on holiday. But rest assured, as soon as they return to work, we will immediately prioritize your paperwork," Manager Wang said with an enthusiastic attitude. I nodded slightly. "Okay, I hope you can do it as quickly as possible." Manager Wang beside me nodded repeatedly. After receiving the villa keys, I left. Manager Wang stood by and watched my car drive away. This young man is not simple at all. Manager Wang returned to his office, took a sip of tea, and sighed. At this moment, I had no idea about Manager Wang's assessment of me. I was driving towards Xiangcheng's largest shopping mall. Xia Xiao and Jiang Xiao were here. A woman's fighting power truly cannot be underestimated. From morning to afternoon, these two women hadn't rested at all. When I met them, I could still see the unsatisfied expressions on Xiao's and Jiang Xiao's faces. It was very clear that this day of shopping for the two of them was not tiring, although the things they were carrying in their hands were not few. When she saw my car drive up, Jiang Xiao jumped for joy. Without a second word, she directly stuffed her things into my car. "I am so tired. Brother, if you don't treat us to a big meal today, tell Mom and Dad." I realized that since Xia Xiao arrived, this little girl Jiang Xiao was no longer afraid of me. It seems she was borrowing the tiger's might. I narrowed my eyes and said in a slightly threatening tone, "It seems I won't be able to buy you what you wanted." Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiao was not afraid at all. Her face beamed as she linked arms with Xia Xiao. "Sister-in-law bought it for me already. I don't want yours anymore." Beside us, Xia Xiao smiled faintly. I sighed and pretended to be troubled. It seems my good little sister isn't afraid of me anymore. Don't tell me you're siding with your sister-in-law and becoming one family. Of course, I've always wanted a sister. Throughout the journey, CSC, Yao kept smiling, listening to us siblings tease each other. Such a warm atmosphere made Shia Yao unconsciously relax. As for me, although I was teasing my sister, I was also always paying attention to Shia Yao's condition. You have to know that Shia Yao, before, could be said to have been forced to come to me by her stepmother. Seeing the sadness on CSC Yao's face disappear, I also felt relieved. As for CSC Yao's evil stepmother, Liu Yan, I had no intention of letting her off. Unknowingly, the car gradually came to a stop. I had already chosen a place for dinner. This was a rather secluded private kitchen in Shangcheng. Xia Yao was long accustomed to this type of private kitchen, but Jiang Xiao's face showed curiosity. After all, a place hidden in an alley, if no one recommended it, you would never know it was a restaurant. Jiang Xiao had rarely been to such places. This once again made Jiang Xiao, this little girl, realize that her brother had really earned a lot of money from investing. It was indeed a renowned private kitchen. The specialty dishes were delicious, but I was surprised to find that, if we were really talking about the taste of the food, I am afraid Chu Linger was still a notch above. But this restaurant also had some other delicious dishes. Shai Si Yao didn't pay too much attention to the food. On the other hand, Jiang Xiao beside her loved it. She ate until her stomach was full. I looked at my sister's appearance and shook my head helplessly. Jiang Xiao ate her fill and fell asleep. She dozed off as soon as she got in the car. I drove Shai Si Yao straight back to the hotel, then took my restless little sister home. When I got back to my room, my phone rang. I opened it and saw a message. It was from Wei Tianyu. Since the last time Wei Tianyu told me about Wang San, bad-mouthing me behind my back, he hadn't contacted me much. I didn't know why. So late at night, he would suddenly message me. I opened my phone and clicked on Wei Tianyu's chat box. Old Jiang, are you coming to the class reunion tomorrow? This time, everyone's coming. If you have time, you should come. You can bring your sister-in-law too, so we can meet her. Opening the chat history, it was all consecutive messages from Wei Tianyu. I thought about recent events. The procedures for the shop and the villa were being handled by Hui Zi and manager Wang. I didn't have anything to do. Besides, it was just a small class reunion. Since Wei Tianyu had put it that way, I might as well go. As for what that kid Wei Tianyu said about bringing my sister-in-law to meet everyone, I had no intention of listening to that kid. Even if I were to introduce Shai Si Yao to my brothers, I couldn't choose a class reunion. Such a chaotic time. A private gathering with my brothers would be fine. With so many people, Xia Yao wouldn't feel comfortable either. So I thought about it and replied to Wei Tianyu. I'll go tomorrow, but don't expect to meet your sister-in-law. Wei Tianyu replied instantly, sending a wailing sticker, but he didn't say anything else. For Wei Tianyu, my attendance was already a great show of respect to our classmates. Whether my girlfriend came or not was her business. There was really no need to force it. Because the reunion was about to be held, I could see a lot of messages in the group chat. Even many of the quiet ones showed up, but most of the classmates were discussing tomorrow's event. To me, this conversation was meaningless, so I just exited. I returned to my room after showering. After a brief chat with Wei Tianyu, I put my phone down. I looked at the dark night sky outside the window and began to reflect. I didn't expect that in just a few months. Remembering my high school years, I only felt that it was too distant from me. It was as if in these few short months, my life had been elevated. Looking back at those high school classmates, even I found them too immature. The next day, at the appointed time, I sat in the BMW 7 Series, leisurely driving to the destination. Arriving at the entrance of the hotel, hosting the reunion, I looked through the window and saw Wei Tianyu looking around. Wei Tianyu waited and waited, but didn't see me arrive. Then he suddenly saw a BMW 7 Series, brake sharply and stop in front of him. Wei Tianyu subconsciously wanted to step aside. When he saw the car window being rolled down, and a familiar voice sounded in his ear, "Old Wei." Wei Tianyu bent down slightly and looked into the car window. "Old Jiang, that's awesome. You're even driving a luxury car now. You can get rich even in college." Wei Tianyu looked at the car and said sourly, "After all, what man doesn't love cars? Especially people like Wei Tianyu, who currently didn't have the financial ability to buy such cars. Let's talk later. I'll park first." Wei Tianyu chuckled and stood there enviously watching the BMW 7 Series drive into the parking area. Just as I walked over, Wei Tianyu came over and punched me on the shoulder. "Looks like you're living well now," Wei Tianyu said teasingly. I smiled without answering and followed Wei Tianyu into the main hall. This time, it was initiated by old Wang. He specially chose a hotel like this. Wei Tianyu, as we walked, briefly introduced it to me. Because the timing for this gathering was deliberately chosen during the National Day holiday, so basically everyone in the class came. Moreover, they also invited everyone's old homeroom teacher. By now, almost everyone should be here, Wei Tianyu said as he pushed open the door with me. As expected, there were already many familiar faces waiting in the hall, As soon as they saw Wei Tianyu and me walk in, everyone's eyes turned towards us. So it's Jiang Chen. After seeing me, everyone smiled. I had given out red envelopes in the group chat before. Everyone had received a decent amount of money. This also made these old friends smile when they saw me. All smile. I greeted a few acquaintances and found a seat with Wei Tianyu. Old Jiang, I heard you have a girlfriend. What does sister-in-law look like? We've never met her. Wei Tianyu was extremely curious about my unseen girlfriend, although he knew she definitely wouldn't be the ugly monster Wang San described. But people are all curious. I chuckled. That curious, huh? When we have a private get-together, he'll bring your sister-in-law for you guys to meet. Wei Tianyu and a few other guys beside him laughed heartily. Oh right, how's college life? Is life at Jiangcheng University really good? I looked at the admiration in the other's eyes and shook my head with a light smile. Isn't college life all the same? It's nothing special, although I said it humbly. The others naturally didn't think so. After all, Jiangcheng University was a gathering place for talent. If life there was really the same as at other universities, then why would everyone fight tooth and nail to get into Jiangcheng University? This is just my humble way of putting it. Everyone understood in their hearts, speaking and laughing. The feeling of distance between everyone due to time and space gradually faded away. Everyone was like they used to be. Speaking of which, I think Jiang Chen has changed so much compared to before. Of course the change is big, he said while laughing. The eyes of the male classmates were all on me. I just smiled without saying anything. When Wei Tianyu heard this, he had something to say. Just now, Jiang Chen drove a BMW 7 Series here. That car. Speaking of this, Wei Tianyu showed a look of admiration. The male classmates on this side all widened their eyes. Jiang Chen, your watch is really nice. Where did you buy it? A male classmate from an ordinary family curiously looked at my wrist and asked. I just bought it casually. It's nothing, I explained with a smile. But not every male classmate was clueless about brands. A few male classmates from well-off families showed hesitation, not knowing whether to speak up or not. At this moment, the door was pushed open again. Seeing the person who walked in, everyone's face showed a look of joy. The person who walked in was none other than the person everyone hadn't seen in a long time, Teacher Gi. The high school homeroom teacher. Teacher Gi from high school had taken great care of everyone. He could be considered a very good homeroom teacher. So, the moment Teacher Gi walked in, most people stood up. Hello, Teacher Gi. Everyone greeted him. Teacher Gi, in high spirits and with a face full of kindness, smiled as he walked in. Everyone, stop standing. Sit down. All of you. Don't be so formal. Teacher Gi came in and said cheerfully. Among a crowd of young faces, Teacher Gi accidentally saw me. My every gesture was different from those around me, who had just stepped into university. Whether it was my attire or my aura, it created a distance from others. Jiang Chen, if I remember correctly, you got into Jiangcheng University, right? You've changed so much since starting university. Teacher Gi smiled and walked up to me. I smiled and nodded. Teacher Gi was very good to me before. He helped me a lot, so I also respected Teacher Gi very much. Just as Teacher Gi was about to turn, his eyes accidentally fell on the watch on my wrist. Although, when he just came in, Teacher Gi had noticed at a glance that my clothes weren't cheap, but it wasn't until he saw the Patek Philippe on my wrist that Teacher Gi was truly stunned. When he saw the watch on my wrist, his first reaction was disbelief. After all, in Teacher Je's previous impression, my family didn't seem to be very wealthy. Yet now I could afford a Patek Philippe. Instinctively, Teacher Gi looked at me one more time. The watch I was wearing on my wrist happened to be a model that Teacher Gi had particularly liked before. It was just that Teacher Je's financial situation didn't allow for it. Now, he could tell with just a glance that the one on my wrist was genuine. After all, he himself had researched this brand very thoroughly. Jiang Chen, it seems your university life is quite different from others, Teacher Gi said to me meaningfully. I naturally saw the look in Teacher Je's eyes, and also understood what he meant, so I smiled and walked beside Teacher Gi, heading towards the seats. Isn't it just that I am using my free time to do a little investing? Teacher Gi looked at my humble smile. I can see you're not just playing around, but since you got into Jiangcheng University, it's good to have the ability to learn more. Most of the others around didn't understand what Teacher Gi and I were talking about, but those close to me, like Wei Tianyu, now understood my changes clearly. During the reunion, I could clearly feel that Teacher Je's attitude towards me had become much more enthusiastic. He mostly asked about matters related to investing. After all, I had told Teacher Gi that I had earned a small amount through investing. Actually, this requires a certain sensitivity to the market. You must be decisive when entering and exiting. I sipped the tea on the table while talking to the people gathered around. Although Wei Tian's family wasn't wealthy, they were better off than most. Though not at the top. When he heard I was investing recently, he hesitated for a moment, then he leaned in and said, My parents have been keeping a tight leash on me lately. I have some secret money saved up. How about I leave it with you? You can invest it for me. We're not aiming for great riches. I just want to hide the money with you, Wei Tianyu said seriously. Especially when talking about his parents searching for his private money, his face was full of pain. It was clear that he was strictly managed at home. The others saw his exaggerated appearance and laughed until their stomachs hurt. The atmosphere for a moment was livened up by Wei Tianyu. Actually, Wei Tianyu's art school was quite expensive. If his family didn't have some means, they probably couldn't afford it. But precisely because he attended an ordinary art school, Wei Tianyu's family was worried he would pick up bad habits, so they wanted to tighten Wei Tianyu's purse strings completely. But his expression, though exaggerated, Wei Tianyu himself, regarding money, didn't have an excessive desire for it. He thought that leaving it unused was just leaving it unused anyway. It was better to give it to me to invest for fun. It could also let us brothers practice our skills. It's better than spending it wastefully himself. My mind has always been better than Wei Tianyu's. Besides, I am a top student at Jiangqing University. Wei Tianyu was very assured in giving the money to me. I heard Wei Tianyu's proposal. I nodded in agreement without a second thought. Even a mosquito is meat. Besides, Wei Tianyu is my sworn brother. I can still help with this small matter. Don't worry. I absolutely won't let your profit margin be low. I promised. But Wei Tianyu didn't pay any mind to my words. According to him, this investing business was all based on luck. As long as I didn't lose too much of his money, it would be fine. Little did he know he had already boarded my express train to success. As the conversation went on, for some reason, everyone brought up Wang Shan. Wang Shan, didn't you say last time that Jiang Chen has a girlfriend? Before Wang Shan could even speak, someone next to her spoke up. Wang Shan even said she saw what his girlfriend looks like. Since arriving at this class reunion, because no one paid attention to her, Wang Shan had been sitting alone for a long time. Now that someone had finally started a conversation with her, Wang Shan couldn't hold back anymore. With ulterior motives, Wang Shan couldn't hide the malice in her eyes. Of course I saw her. Wang Shan directly found a seat among the girls, acting as if she knew the truth. She looked at me from not far away. A complex glint flashed through Wang Shan's eyes. That girlfriend Jiang Chen found. I don't know what kind of spell she cast on him. It's one thing to be short and ugly, but she's also so fat she has no curves. Wang Shan spoke words that slandered Xia Xiao. The others saw that Wang Shan was speaking as if it were true. They became even more curious. Is it really like that? How could Jiang Chen be interested in that? A girl next to her said disdainfully. Wang Shan stomped her foot and rolled her eyes. The lies flowed out like a stream. Didn't you guys see that all his clothes are designer brands? Who knows? Maybe he's being kept by a rich old woman. How many rich old women are actually beautiful? Isn't the trend now to struggle for 20 years less? Who knows? Maybe the red envelope you all fought for that day was the rich old woman's money. The more Wang Shan spoke, the more smoothly she lied. The lies she fabricated sounded more and more like the truth. She spoke to the point that a few girls with no firm opinions actually started to believe it a little. So, he's being kept by a rich old woman. If that's really the case, then I really look down on Jiang Chen. A few classmates next to her muttered, and the expression on Wang Shan's face grew more and more smug. At this moment, a girl let out a cold laugh. You've told so many lies that you've started to believe them yourself. Huh. Wang Shan immediately looked to the side. This person was none other than Wang Linger, the person whose red envelope Wang Shan snatched earlier. How do you know I am lying? Everything I said is the truth, Wang Shan retorted. Wang Linger simply looked down on Wang Shan, but she had no proof herself, so she could only pout and say nothing more. Just as Wang Shan was enthusiastically slandering, my phone suddenly rang. Brother Jiang, are you done over there? Xia Xiao's laughing voice came from the other end of the line. Before I could even answer, Wei Tianyu next to me shouted, Ooh, isn't this sister-in-law calling to check up on you? This loud shout from Wei Tianyu caused everyone in the room to look at me. Xia Xiao on the other end heard it. Wei Tianyu's shout and her face turned bright red. Originally, Xia Xiao hadn't intended to make this call. It was because Jiang Tioqiao said that Xia Xiao had to fulfill her girlfriend duties. She had to check in on time. Only then, under Jiang Tioqiao's instigation, did Xia Xiao call me. And as soon as she called, she heard the booming voice of that fool Wei Tianyu. That sister-in-law made Xia Xiao's face flush red, but in her heart, Xia Xiao felt incredibly sweet. At least it showed that I had let my brothers know about her. It meant I held her in my heart. I patted Wei Tianyu's shoulder. All right, don't scare your sister-in-law, Brother Jiang, Xia Xiao called shyly from the other end. My reunion is almost over. I've been drinking. Do you and Teo Xiao want to come pick me up? I smiled and negotiated with Xia Xiao. As soon as Xia Xiao heard I had been drinking, her shyness lessened a bit. Then you absolutely must not drive yourself. Wait for me and Teo Xiao to come over. On my end. I smiled and hung up the phone. The girls' side had already been discussing for a long time. After Wei Tianyu's strange shout, most of the girls' gazes fell on me, especially after hearing me say that Xia Xiao was coming to pick me up. Wang Shan's expression could no longer be described as just ugly. Wang Linger had been watching Wang Shan's expression the whole time. Now that Wang Shan's expression was so ugly, Wang Linger understood clearly in her heart. Oh, the actual person is coming soon. At that time, I really want to see what this rich old woman looks like. Wang Linger said sarcastically from the side. By now, most people had come to their senses. They instinctively looked at Wang Shan and they also saw Wang Shan's ugly expression. At this moment, Wang Shan's face was pale. She hadn't expected me to ask Xia Xiao to come. Doesn't this mean that the lies I just made up are about to be exposed? But Wang Shan was still stubborn. She insisted on being stubborn. I am not afraid even if she comes. Isn't she just an ordinary-looking woman? Although Wang Shan's words were tough, her tone had softened considerably. A girl next to her who had long disliked Wang Shan also spoke up. Just now you were saying she was ugly. Now she's become ordinary-looking. Wang Shan pressed her lips together tightly and said nothing. It was just that she was getting more and more restless. The anger in her heart grew stronger. In less than half an hour, Xia Xiao and Jiang Tiaoqiao arrived at the hotel entrance. Xia Xiao looked shy. Brother Jiang is at a class reunion. If I go in now, will it? Jiang Tiaoqiao immediately knew that Xia Xiao was feeling a bit shy. After all, she was meeting her brother's high school classmates. Even though Xia Xiao's own qualities were not bad, she still felt a vague sense of nervousness. Jiang Tiaoqiao rolled her eyes and said immediately, "Sister-in-law, don't be shy. Do you remember that Wang Shan girl I mentioned before? I heard from my brother. This person is really shameless. She came to this reunion too. Maybe this woman is at the reunion, insulting my brother somehow. Now is the time for you, sister-in-law, to step up." Hearing Jiang Tiaoqiao's words, the nervousness and shyness in Xia Xiao's heart immediately vanished. The vicious words from last time, at the lingerie store, that Wang Shan said, Xia Xiao still remembered them clearly. Just thinking of this person, Xia Xiao was like a bristling hedgehog. She entered the hotel with a soaring aura. Seeing Xia Xiao's back, full of killing intent, Jiang Tiaoqiao secretly laughed and immediately followed. It seems my future sister-in-law really does protect her man with all her might. Xia Xiao had asked me which room it was before, so after entering, she immediately found a waiter to lead the way. It wasn't long before they were outside the door. Jiang Tiaoqiao linked arms with Xia Xiao and pushed the door open directly. A class reunion like this is bound to be very noisy. Even if they knocked, they might not be heard. It was better to just open the door and go in. The moment the door opened, the noise in the room gradually disappeared. It's hard to imagine in a hotel like this, there would be a room that was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two girls, who were standing beautifully at the door. Jiang Tiaoqiao looked a bit like me, so everyone recognized at a glance that Jiang Tiaoqiao was my sister. As for the beauty whose arm Jiang Tiaoqiao was holding, she was the center of attention in the entire room. Wei Tianyu stared blankly. He knew I had high standards, but he never expected that I would find such a great beauty. Xia Xiao's figure and beauty could both be considered top tier. The moment she pushed open the door, she became the focus of the entire room. After the male classmates came to their senses, each and every one of them looked at me with admiration. Not bad. Old Jiang, what kind of luck did you run into? You managed to win over a girl with such looks. I smiled and accepted the envious comments from the side. The eyes of every one of these male classmates couldn't leave Xia Xiao. Although everyone had seen beautiful women before, someone like Xia Xiao, who was clearly at the campus belle level, was not commonly seen. As for the girls, upon seeing Xia Xiao, they immediately fell silent. This time, the mystery surrounding Xia Xiao was finally unveiled. In the hearts of the female classmates, suddenly, a few girls understood why Wang Shan would spread such malicious and envious rumors. Such a beautiful girl, a beauty with such looks, it's no wonder someone like Wang Shan would develop such a malicious heart. Truly, whether it was her figure or her beauty, she completely crushed Wang Shan. You're telling me this is a rich old woman, the legendary rich old woman who keeps a pretty boy? Wang Linger did not miss the opportunity to kick her while she was down. She mocked Wang Shan. Wang Shan's face had long since turned pale. Pricked by Wang Linger's words, she couldn't utter a single word. But the clothes on this beauty are really not cheap, a girl next to her said weakly. It wasn't hard to tell from her voice that there was a hint of envious admiration mixed in. I heard Wei Tianyu say earlier that not long ago, Jiang Chen seemed to have played around in the stock market. A little investment. He also earned quite a bit. He earns money with his own abilities. How could there be a situation where one university student keeps another? I heard Jiang Chen's girlfriend is also a student at Jiangcheng University. I don't think it's that kind of relationship. There were a few rather discerning girls on the side, and with good judgment discussing in low voices. From what I see, this isn't a rich old woman keeping a pretty boy. This is clearly a match made in heaven between equals. Wang Linger glanced at Wang Shan and said gloatingly. Xia Xiao also didn't expect that just by pushing the door open, the room would fall silent. She even briefly thought that her clothes were inappropriate. She secretly asked Jiang Tiaoqiao, "Is there something on my face? Why isn't anyone talking?" Jiang Tiaoqiao next to her could see clearly the surprised looks on everyone's faces. Jiang Tiaoqiao just winked mischievously. "Sister-in-law, you've underestimated the power of your beauty." Just as everyone had not fully recovered, I stepped forward. I led Xia Xiao and my sister in. "All right, my family is here to pick me up. I won't be hanging out with you guys too late today." Wei Tianyu pulled me back directly. "Old Jiang, that's not right of you. Sister-in-law just showed up and you're already trying to take her away. It seems you're trying to hide a beauty in a golden house." I laughed and punched Wei Tianyu. It's too late today. We'll get together some other day, brothers. Although I said that, I still turned back to introduce Wei Tainyu and everyone else to Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao smiled with her lips pressed together. She greeted Wei Tianyu and the others one by one. I also introduced Xie Xiao to Teacher Gi. Teacher Ji laughed heartily and gave me a thumbs up. This kid really has a good eye. I smiled without saying anything. Xia Xiao beside me was also a bit shy. On the contrary, the little girl Jiang Tio Xiao had a very proud expression. My brother not only has good taste, but also good luck. My sister-in-law is a one-in-a-million kind of good person. I agree with that point. Beside me, Wei Tainyu and my other close brothers immediately nodded in agreement. All right, well, get together another day. Everyone be safe tonight, Teacher Ji said with a smile. After I led the two beauties to say goodbye to everyone, we turned and left the hotel. Although I had left, I was still the main character of this reunion. Everyone was surprised that I could have such a big change in such a short time. They also admired my current life. Teacher Ji was getting old. Seeing that it was getting late, he also smiled and left. After Teacher Ji left, the others also pretty much dispersed. If we were to say what this class reunion left, the deepest impression on everyone, it would be none other than me and my girlfriend, Xia Xiao. Even many years later, people would still remember in their memories this appearance of mine and Xia Xiao's. Xia Xiao drove me and Jiang Tio Qiao to the outside of the apartment complex. Do you need me to take you home? I smiled and looked at Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao shook her head. No need. You've been drinking. Go home and rest. I can get back on my own. I nodded. Then be careful on your way. Xia Xiao hummed in agreement, then drove my car away. When she was about to reach the hotel and was waiting at a red light, a girl on the side looked at the BMW 7 Series and then confirmed it once more. It wasn't until Xi Xiao stepped on the gas and drove away that the girl on the street came back to her senses. This person was none other than Hui Zi, the Angia real estate agent I had looked for before. Hui Zi was still out on the street this late because she had just finished a procedure for the store I had bought. The next day when I woke up, I checked WeChat. The university homeroom teacher, Teacher Luo, was in the group. He had announced new information about the changes in the class committee. Basically, aside from the class president and vice president, there were no major changes. However, this new vice president was an acquaintance of mine. It was the former party branch secretary, Song Yaki. Her abilities were not bad, and she was a hard worker. Everyone, regarding Song Yaki's appointment as vice president, had no objections. Originally, Song Yaki's relationship in the class with everyone was quite good. Plus, for the others now, as long as the former class president who only knew how to bully his own people into office wasn't in charge, it didn't matter who became the vice president. Besides, when Song Yaki was doing youth league work, she also got along very well with everyone. I glanced through the messages in the group, then immediately exited. To me, this was just a small matter. I had just put my phone down. My sister Jiang Tio Qiao pushed the door open and walked in. Brother, I want to go hang out with sister-in-law. Hurry up and drive me there. I was startled by Jiang Tio Qiao suddenly opening the door. You don't even know to knock when entering a room. All you do all day is go out and play with your sister-in-law. Although that's what I said, I still got up and walked to the door. Halfway there, I suddenly turned back to look at Jiang Tio Qiao and said, your sister-in-law already drove the car away yesterday. Jiang Tio Qiao also slapped her forehead. I forgot about that. Let me call sister-in-law. Jiang Tio Qiao stuck out her tongue and made a funny face, glancing out the window. A familiar car was parked at the gate. It seems sister-in-law and I are really on the same wavelength. No need to call. She's already here to pick me up. Jiang Tio Qiao turned her head and immediately forgot all about her brother. She grabbed her handbag and went out. I shrugged helplessly. I don't know how these two girls, when they get together, can have so much boundless energy. Today, the two of them even planned to go hiking. Unfortunately, I have things to do today. I can't go hiking with the two beauties. Some procedures should have been completed today. I have to go over and check. Besides, Jiang Tio Qiao has some things she wants to talk to Xia Xiao about privately. If I really went along, I am afraid Jiang Tio Qiao would find it hard to speak. My sister and I have lived together for so many years. How could I not notice that something was unusual about Jiang Tio Qiao today? After leaving, I immediately sent a message to Xia Xiao. I am entrusting my silly sister to you. Sorry to trouble you. Early in the morning, the person I went to meet was none other than Hui Zi. Hui Zi was holding a thick stack of contract documents. To be able to complete so many procedures in such a short time, although the Angia company gave the green light, it was mostly due to Hui Zi's excellent personal abilities. It could be said that if it were someone else, no matter how outstanding their professional abilities were, they probably would have had to wait another 2 or 3 days. I also didn't expect Hui Zi's efficiency to be so fast. When I saw the documents in Hui Zi's hands, I nodded with great satisfaction. Your efficiency is not bad. This shop should now belong completely to me, right? When Hui Zi heard my question, she nodded quickly. Yes, Brother Jiang. All the procedures have now been handed over, including all related taxes and fees. They have all been taken care of. Huizi is truly capable, not at all like an inexperienced young person. The related procedural costs were even lower than I imagined. I was very satisfied as I put away the related contracts and documents. However, as I turned to leave, Huizi hesitated for a moment, then still chased after me with her bag. Excuse me, brother Jiang. I know our relationship should probably end here, but I've thought about it, and I really must thank you. Brother Jiang, it's lunchtime now. My treat. I hope Brother Jiang can give me some face. Huizi walked beside me with her bag. She poured out the invitation in her heart. If I didn't agree, Huizi would feel in her heart that she owed me a favor. I was stunned for a moment, then turned my head to look at Huizi. Considering your efficient work, I accept your invitation. I stopped walking. I smiled at Huizi and nodded in agreement. A smile immediately blossomed on Huizi's face. There's a pretty good Western restaurant nearby. Would that be okay, Brother Jiang? It was very clear that Huizi's invitation to lunch was premeditated. I wasn't particularly interested in what to eat. Anything is fine with me. The Western restaurant Huizi chose was a bit beyond my expectations. The atmosphere was quite elegant, and the food tasted all right. Huizi even ordered a bottle of red wine. Brother Jiang, a toast to you. I am truly grateful for your trust in me, entrusting this deal to me. Halfway through the meal, Huizi was already a bit tipsy. She raised her glass to toast me. She downed it in one go. After drinking for a while, for some reason, the corners of her eyes turned red. Brother Jiang, you must still be in university now, right? Society is really too complicated these days. I could tell Huizi was drunk, but I didn't interrupt Huizi's venting. Actually, Huizi wasn't bad looking. When the corners of her eyes turned red, she had a pitiful look. But I am not someone who is swayed by beauty. It's just that, for a moment, I really did feel a bit of compassion. It's not that I didn't know about the troubles between Lu Na and Huizi, the story of a newcomer being bullied by a veteran. It's not that I don't know about it. I've quit. But before I quit, I reported those two despicable people. I've lost my job, but they shouldn't even think about having one. I don't know what Huizi was thinking, but a gloating smile appeared on her face. Earlier, when Huizi took the large order back to the Njia company to do the paperwork, she directly pressured the person in charge at the head office to thoroughly investigate the matter of abusing power for personal gain. For so many years, the store manager had done all sorts of evil things. A cursory investigation was enough to reveal the store manager's corruption. Huizi couldn't be bothered to say how big the final commotion was. Anyway, when those two people dejectedly got kicked out of the store, Huizi sat in the store watching them, extremely satisfied. So, this meal is to thank you, Brother Jiang. If it weren't for this order from you, speaking of this, Huizi choked up. I would definitely be like countless other people, only able to leave sadly, suppressing this anger in my heart with no way to release it. What are you planning to do next? Have you thought about it, or made any plans? I took a sip of wine, looking at Huizi across from me, who was crying her eyes out. I asked without realizing when. Huizi blinked. Her eyes were filled with confusion. I don't know, but because of those hateful people, I feel about this real estate industry. I seem a little scared of it. Speaking the truth after drinking, the words Huizi spoke were all from her heart. I just quit my job. I still haven't figured out what to do next. Huizi shook her head and downed another glass of wine. I sat there thinking quietly for a moment, then spoke after a while. Since you've quit your job now, how about you help me with something? Although Huizi was drunk, she heard what I said. Still, she shook her head, trying to focus her thoughts. Me? What can I do to help you, Brother Jiang? Huizi blinked, looking at me. I took out a document and placed it on the table. I'll tell you when you sober up. I was just about to tell Huizi what she needed to do when I realized this girl couldn't hold it. Her alcohol tolerance had her passed out on the table. Huizi has been under a lot of pressure lately. Today's drinking session seemed to have released it all. The things pent up in her heart for so long. I shrugged helplessly. Just having a meal and I still get into trouble. Luckily, although Huizi was drunk, she at least knew where her home was. After taking her home, I also placed the document next to Huizi, and at this time, Jiang, Xiao Xiao, and Xia Si Yao had also climbed halfway up the mountain. Xiangcheng has quite a few mountains. You could even say, this city of Xiangcheng is surrounded by mountains. Today, the two of them chose a low mountain that wasn't too difficult. Xiao Xiao, there's a pavilion up ahead. Let's go there and rest for a bit. The two of them went into the pavilion to rest, looking at the clouds in the distance, feeling the sunlight on them. Jiang Xiao unconsciously relaxed. Xia Si Yao had already seen the private message I sent to her when we split up. Originally, Xia Si Yao thought I was just giving her some instructions, telling her to take care of my sister. But now, seeing Jiang Xiao suddenly fall silent, Xia Si Yao realized in her heart something was off. Thinking back to when they went shopping yesterday, Jiang Xiao said today was for unwinding. Xia Si Yao sensitively realized Jiang Xiao had something on her mind. What's wrong? Xiao, you seem very unusual right now. Xia Si Yao asked with a gentle smile on her face. Jiang Xiao was pulled back to reality by Xia Si Yao's voice. Ah, even sister-in-law could tell. You're so observant. Jiang Xiao found a clean spot in the pavilion and sat down. The reflection of the sunlight made it so that Xia Xiao couldn't clearly see Jiang Xiao's expression for a moment. Sister-in-law, what will you do in the future? Jiang Xiao didn't talk about herself. Instead, she asked Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao was stunned for a moment, sitting down next to Jiang Xiao. The corners of her mouth turned up. Actually, my future is quite predictable. Graduate from Jiangcheng University, get a job at a company, find someone to marry and have children with. At this point, Xia Xiao suddenly shook her head. But that was before I met your brother. After meeting your brother, I no longer feel that my future life will be boring. As she said this, a smile appeared on Xia Xiao's face that she herself didn't even notice. That's great. Actually, sometimes I am very envious of you. Sister-in-law, Jiang Xiao closed her eyes, feeling the sensation of the sunlight on her face. Actually, during this time, it's not that anything happened to me. It's just that I suddenly realized, me being so carefree every day seems quite boring. It's like a small boat, adrift at sea with no direction. At first, it might feel new and exciting, but after drifting for a long time, it feels very tiring. Xia Yao could also understand Jiang Xiao's sudden downturn. I know what you're worried about. Xia Yao stood up and pulled Jiang Xiao up. She looked at Jiang Xiao's somewhat confused eyes and said, "You're so silly. It's just that you haven't found something you're interested in." Jiang Xiao came to her senses and nodded. Xia Xiao pulled her out of the pavilion from childhood until now. Haven't you been interested in anything? Xia Xiao asked curiously. Jiang Xiao thought carefully and shook her head helplessly. I like the things that ordinary girls like. For example, clothes, jewelry. Actually, sometimes I feel I am just an ordinary girl, nothing special. The two girls helped each other and continued to the summit. Have you never thought about what you would do for a job in the future? Xia Xiao asked again. Jiang Xiao shook her head. I can't think of what job he'll do in the future. It's very uncertain. Sometimes I feel interested in everything. Other times, I feel I am not interested in anything. Let's just drop it. Let's not talk about these depressing things today. Sister-in-law, let's just climb the mountain. Let's see who reaches the summit first today. The loser buys dinner. Jiang Xiao forced herself to cheer up. Xia Xiao was stunned for a moment. She shook her head. It seemed this silly girl Jiang Xiao today also just wanted to talk to her for a bit. But matters concerning one's future in life are best decided after thinking them through oneself. The higher you climb the mountain, the more energy it takes. By the time the two girls struggled to the summit, they were already too tired to speak. I didn't expect mountain climbing to be this tiring. It seems I'll have to train my physical fitness well when I get back. Xia Xiao, regarding her current physical condition, was a little dissatisfied. Jiang Xiao, next to her, having grown up in Xiangcheng after all, recovered faster than Xia Xiao. Sister-in-law, standing on the mountaintop. It feels like we're a little closer to the clouds. Xia Xiao also gradually recovered. She looked at Jiang Xiao beside her and said, Actually, I think there are some things you can discuss with your brother. You two grew up together since you were little. You're the closest. Xiao, maybe you don't know, when you came out with me today, your brother had already noticed something was wrong with you. He even texted me to pay more attention and talk to you. Hearing Xia Xiao say this, Jiang Xiao immediately jumped up. What? My brother? That dense guy? Could tell. Ah, so did he laugh at me behind my back for being overly sentimental? Xia Xiao smiled, looking at Jiang Xiao, who had regained her liveliness. All right. That's your brother. I am actually very envious of you two siblings. Your relationship is very good. Xia Xiao's gentle voice comforted Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao and Xia Xiao took the cable car down the mountain. She really thought about it seriously, whether she should go talk to her brother. As a result, as soon as she got off the cable car, she saw me standing there smiling. Brother, are you done with your work? Jiang Xiao looked at me curiously. I smiled and nodded. Work's done. I came to pick you two up for dinner. Remember at the last class reunion, you two came to pick me up. I introduced Wei Tianyu to you two, right? That kid is treating us to dinner tonight. The two girls were starving at this point. Hearing they were going to eat, they immediately nodded in agreement. It's just that Xia Xiao was a little shy. After all, I told her she would be meeting all of my closest friends from before, so Xia Xiao even specially touched up her makeup before getting in the car. After all, if she dressed nicely, it would make me look good too. Jiang Xiao was carefree and didn't pay much attention. This little girl now only had food on her mind. Wei Tianyu had already called a few people, friends who were quite close to me in high school. Everyone was already waiting in the restaurant. I heard this kid, Jiang, has made it big, as expected of an outstanding student from Jiangcheng University. How long has it been? He already knows how to invest. His love life has also blossomed. The guys were talking while waiting. Wei Tianyu looked proud by association. When others praised me, he would nod, as if they were praising him. Old Wei, I heard at your class reunion, You already met Jiang Chen's girlfriend? A few guys gathered around, asking with gossipy faces. Wei Tianyu looked at their expressions and wanted to tease them a bit. Of course, I've met her. Old Jiang's taste isn't bad at all, Wei Tianyu said with a mysterious expression. Hurry up and tell us. What does she look like? A boy next to him crowded closer. Old Jiang will bring her here later. Words can't do her justice. Anyway, when I saw her, I just felt that old Jiang really lucked out. She's goddess level. Wei Tianyu clicked his tongue. Just as everyone was discussing it, I arrived, following the location Wei Tianyu sent. Old Wei. Old Chen. You're all here. I smiled and greeted them as I entered. Xia Siyao, who was behind me, also smiled and greeted them graciously. This person, Wei Tianyu. Xia Siyao had met him before, but Xia Siyao also saw a few unfamiliar faces in the room. I put my arm around Xia Siyao and smilingly introduced her to the people in the room. Xia Siyao, my girlfriend. This kid Wei Tianyu was the quickest. He immediately opened his mouth and called her sister-in-law. The others were struck by Xia Siyao's appearance and stunned on the spot. Those who hadn't recovered yet also followed. Wei Tianyu's lead and called out. When I pushed the door open, everyone's eyes were on Xia Siyao. Logically speaking, after everyone went to university, it's not like they'd never seen a beautiful girl, but a stunning beauty like Xia Siyao, who you just see once and can never forget, is truly rare. This beauty, with both looks and charisma, left the entire room dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao, who was beside me, back in high school, had tagged along with me quite a few times. Jiang Xiao also knew a few people in the room. Yo, every single one of you looks stunned. It seems you've all been amazed by my sister-in-law. Jiang Xiao joked as she pulled Xia Siyao to find a seat. Only then did the others come to their senses. Well done, old Jiang. Now I finally believe what old Wei said. You really did luck out. A guy next to me shouted and slapped my shoulder. The sour tone in his words had already spread. Looking at the envious gazes of the others, I smiled. All right. If you're envious in the future, you guys can find your own at university. Wei Tianyu, who was behind me, heard this and said through gritted teeth, if a beauty like sister-in-law could be found so easily, who would still be envious of you? Old Jiang. I, of course, accepted all this envy. All right. Aren't we here for dinner today? Let's order. Wei Tianyu handed me the menu. Old Jiang. Ask sister-in-law what she wants to eat. Well, order more. Xia Siyao quickly said, anything is fine with me. No need to trouble yourselves. These guys who could hang out with me in high school all had decent character. But because they saw me with a beautiful woman, each of them felt a bit of injustice in their hearts. Wei Tianyu took the lead and started telling my embarrassing stories from high school. Xia Siyao's eyes widened as she listened. I helplessly glared at Wei Tianyu and the others. You guys are about to expose my entire life story. Wei Tianyu and the others laughed heartily. We're just letting sister-in-law understand you completely. From all angles. I shook my head helplessly, seeing Jiang Xiao focused on eating beside me. It seems my sister is still better. She came here to properly eat. Jiang Xiao swallowed the food in her mouth. Actually, all your embarrassing stories at home, I've already told them all long ago. Xia Siyao, who was next to her, heard Jiang Xiao's words and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. You guys are truly my good brothers and good sister. I shrugged. Although Wei Tianyu and the others really wanted to talk more with me, they also knew they couldn't stay too late. After all, there were girls present. So, they basically dispersed around 8 or 9 p.m. After everyone had left, Wei Tianyu still hadn't gone. Wei Tianyu stopped me and shoved a card directly into my hand. Old Jiang, this is all the private money your brother has. I am giving you my entire fortune. Wei Tianyu said with a smile. The bank card's password is my birthday. You can just take it and practice with it. I didn't stand on ceremony with Wei Tianyu and took the card. Then I won't be polite. He'll take your money and practice with it. He'll try to make you lose a little less. I joked with Wei Tianyu. Unexpectedly, Wei Tianyu thought I was serious and said with a pained expression, it's okay. Just leave me half of it. That's fine. In the future, when you become a big shot in the financial world, don't forget me. The one who let you practice. I was so amused by Wei Tianyu I couldn't help but laugh. I punched Wei Tianyu on the shoulder. Don't worry. This investment of mine will definitely only profit, not lose. Wei Tianyu didn't believe that there was any investment that was guaranteed to only profit and not lose. He just thought I was being proud. So, he nodded perfunctorily. Xia Siyao sat in my car, looking at the fast-asleep Jiang Xiao next to her. She said, about what's on your sister's mind. I think you should still talk to her. I looked at Jiang Xiao sleeping soundly in the back seat. Did she say anything to you? I pulled the car over to the side of the road. Xia Siyao briefly recounted Jiang Xiao's confusion during today's mountain climb for me. I've been neglecting Xiao a bit lately. Find a chance to talk to her. After listening, I was silent for a moment before speaking. Xia Siyao nodded and said no more. After all, this was Jiang Xiao's business. Xia Siyao could only offer some advice. After dropping Xia Siyao off, I drove back to the downstairs of my building. Jiang Xiao yawned in the car and said, "Are we home?" I nodded. On the way home, I kept thinking about finding an opportunity to talk to my sister. As it turned out, when we got near a small pavilion in the complex, Jiang Xiao called out to me first, "Brother, let's go sit in the pavilion for a bit." I was a little surprised, then nodded. As soon as we sat down in the small pavilion, Jiang Xiao looked at her brother with a rarely seen serious expression. "Brother, what do you think I can do in the future? I feel like I am busy with useless things every day. It's really boring. How about I become your secretary in the future? That would be a way to realize my life's value." Jiang Xiao said seriously. I looked at my sister helplessly and smiled. Of course, that's fine. My sister wants to be my assistant. I couldn't be happier. I noticed that when I agreed to let Jiang Xiao be my assistant, Jiang Xiao's expression didn't get much happier. So I thought for a moment and said, "But, Xiao, I hope you can do something you truly like. Of course, if you can't find something you like, come in to help me out. I'd be very happy too." Jiang Xiao sighed, resting her chin on her hand dejectedly. "But brother, I have no idea what I like right now. The things I like, other people like too. I don't know what I can do in the future. Right now, it seems, I just have fun with my sister-in-law every day, living very happily. But it's so boring without a goal." I smiled. "My silly sister. Actually, you can totally pursue any life you want. I am your brother, your strongest support. To put it another way, even if you don't accomplish anything in the future, you can still come help me organize documents and such." My voice was gentle, even like when we were little. I patted Jiang Xiao's head. "You messed up my hairstyle," Jiang Xiao said while holding her head. But under her brother's encouraging tone, her eyes also welled up a little. I saw that Jiang Xiao's expression had softened a lot. "So, is there nothing you're interested in?" I asked, looking at the bright moon in the night sky. Jiang Xiao felt that she wasn't completely uninterested in anything. After all, being a girl, Xiao was very interested in things that girls like. "Actually, I like small jewelry pieces. I also like to put on makeup to look beautiful. But isn't this something every girl does? I really can't figure out how such a normal hobby can bring any change to my future life." Jiang Xiao sighed dejectedly. "Actually, I don't feel that my sister is an ordinary girl, with no talents and no interests. In my opinion, Jiang Xiao is just temporarily lost, and hasn't found an area she's good at to develop. Actually, Xiao, don't you feel that your fashion sense is much better than that of ordinary girls?" I slowly guided her. There were some things I still hoped Xiao could discover on her own that would be much better than me directly pointing the way for Jiang Xiao. Xiao would be clearer about her own future. Jiang Xiao blinked, carefully recalling the girls she sees on the street and the difference between herself. "It seems that's true, brother. After you got a girlfriend, your eye for things has gotten better. You never told me I dressed well before," Jiang Xiao said with a laugh. After feeling my concern and encouragement, Jiang Xiao felt she was no longer so dejected. "So in the future, could I maybe go and style other people? Or in the future, could I pursue a path as a makeup artist or a stylist?" Jiang Xiao thought vaguely. If that were the case, it seems I could also leverage my strengths. It's just that Jiang Xiao towards such a future didn't feel it was that great. She just felt it was average. I shook my head. "That kind of job is too ordinary." I understand Jiang Xiao, with a lively personality like Jiang Xiao is, if she were really confined to a store, helping others with styling, that interest would quickly be worn away. Instead of that, why not try a different format? "Are you willing to show your styling skills to others?" I asked with a smile. Jiang Xiao thought carefully, then nodded firmly. "Then have you ever thought about being a streamer?" "Being a streamer who showcases makeup and styling skills," I said with a smile. But when Jiang Xiao heard the word streamer, she was a little stunned, and couldn't help but repeat, "Streamer? That's right. You can use videos to showcase your strengths. Plus, you don't have to serve others." I smiled and voiced the idea I had been pondering for a long time. After hearing my words, Jiang Xiao was silent for a moment. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xiao spoke, as if asking herself, and also as if asking me, "Can I really become a streamer?" I said without hesitation, "Of course you can." Looking at the somewhat dazed Jiang Xiao, I said encouragingly, "My sister isn't bad looking, and she knows how to dress, and knows makeup. If you become a streamer, I'll definitely send you gifts. When the time comes, I'll gift you whatever is most expensive." I joked. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "It seems my brother treats me really well, willing to spend so much money. I'll think about it carefully during this time. Thank you for listening to me ramble on for so long tonight." I flicked her forehead, making Jiang Xiao yelp. "All right, let's hurry home, or Mom and Dad will come looking for us." After speaking, I turned and went into the building. Jiang Xiao held her stinging forehead, called my name, and chased after me. As soon as the door opened, I quickly entered the house and locked out Jiang Xiao, who wanted to chase me for revenge. As a result, I just turned my head and saw He Yu holding a glass of milk, looking at me. Bullying your sister again? Let her in. You two should go to bed. He Yue looked helplessly at her two mischievous children. I just let Jiang Xiao in, and Jiang Xiao immediately wanted to get revenge on me. In the end, He Yu grabbed her by the collar and shut her in her room. Hurry up and drink your milk, then go to sleep. Don't mess around so late at night. A sibling battle thus dissipated into thin air. These two kids are already grown up but still bicker so loudly, He Yu said with a laugh. Jiang Jiandong, who was next to her, folded the magazine in his hand. It means they have a good relationship. Just let them be. As Jiang Xiao lay in bed, she couldn't sleep for a long time. Her mind kept thinking about the streamer plan I had proposed. The more Jiang Xiao thought about it, the more she felt that the idea I proposed was really good. Anyway, I'll just try it first. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. Jiang Xiao suddenly sat up in bed. In the middle of the night, she was extremely excited about becoming a streamer. She placed many orders online. She even opened some software, made some tutorials, and took notes. For her streaming career, she had prepared quite a bit. I had no idea my sister was up in the middle of the night tinkering with this. The next morning, I had something very important to do. I waited until I arrived at the store I bought from Auntie Tang, and sure enough, I saw a familiar figure at the door. It was the drunk Huizi from yesterday. Actually, last night, Huizi had already sobered up. Huizi remembered very clearly that I seemed to have given her a task. It's just that she couldn't figure out what that task was. I smiled and said, I am short-staffed recently, so I want to ask you to help me with something. Use this store to help me apply for a loan at the bank. My credit is very good, and my repayment ability is also very strong. Just apply for the highest possible limit for me. After I finished speaking, Huizi was stunned for a moment. A loan, Brother Jiang? You want to mortgage this store? Huizi was a bit doubtful, not knowing why I would do that. I glanced at Huizi. Don't worry, I don't have any other debts. I just need capital on hand. If you feel this is inconvenient, you don't have to bother with it. As soon as I said that, Huizi hurriedly promised, I can do this. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. In her heart, Huizi was still very grateful to me. Now that she could do something for me, Huizi was more than willing. I nodded slightly. When the time comes, if any documents are missing, come find me. I hope you can use the fastest speed possible to secure the loan. Huizi took the things and nodded. Don't worry. Brother Jiang, I'll do my best. After parting with me, Huizi didn't waste any time either. She directly took these documents and started heading to the bank, while Huizi was busy arranging various procedures and supporting documents. The bank manager wasn't idle either. The approval for such a large application naturally had to be submitted to higher-ups. After all, the superior's approval would take some time. Huizi had to go to the real estate center to get some certificates of ownership transfer. While waiting for the stamp, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than the store's previous owner, Auntie Tang. Auntie Tang seemed to also be waiting for the staff to process paperwork. While Huizi was hesitating whether to go up and greet her, Auntie Tang had already turned and seen Huizi. Miss Huizi, what a coincidence. Are you here for paperwork too? Auntie Tang said with a smile. Huizi walked over and sat next to Auntie Tang. Yes. There are some procedures that need to be stamped here. It seems Miss Huizi's abilities are not bad. You've closed another new deal. Because they were at the property center, Auntie Tang assumed that Huizi was once again handling related procedures for another house. But unexpectedly, Huizi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. Auntie, I've already quit my old company. I am no longer working in real estate. Auntie Tang was stunned, not expecting that Huizi had quit. Oh, I see. So you're handling procedures for yourself, Auntie Tang said, with a smile. As a result, she had just lowered her head and saw a familiar name. Isn't this the property I sold to Brother Jiang? Could it be that there are still procedures that haven't been completed? Auntie Tang was a bit suspicious. Normally, she had already completed the relevant procedures. How could Huizi still be holding these documents and coming here to do procedures again? Huizi also noticed Auntie Tang's confusion. She hesitated for a moment, then explained to Auntie Tang. It's not the previous procedures. It's that Brother Jiang intends to use this store to get a loan. Hearing Huizi's explanation, Auntie Tang was stunned for a moment. A loan? Didn't he say before that he would use this store for business? But Auntie Tang was, after all, a woman with a keen eye, and quickly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Brother Jiang intends to use this money for investment? Auntie Tang had seen too many such examples, using property as collateral to get money from the bank for investment. It's not like I am the only one who does this kind of operation. Even in a certain aspect, this method can also minimize risks. Huizi didn't expect Di Tang to be so sharp. She guessed my purpose right away. Huizi only found out later while gathering the documents that I was using it for investment. Yes, that's right. Mr. Jiang has an investment company he started with friends. The rate of return is quite good, so Mr. Jiang decided to invest another sum. Hearing this, Di Tang finally understood. So, Mr. Jiang has an investment company. Anyway, the process of waiting in line and doing the paperwork was quite boring. So Dai Tang started chatting with Hui Zi. Besides, Di Tang has also been busy lately. She's been busy with investment-related matters, so when she heard I was also preparing to mortgage a property to invest, she immediately became interested. I wonder what field Mr. Jiang invests in. Dai Tang was actually asking in a probing manner. Although Hui Zi wasn't my employee, she was still very professional. Just smiling evasively. She didn't reveal anything. It's just a few things on the stock market. I can only say the returns are quite good. Dai Tang also knew Hui Zi was tight-lipped, and she wouldn't get anything out of her. So she seamlessly changed the subject. If the other person doesn't want to talk, why bother asking? Hui Zi and Dai Tang had only exchanged a few sentences when the paperwork was done. Dai Tang, I am in a bit of a hurry now. Let's talk again next time when we have a chance. After finishing the paperwork, Hui Zi didn't want to waste any time. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Dai Tang, she left immediately. In just 2 short days, Hui Zi had handled all the related procedures. Now, all that was left was to wait for the approval. I just had to personally fill out a form and it would be done. I once again saw Hui Zi's excellent workability. Hui Zi works in a very organized manner. She can use the fastest speed and the highest efficiency to complete her tasks. This made me very satisfied with Hui Zi's abilities. This must have been hard for you. You did a great job, looking at the contract registered with the highest loan ratio in my hand, I said with satisfaction. Hui Zi smiled. This is also thanks to you, Mr. Jiang, for giving me this opportunity. Hui Zi was of course referring to the big house deal from before. I nodded. I put away the contract in my hand. Have you found a job yet? Hearing my question, Hui Zi was a bit confused, but she still answered truthfully. I haven't found a related job yet for the time being. I nodded, looking directly into Hui Zi's eyes as I made an offer. Right now, I am in need of an assistant. I wonder if you're interested. As for compensation, it'll follow the standard market rate. When I said that, Hui Zi's eyes widened in surprise. Hui Zi didn't expect that I would be willing to offer her a job. For a moment, Hui Zi was a bit lost. She didn't know what ability of hers I had taken a liking to, that I was willing to extend a helping hand. You see, because she quit suddenly. Even though Hui Zi had closed such a big deal, she didn't receive much commission in the end, plus some other miscellaneous deductions. Hui Zi was so broke that she couldn't even scrape together next month's rent. And during this time, Hui Zi had also tried looking for other jobs. I can only say her luck wasn't good. Hui Zi's job search could be described as hitting a wall everywhere she went. Otherwise, Hui Zi wouldn't have had so much time to prepare the documents and paperwork for me. Receiving my offer at this moment was like receiving charcoal in a snowstorm for Hui Zi, so I hadn't even finished 2 sentences before Hui Zi quickly nodded in agreement. Mr. Jiang, do you really trust me? Because I've never had experience as an assistant before. Hui Zi was a bit dazed by the sudden opportunity. She was genuinely a little worried that she wouldn't be able to handle this job, especially since Hui Zi was very clear about my financial situation, being next to a boss of such considerable worth. As a secretary and assistant, Hui Zi was now just worried that she might not have the professional skills I required. I smiled. The task I gave you before, you also completed it smoothly. Don't worry, I am not the type of person who hires just anyone. If you didn't have any ability, I could spend the same amount of money and find someone more capable. What I said might sound a bit harsh, but it's the reality. That's just how this world is. And hearing me say that, Hui Zi also gradually calmed down. Hui Zi felt filled with hope for the future again. She was full of enthusiasm. Don't worry, I will definitely follow your requirements and standards to become a qualified assistant secretary. Hui Zi looked at me with bright, shining eyes. If, in the future, most of my time is spent in Jiangcheng, could you accept this change? I thought for a moment. I deliberately said this in advance. Hui Zi nodded without hesitation. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I don't have any major requirements regarding the workplace. I nodded with satisfaction. I'll be going back to Jiangcheng in a day or 2. Pack your things these next 2 days. Then come to Jiangcheng and report for duty. After I finished giving instructions on everything, I was about to leave. However, Hui Zi thought for a moment and still called me back. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, there's one more thing. I looked at Hui Zi. I saw Hui Zi open a chat window on her phone. It's like this. Because when I was handling the paperwork earlier, I ran into the former owner of the shop, Dai Tang. Dai Tang knew I was handling the procedures related to the loan information, and then she found out that you, Mr. Jiang, have an investment company. So recently, it seems she's been beating around the bush, asking me about the investment company. Before Hui Zi could finish her sentence, I already understood Di Tang's intention. I also remembered what Di Tang had said before, about wanting to invest herself. It's fine. If she asks for some related information, like data and rates of return, you can just tell Di Tang the truth. You're about to become my assistant secretary. There are some things I have to tell you. Currently, the investment company is still in its early stages. It needs a large influx of capital. For my investment company, Dai Tang is also considered a potential client. Some things don't need to be said too explicitly. Hui Zi understood clearly. This could also be considered an unintentional gain. Moreover, Di Tang came to ask on her own initiative. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, I know what to do. Hui Zi nodded and took back her phone. If the conversation goes deeper, a little, you can promise Di Tang a 2% return. Rate of return, I said after thinking. Hui Zi was a bit surprised. 2% for half a year. I smiled. 2 months is enough. Although Hui Zi doesn't play the stock market. In college, Hui Zi did study some finance-related content, so she still had some understanding of these matters. A 2% rate of return is incredibly high. This investment return rate made even Hui Zi a little tempted. Il talked to Di Tang in detail. Hui Zi said, her heart surging with emotion. During this period, Di Tang had been researching some very promising industries in the market. It's just a pity that times are different now. There were some industries that, when she looked at them, she felt completely clueless. In my opinion, why are you still worrying about these things? Just find a reliable person to help you manage your investments. And that's it. After Di Tang was busy for a while, she saw a message from a close friend of hers. Actually, the reason Di Tang sold a portion of her real estate to get investment money was largely because this close friend had made quite a bit of money from investing. This also made Di Tang genuinely tempted. Closing the chat window with her close friend, Di Tang, for some reason, thought of Hui Zi, whom she had met at the property ownership center before. At that time, Hui Zi had revealed information about my investment company, which made Di Tang take notice. Hui Zi, is the deal in your hands finished? Let me treat you to a meal. Di Tang's sudden message stunned Hui Zi, but she also felt this was a very good opportunity. After all, Hui Zi had originally intended to have Di Tang put her capital into my investment company to be managed. The place Di Tang chose was a private club with very good security. After Hui Zi arrived, she was led straight by a waiter into a private room. During this time, Hui Zi had followed my request and reviewed some professional knowledge. At the same time, regarding the investment company in my hands, she had gained a deep understanding. So, when Di Tang vaguely probed about the investment company, Hui Zi smiled and said directly, Di Tang, I am now working in Mr. Jiang's investment company. Di Tang was a little surprised. So you switched jobs. Ah, is your new job going well? Hui Zi nodded. It's fine. It's just that this investment company of Mr. Jiang's involves a very large amount of money. Sometimes I worry that I can't handle it. A very large amount of money. Di Tang mused thoughtfully. This investment company of young Mr. Jiang's, does it also help others invest? Di Tang asked. Hui Zi was already prepared and nodded. Mr. Jiang's investment company has an incredibly large operating capital. The scale is also very large. Most importantly, as far as I know, some of the core employees in this company seem to have all been poached from another large company. After discreetly revealing some information about the investment company, Hui Zi smiled. She looked at Di Tang and spoke directly. I wonder if you have any investment plans recently? Di Tang? Di Tang nodded. To be honest, the reason I asked you here today, Miss Hui Zi, was also because I wanted to privately learn a bit about this investment company. I have some money on hand and plan to find someone to invest it for me. Now that things were out in the open, Hui Zi nodded gently. She took out a file from her bag. If you have this intention, Di Tang, why not directly consider Mr. Jiang's company? Not to mention other things. I think you can take a close look at this rate of return. The file that Hui Zi presented did not contain any core secrets of the investment company. Taking the file from Hui Zi's hand, Di Tang began to flip through it. She didn't read quickly. In fact, it could be said she was very thorough. After all, one can't be careless when it comes to investment. Sometimes, any small piece of information that is off can be enough to cause the entire investment to fail. When she flipped to the back and saw the 2% rate of return, Di Tang was a bit shocked and looked up at Hui Zi across from her. Are you sure this number wasn't typed incorrectly? It's no wonder Di Tang was surprised. This rate of return was truly too high. A rate of return like this is equivalent to telling you straight up that this is a high-risk investment. However, what surprised Di Tang was that this document stated the rate of return started at 2%. It even directly stated a guaranteed minimum of 2%. This also meant that such a rate of return, according to this investment company of mine, was completely achievable. Di Tang, this file of mine has been checked countless times. There can't be any numerical errors on it. Hui Zi looked at the surprise on Di Tang's face. She explained with a smile. Di Tang, carefully, reviewed the other related documents. How about this? Hui Zi, could you please help me make an appointment with young Mr. Jiang? I want to talk to young Mr. Jiang about some other matters. Hui Zi was not surprised by this result. She believed that any investor would be interested in an investment with a guaranteed 2% rate of return. Rest assured, Di Tang, I will help you make the appointment. How about this? I am not in a hurry for this file. You can take your time to look it over. Hui Zi very thoughtfully left the file behind. After Di Tang parted with Hui Zi, she immediately found some experts to analyze the data in the documents of this investment company of mine. Meanwhile, Hui Zi also relayed Di Tang's intentions to me. Then let's set a time. I'll be leaving Xiangcheng in a few days. Let's take this opportunity to settle this matter. Has the bank loan been approved yet? I called Hui Zi to ask. The relevant funds are expected to be transferred within 7 working days. Into your card, Mr. Jiang. There are no problems with the procedures. Hui Zi was still as capable as ever. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. After setting the time, you could say I was very punctual. I appeared at this tea house. Di Tang always had the habit of arriving early. When she once again saw my familiar face appear, a smile blossomed on Di Tang's face. Young Mr. Jiang. What a coincidence. We've met again so soon. Di Tang said a few pleasantries. I smiled and nodded. It seems you and I are quite fated. Di Tang. Di Tang smiled and brewed a cup of tea. I heard that you'll be returning to Jiangcheng for school in a while. Young Mr. Jiang. I won't waste any more of your time then. This time, I asked Miss Hui Zi to arrange a meeting with you, precisely because I wanted to ask you a little about the investment company. I looked at Di Tang and accepted the teacup. What would you like to ask? Di Tang took out the file that Hui Zi had given her before. Her finger gently pointed to that number. Young Mr. Jiang. I heard that your investment company has a basic rate of return of 2%. I nodded. That's right. As long as the capital is placed in my investment company, 2% in 2 months is no problem. Of course, it has to be a large sum. Hearing this, Di Tang looked into my eyes without saying anything. She seemed to be thinking about something. I am sorry, young Mr. Jiang. I was just thinking about some other things. Di Tang suddenly came to her senses. She looked at me slowly, enjoying my tea, and spoke apologetically. Young Mr. Jiang, I actually have some capital I want to invest. I wonder if I place this money in your investment company. Before Di Tang could finish speaking, I had already put my teacup down on the table. I held up 2 fingers. If you trust me, Di Tang, and want to cooperate with me, then a 2% rate of return is the minimum I can offer you. My straightforwardness stunned Di Tang. If that's the case, then I believe you. Young Mr. Jiang. It was true that such a high rate of return made it impossible for Di Tang not to be tempted. Nowadays, it's very rare in the market to have such a high rate of return. Even some long-established institutions wouldn't dare to give such a guaranteed number. My confident and assured demeanor also made Di Tang unconsciously trust me. Rest assured, Di Tang. We have cooperated once before. I smiled and looked up. I said, neither arrogant nor self-deprecating. This is the second time. I believe we will also have a very pleasant cooperation. I wonder, Di Tang, how much you plan to invest? Actually, before coming, Di Tang already had a rough figure in mind. Now, after finishing the deal with me, Di Tang couldn't help but inwardly add a little more to that figure. 30 million. I'll give you 30 million in capital. I hope you, young Mr. Jiang, can, as promised, maintain such a rate of return. For Di Tang to invest 30 million in me was actually an intention to test the waters. After all, the investment capital that Di Tang had at her disposal was far more than this 30 million, but this was the first time she was cooperating with me. Di Tang didn't know much about me before, so putting out 30 million to test the waters was a probing move from Di Tang. When I heard the number Di Tang proposed, I could pretty much understand what Di Tang was thinking. After all, an investment so large that Di Tang would sell her properties for it could absolutely not be just this 30 million. So I just nodded. All right. Regarding the specific contract for this 30 million investment, I will have Hui Zi bring someone to discuss it with you. Di Tang nodded. After discussing business, Di Tang was much more relaxed, and somehow the conversation turned to Di Tang's son. Speaking of which, I really admire you, young Mr. Jiang. Di Tang looked at me with a smile. To be honest, that good-for-nothing son of mine is not like you, young Mr. Jiang. With your adventurous and ambitious spirit, he just likes stability. Speaking of this, Di Tang's face showed a look of disappointment, as if hating iron for not becoming steel. But it was clear that Di Tang was a person with a very adventurous spirit. I looked at Di Tang and said jokingly. Di Tang nodded. I am indeed that kind of person. In short, I can't sit still. My son is too quiet. Actually, your ages aren't that far apart. He also just got married this year. When there's a chance, I'll introduce you two. I just hope that after you two become friends, it might make my son a little more proactive. Speaking of this, Di Tang looked at me with a smile, as if asking for my opinion. I naturally had no objections. After all, no matter how you look at it, Di Tang is someone with billions in assets. No matter how good for nothing her son was, he was a bona fide second-generation rich kid. Sometimes, money isn't everything. Connections are what's important. I understood this principle deeply. After finishing the meal with Di Tang, I drove home. Actually, there were only 2 days left of the holiday now. I estimated that by the time Di Tang's money arrived in the account, I would have already returned to Jiangcheng. Just thinking that after returning to Jiangcheng, the capital in my hands would be almost ready. My heart surged with excitement. After all, the prediction card for stock market trends in my hand had not yet been used. I planned to use this trend prediction card for the stock market to build a solid foundation for the investment company. As for me now, I still had to do my best to raise a large amount of capital. The more money, the better. Half an hour later, I arrived home. I saw Jiang Jiandong holding a newspaper, standing helplessly at the entrance. Dad, why aren't you in the living room? What are you doing standing here? I walked over, a bit puzzled. Jiang Jiandong looked helpless. He tossed the newspaper onto the shoe cabinet. What kind of love potion did you give your sister? She's been cooped up in her room all day, not coming out. I raised an eyebrow. As I walked to the door of my sister Jiang Xiaoxiu's room, I heard a lively piece of music. A huge wave of sound came from behind the door. No wonder Jiang Jiandong had to stand near the door to read the newspaper. It really was a bit noisy. I didn't stand on ceremony. During a break between songs, I knocked on Jiang Xiaoxiu's door. It was also my luck that Jiang Xiaoxiu actually heard the knock. Not long after, the loud music in the room stopped. Then Jiang Xiaoxiu opened the door. As soon as she saw me, a smile appeared on Jiang Xiaoxiu's face. Bro, you're back early today. I pointed out the window. It's already completely dark. It's not early anymore. It's already 7 or 8 p.m. Oh, it's that late already? No wonder I am hungry. Jiang Xiaoxiu rubbed her little belly. She turned to go to the kitchen to find food. I immediately grabbed Jiang Xiaoxiu by the hair. Wait a moment before you eat. What were you doing locked in your room all day and playing such loud music? Jiang Xiaoxiu blinked. She looked at me with an innocent expression and said, Didn't you encourage me to start live streaming? I was just experimenting today. Before I could even ask, Jiang Jiandong, who was nearby, vaguely understood. You rascal. Why did you tell your sister to go into live streaming? What's a young girl like her doing being a streamer? Jiang Jiandong walked over, shot me a glare, and said, I spread my hands helplessly. Dad, didn't I just think that Xiaoxiu should definitely do what she likes? That girl loves to dress up and do makeup. It's good for her to share a bit as a streamer. Jiang Jiandong hesitated for a moment, then took the newspaper and went into the kitchen. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Wasting the whole day on nonsense. The familiar nagging voice sounded again. My sister Jiang Xiaoxiu and I looked at each other and smiled. After dinner, Jiang Xiaoxiu was full of energy. She said, Tomorrow I am going to find my sister-in-law. Tomorrow I need to ask for help for my sister-in-law to do a real live stream. After I told Xia Sidao about Jiang Xiaoxiu's plan, Xia Sidao said, a little helplessly, But I don't have any live streaming experience either. I am not sure what to do then either. I chuckled lightly. Don't worry. That silly girl has already researched quite a bit of content these past 2 days. She's just a little nervous. That's why she wants to do it with you. At this moment, the Jiang Xiaoxiu I described as a little nervous was staying up all night adjusting the related equipment. Yeah, the live stream is tomorrow. I am so nervous. I have to go find my sister-in-law tomorrow morning. After all, I can't start this alone. If no one watches tomorrow, wouldn't that be so embarrassing? Jiang Xiaoxiu muttered to herself as she paced back and forth in the room, nervously adjusting the related equipment for a completely new field that she had never experienced before. At first, Jiang Xiaoxiu felt really excited, but she was also worried no one would watch. In such an anxious state, Jiang Xiaoxiu finally drifted off to sleep. Xia Sidao had talked with me very late last night, while she was still asleep. She suddenly felt someone patting her. She woke up with a start. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Jiang Xiaoxiu with panda eyes. Xiaoxiu, why are you here so early? Xia Sidao rubbed her eyes and sat up. As soon as she sat up, she saw that the room was already filled with professional equipment. Sister-in-law, it's already 8 a.m. You're not up yet. You must have been on the phone with my brother last night. Jiang Xiaoxiu said while adjusting the camera in her hand, not forgetting to tease Xia Sidao. Xia Sidao's ears turned a little red. She smiled and lightly patted Jiang Xiaoxiu. If you say one more word, I won't let you live stream in the hotel anymore. Jiang Xiaoxiu repeatedly begged for mercy. The equipment is ready, so I'm starting now. Jiang Xiaoxiu rubbed her small cheeks. She sat down in the chair in front of the camera and started her first live stream. At the same time, Xia Sidao had also already entered the live stream room through the link on her phone. At first, there really weren't many people. For a long time, only Xia Sidao was watching. But Jiang Xiaoxiu wasn't as disappointed as one might imagine. On the contrary, because there weren't too many people watching, she gradually relaxed. After relaxing, Jiang Xiaoxiu's demeanor became much more natural. Xia Sidao noticed that the number of people in the live stream room suddenly increased. Although it wasn't a lot, only a few hundred people, but compared to the initial, meager 7 or 8 people, it was a huge increase. Xia Sidao immediately thought of me and sent me a message. Are you also watching Xiaoxiu's live stream? Very quickly, my message was sent back. Of course. It's my sister's career. Of course, I have to support her. I just signed up for a membership card for Xiaoxiu's live stream room. That's why the viewer count increased a little. Just a few seconds after she finished reading my message, Xia Sidao saw in the live stream room. A huge comment suddenly scrolled by. Mr. Jiang gifted X99 yachts. Immediately after, A series of animated yacht effects scrolled past. This time, Jiang Xiaoxiao saw it. Her eyes went wide. Xia Sidao couldn't help but laugh. It was clear this yacht was from none other than me. Jiang Xiaoxiao was also stunned by this scene. Bro, you don't have to spend money like that even if you have it, Jiang Xiaoxiao muttered. Clearly, Jiang Xiaoxiao also knew this was definitely her brother supporting her. And not long after the yacht effect ended, a golden comment scrolled past. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang from the beauty section for climbing the donation leaderboard. Top position. A comment like this didn't just appear in Jiang Xiaoxiao's live stream room. Basically, when there's a large donation, and the moment it hits the top of the leaderboard, it would be broadcast across the entire section of the live stream platform. This time, it made other people take notice of this Mr. Jiang. And some people, out of curiosity, clicked on this message and easily found Jiang Xiaoxiao's live stream room, Xiaoxiao Garden. This was a name Jiang Xiaoxiao casually gave to her live stream room. And right now, this live stream room had attracted the attention of many people. After all, on this platform, such a generous donation was very rare. Moreover, to climb to such a position with just one donation was truly shocking to people on the platform. One yacht costs 9,999. I gifted 99 of them. This was equivalent to me donating nearly 1 million yuan in an instant. Such generosity was more than just uncommon. In just a few short minutes, the number of viewers in this live stream room had surpassed several tens of thousands, and the number of viewers was still continuously increasing. Jiang Xiaoxiao was also stunned by this change. She stared blankly at the live stream camera. Xia Sidao, who was next to her, saw that Xiaoxiao was distracted. She quickly waved her hand behind the camera. Xiaoxiao finally snapped out of it thanks to Xia Sidao's wave. Oh my god, this number of viewers is so scary. When Xiaoxiao reacted, this was the first thing she blurted out. The streamer is kinda cute. The streamer's makeup is so exquisite. Love it. I didn't expect such an adorable streamer. I am already captivated by her. So, that tycoon from before must have been captivated by such a cute girl, right? Jiang Xiaoxiao leaned her face close to the camera. She carefully read the comments on the screen. These comments were scrolling by very fast. At this moment, in the comment section, it seemed like people were gradually starting to react. They were all asking about the relationship between the tycoon who donated earlier and this streamer. You're asking what my relationship is with that person from earlier? Jiang Xiaoxiao wasn't quite used to it yet, to suddenly having so many viewers. So for a moment, she didn't know what she should do. She was like an elementary school student, carefully answering the questions. This serious and innocent appearance made Jiang Xiaoxiao unintentionally attract a group of fans. At this time, I, the one everyone was curious about, was also watching the live stream room, but I was busy with something else. Just now, when I donated 99 yachts to support my sister, the familiar system notification sound suddenly rang out. Host has been detected. Completing the mission, splurging millions on a live stream. Now beginning to issue the reward. Rewarding host with a live stream donation rebate gift pack. Use now? I familiarly chose to use it. I watched as the system opened the live stream donation rebate gift pack. Host has used the rebate gift pack. Received 1.5 million in cash back. I raised an eyebrow. I just donated less than 1 million. The system directly gave me a rebate gift pack for donating on a live stream platform. After opening this gift pack, there was such a large reward. Doesn't this mean that not only did I not spend any money on the live stream gifts, but I also earned 500,000? I marveled once again. The Perfect Life system truly lives up to its name. I just casually gave some gifts while watching a live stream, and I even got a cash back. This is awesome. After receiving the system's reward, I looked down at the live stream platform and discovered that the number of viewers for the live stream of my sister had surpassed 500,000. This was Jiang Xiaoxiao's first time live streaming, and she already had such a large amount of traffic. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao was also clarifying things in front of the live stream camera. Apparently, Xiaoxiao and Xia Sidao had also seen in the live stream comments some inappropriate speculation. Alright, since everyone has come to my live stream room, let's consider ourselves friends from now on. My live stream room's introduction also states that my main live stream content and direction is about makeup and styling. I don't think my skills are particularly great. I hope we can interact in the live stream room. As for the Mr. Jiang you're curious about, my surname is also Jiang, so it's not the kind of relationship you guys are guessing. He's my biological older brother. Today is actually my first time live streaming. My brother came to support my dream. Thank you all for coming as well. After a brief moment of confusion, Xiaoxiao quickly returned to her normal state. She looked at the screen, smiled, and answered everyone's controversies. Jiang Xiaoxiao. For the first time, I felt that my little sister had grown up. Jiang Xiaoxiao's polite and transparent response also maintained a good attitude. Instead of decreasing, the number of people in the live stream room actually increased. Xie Sidao and Jiang Xiaoxiao originally thought that after the explanation, the people who came out of curiosity would probably not stay in a newcomer's live stream room. To be honest, I quite like this girl. I think I should support this newcomer's live stream room. I am not like you hypocrites. I just want to see if that Mr. Jiang is still in this live stream room. After all, tycoons don't often make a move. If I can catch a live tycoon, they'll be thrilled. Looking at these interesting comments, the anxiety in Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart gradually eased. It seems like live streaming isn't as hard as I imagined. The commenters in the live stream room don't seem to be bad people. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Xiaoxiao's face, waving the makeup brush in her hand. She made a funny face at the camera. Bro, a tycoon like you is getting all the attention now. No? But please give fewer gifts. Your little sister wants to be self-reliant now. I saw Jiang Xiaoxiao's mischievous face through the screen. I smiled slightly. This silly girl is probably worried about my money. Once again, as she called for me to appear, I quietly gifted another 10 yachts, less than 100,000 yuan, because I had splurged 1 million earlier. My account was directly upgraded to the Noble VIP level. When I gave gifts, the frame was completely golden. There was even a series of super cool special effects. And when my gift appeared in the livestream room, the comments from all other users paused 3 times. This was a special treatment reserved only for the top of the donation leaderboard. This flashy way of donating attracted even more attention. Moreover, it could make everyone pay attention to the gifts I gave. Sure enough, after I finished gifting, I saw a series of 666 and Tycoon in the comments. At this moment, I received another system notification. Ding. Host has been detected, completing a gifting mission. Congratulations, host, on receiving a beginner donation rebate gift pack. Open? I naturally chose yes. This time, the reward in the gift pack was 150,000, another 50,000 earned. I felt like I had found a new way to rapidly increase my assets, but I did notice. The gifting mission could only be completed 3 times a week. In other words, I could only receive a maximum of 3 rebate gift packs a day. Based on these 2 rebates, the amount of money from the gift pack would basically be more than 50% extra. This was an extremely profitable reward method. I decided to enthusiastically support my sister, Jiang Xiaoxiao. From now on, the two of us would make money together. Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at the screen, at the series of glittering golden gifts. She sighed. Oh my god, my flashy brother. What Jiang Xiaoxiao didn't know was that it was precisely because Xiaoxiao's garden had the appearance of a tycoon that in just a short afternoon, it had attracted the attention of so many people, and Jiang Xiaoxiao also became the streamer with the fastest growing follower count of the day. Xiaoxiao, get back to your main topic. Xia Saito found a piece of paper and wrote these words on it. She held it up behind the camera. It was to remind the long-distracted Jiang Xiaoxiao. When Jiang Xiaoxiao saw the words, she slapped her forehead. That's right. My main livestream content is makeup and styling. Since everyone missed my makeup session, I'll do it again for everyone to see. Jiang Xiaoxiao was very bold. She directly took out a bottle of makeup remover in front of the camera. The girls watching the livestream were all astonished. You have to know that when they first entered this livestream room, these girls had clearly noticed that Jiang Xiaoxiao didn't seem to have any filters on. In other words, Jiang Xiaoxiao in front of the camera was her real appearance after putting on makeup. Now Jiang Xiaoxiao was directly demonstrating her makeup removal in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. This made some of the female viewers extremely astonished. It also aroused everyone's curiosity. Actually, in terms of appearance, Jiang Xiaoxiao's looks weren't bad. You could even say she was very beautiful. This was also the confidence that made Jiang Xiaoxiao dare to remove her makeup in front of the camera. The streamer is so brave, showing her bare face directly. I think the streamer's foundation is very good. A little curious about her real appearance after removing makeup. Oh my god, what a treasure of a blogger I've discovered. Quickly followed Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was removing her makeup, of course. Couldn't see the exclamation marks scrolling by in the comments, but Xia Saito, who was next to her, saw them. This little girl Xiaoxiao seems very suited for this path. She has a great connection with the audience. The casual viewer's impression of her is also very good. Mr. Jiang's vision is too accurate. Xia Saito couldn't help but admire me secretly once again. My vision is indeed very accurate. I could see right away that Jiang Xiaoxiao was suited for the path of a streamer. I went out today, mainly to get the title deed for the villa at Yunding Peak, and other documents in my possession. Then, I handed the related documents over to Huizi, so that Huizi could continue to mortgage this house for a loan. All were to be mortgaged at a 90% ratio. In my plan, at least within 1 or 2 weeks after the National Day holiday, I had to raise the large sum of money that the investment company needed. That way, I could quickly activate the stock market trend prediction card and make a huge profit. As for Huizi, to prove that my vision was not wrong, and also to try to make a good impression on her new boss, it could be said that she was extremely dedicated to handling the related procedures. Moreover, Huizi also had the investment contract with Aunt Tang, although she was very busy. Huizi felt a work atmosphere that was completely different from when she was at Njia. I was a very good leader. There wasn't a lot of shady business. Furthermore, I paid very generously. This made Huizi very satisfied. Moreover, the more she interacted with me, the more Huizi felt that I was a person with great personal charisma, a leader worth following. Huizi was now gradually moving towards the position of my assistant secretary. It probably wouldn't be long before Huizi adapted to this job. At that time, I would have some other tasks on hand that I could assign to Huizi. After Huizi and I parted ways, I drove straight to Xia Saito's hotel. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxiao's live stream had not ended yet. The audience in the live stream room, after seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao's bare face, actually caused Jiang Xiaoxiao's live stream room to erupt in a storm of gifts. Although, added up, they probably didn't match the gift I gave the second time, but their gifts definitely encouraged Jiang Xiaoxiao. Actually, these viewers were not blind. Under the camera without a deadly filter like that. After removing her makeup, Jiang Xiaoxiao still had delicate features and good skin condition. Her bare face alone was enough to attract a number of fans for her looks. So at that time, all the comments were praising Jiang Xiao's bare face. When Jiang Xiaoxiao saw these praises, she was still a bit unaccustomed and shy. Alright, since this is a sharing live stream room, I will now demonstrate for you the miraculous technique of makeup. Although this was Jiang Xiaoxiao's first live stream, she was very talented. In terms of communication and connection, she was a natural. The overall pace of the live stream was still very good. Moreover, because everyone knew that this was Jiang Xiaoxiao's first live stream, they were also very tolerant of Jiang Xiaoxiao's naivety. Therefore, the Xiaoxiao Garden live stream room had a rare, harmonious atmosphere on the entire live stream platform. When Shai Sidao opened the door for me, I happened to hear Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice. Alright, thank you for your support. My sharing for today ends here. The time for the next live stream is not yet determined, but it'll be on when I have time. Goodbye. Everyone, I smiled and walked up behind Jiang Xiaoxiao. I looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had finished her first live stream, and said with a laugh, "You ended just as I arrived. I came at just the right time." Jiang Xiaoxiao rubbed her slightly flushed face. She rushed over and hugged Xia Sidao directly. The two girls started hugging and cheering. Oh my god. Sister-in-law. I really didn't know so many people were watching. I am so excited right now. After Xiao and Xia Sidao finished cheering, she ran to my side, extremely excited. She patted my shoulder directly. Bro, you're too amazing. If you hadn't gifted me to the top of the leaderboard, how could I have gotten so many views? Jiang Xiaoxiao was so excited her face was flushed. I smiled as I looked at my sister's excited expression. Don't forget this is just a trial. You have to see if you really like it. Don't be blinded by the current excitement. I hope you choose to be a streamer out of passion, not because of these illusions of splendor. Hearing my words, Jiang Xiaoxiao gradually calmed down. Yes, brother. I will think about it seriously. Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes showed a look of gratitude towards me. I am just that rational of a person. When everyone else is immersed in excitement, I can still maintain my rationality. Okay, bro, I am not talking to you anymore. I have to go check my data backstage. This really gives me a great sense of accomplishment. After saying this, Jiang Xiaoxiao rushed into the room with an excited expression and started fiddling with the computer. Xia Sidao smiled as she watched Jiang Xiaoxiao go into the room, then turned her head to look at me. There's not a trace of listlessness on Xiaoxiao anymore. Actually, I personally think she's still quite suited for this path. I chuckled. My own sister. I know her best. Actually, Jiang Xiaoxiao is indeed very good on this path. That's true. But this matters still. Depends on Xiaoxiao's wishes. But with her current excitement, I don't think she'll give up on this path. But Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was in the room, hadn't even finished looking at the data on the computer when she received a phone call. It was none other than the management center of the livestream platform that Jiang Xiaoxiao was using today. We hope MS Jiang can consider this carefully. We can negotiate further on the specific contract. The voice of the customer service representative on the other end of the line was very sweet and gentle. Jiang Xiaoxiao was hit by this pie that fell from the sky. She was stunned. After hanging up, she was a bit dazed as she ran out to the living room. Bro. Sister-in-law. I am a little confused right now, Jiang Xiaoxiao said, looking at the two of us in the living room. I frowned at Jiang Xiaoxiao. I thought my silly sister hadn't escaped from the excitement of her first livestream. But the next second, Xiaoxiao took out her phone. Just now, a customer service representative from that livestream platform called me. They said they want to sign a contract with me. To sign me, according to the contract scale of a famous streamer, Xia Sidao said with some surprise. They've already made a move so quickly. But after she said that, Xia Sidao suddenly reacted. On just the first day of Jiang Xiaoxiao's live stream, she already had such huge traffic and viewership. She was clearly a streamer with great potential. Moreover, this was only the first day. Jiang Xiaoxiao had already gained the attention of hundreds of thousands of fans. Such an achievement was not something an ordinary streamer could achieve. Even some streamers who had been on the platform for many years couldn't achieve such results. If this live stream platform didn't have such foresight, it wouldn't have become the live stream platform with the most downloads and users today. Being on the side, I had some understanding of the streamer industry. I directly asked Jiang Xiaoxiao, the contract they mentioned, what level is it? Jiang Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said, they're willing to sign me at the level of a famous streamer with 1 million fans. Actually, the contract this live stream platform offered was already very generous. After all, for Jiang Xiao Xiao. Although her viewership wasn't low now, but on this first day, the number of people following Jiang Xiao Xiao was only just over 200,000. Among them, a large portion were just casual followers. You could even say they came because of me, the tycoon. Actually, such data wasn't bad, but it was far from that of a famous streamer with 1 million fans. Signing a contract at the level of a famous streamer with 1 million fans was already a great show of sincerity from the platform. Jiang Xiao Xiao had looked into news in the live streaming circle before. When she learned about this contract, she also felt like a pie from the sky had hit her. After all, this was Jiang Xiao Xiao's first live stream. On the very first day, the platform already wanted to sign Jiang Xiao Xiao. I looked at my sister. So, do you want to sign? Jiang Xiao Xiao thought carefully for a moment. Actually, I think it's not bad. At that time, they will promote me according to the level of a streamer with 1 million fans. Actually, I find that I am still very interested in this industry. I think I am still quite suited to be a streamer. The more Jiang Xiao Xiao thought, the more determined she became. But at this moment, I threw cold water on her. You have to know, in the future, you won't get the same viewership and fan growth rate as you do now every day. Jiang Xiao Xiao nodded. Bro, I know what you're thinking. For now, I'll just treat this as a hobby to cultivate, so I don't have any major profit-seeking mentality about these things. I don't really mind. Of course, if people come to watch, I'll naturally be happy, but I can also accept the disparity. Looking at Jiang Xiao Xiao's determined eyes, I didn't show anything on the outside, but I nodded silently in my heart. The reason I threw cold water on her just now was to let Jiang Xiao Xiao calm down, so she wouldn't be dazed by the continuous good things happening before her and make impulsive choices. It seemed now that Jiang Xiao Xiao knew very well what she wanted. In that case, I was also relieved. Well, if you've decided, then sign the contract with the platform. I smiled faintly and nodded. It's just that when they spoke so tactfully on the phone, don't be foolish and not bargain. I suddenly turned and added a sentence. Jiang Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment. Bargain for what? I stepped forward and tapped Jiang Xiao Xiao on the head. They're using 1 million fan-level streamers contract to sign you now, but you've just joined the platform and already set a new record. Naturally, you should fight for some better benefits. I stopped speaking after this point. Jiang Xiao Xiao had a sudden realization and nodded. Bro, you're so smart. I almost overlooked this just now. Aixia Sidao, standing by, smiled and shook her head. All right. Xiao Xiao has been busy since morning and hasn't eaten. Aren't you too hungry? After Jiang Xiao Xiao reacted, she pulled Aixia Sidao over. She said apologetically. Sister-in-law, because my brother has to leave tomorrow, I am afraid we can't have dinner with you tonight. Xia Sidao smiled and nodded. It was no surprise. Apparently, I had already told her about it. Xia Sidao naturally didn't mind about 1 or 2 meals. After all, she would be returning to Jiangcheng with me tomorrow. The two of them would have plenty of time together, because I had to fly back to Jiangcheng tomorrow. He Yue and Jiang Jiandong had prepared a whole table of food. They just hoped to have a reunion meal before their son left. Looking at their handsome son and their clever and mischievous daughter joking around beside him, a faint, happy smile appeared on Yu's face. Mom, I've decided. I am going to become a streamer. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Xiao Xiao raised the glass of soda in her hand. She loudly announced at the dinner table. She had thought her parents would unanimously object and had even prepared a whole bellyful of arguments. But Jiang Xiao Xiao never expected that on Yu's and Jiang Jiandong's faces. There was no sign of surprise. Mom, Dad, aren't you surprised that I am pursuing this career? A great sense of doubt appeared in Jiang Xiao Xiao's eyes. He Yue and Jiang Jiandong looked at each other. Both of them put down their chopsticks, shook their heads, and sighed. You little devil. You were like you were possessed at home the past few days, fiddling with live streaming stuff. Your father and I aren't stupid. How could we not know? He Yue smiled and lightly tapped Jiang Xiao Xiao's forehead. Your mother and I discussed this a long time ago. You kids have your own thoughts and ideals. We're old now, and sometimes we can't keep up. But our family doesn't need the money you earn. Your mother and I can still work for these 2 years. Jiang Jiandong and He Yue looked at each other, smiled, and continued. Just go ahead and pursue your dream with peace of mind. This is the only support we as parents can give you. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Xiao Xiao and I were a little moved in our hearts. Mom, Dad, thank you for supporting me. Jiang Xiao Xiao was a girl. She was more emotionally sensitive. I felt that this girl, Jiang Xiao Xiao, was about to be moved to tears, but she tried hard to hold them back. Speaking of which, I also experienced being a streamer today. Jiang Xiao Xiao sniffled. She buried all her feelings of being moved in her heart. She talked about her first experience as a streamer. Mai and He Yu's attention was immediately captured. They were also very curious about the first time their daughter was a streamer. Today, hundreds of thousands of people watched my live stream. I was shocked too. Speaking of this, Jiang Xiao Xiao secretly glanced at me. As for me, I had a calm expression. I continued to sit beside her and listen. When Jiang Xiao Xiao told her parents how successful her live stream was today, Both Jiang Jiandong were extremely surprised. The two of them had no idea that their daughter had such talent in this field. Jiang Xiaoxiao had made an agreement with me beforehand. When it came to the donations, Jiang Xiaoxiao's words became much more vague. The Jiang family ate this meal in a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, after I finished packing my luggage, I took a bunch of keys and found Jiang Jiandong. Dad, I have something to tell you. Jiang Jiandong put down the magazine in his hand. He looked at his son, who was returning to university tomorrow, and asked, "What's up?" I smiled and placed the bunch of keys in my hand, next to Jiang Jiandong's hand. Dad, I have a surprise for you and Mom. I've learned a lot from my teachers at school recently. I also used the money I had to invest. The market has been good recently. I made a small profit. I think our family's restaurant is too small. If we're going to do it, let's do it big. Hearing this, Jiang Jiandong's eyes widened slightly, vaguely guessing my intention, but he couldn't see through his son's decision at this moment. Are you planning to give the money you earned from investing to your mother and me? There's no need. Just let your mother and me handle the business at home. You and Xiao Xiao just focus on your studies. If you earn money yourself, just keep it for yourself. No need to give it to the family. Before I could even finish, Jiang Jiandong had already said a long string of words. I shook my head helplessly. I knew that if I gave money to my parents, Jiang Jiandong and He Wei would definitely react in the same way. At this moment, I was very glad that I didn't choose to directly give them several 100,000. That's not it. Dad, these keys are for a large storefront I just rented, about 200 square meters, with 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower. I think our family's restaurant business should be expanded. Hearing what I said, Jiang Jiandong's eyes immediately widened. At this moment, He Yu also brought milk into the bedroom. Hearing these words, "Oh my God, why did you secretly rent such a large storefront? How can your father and I manage this?" He Yu put the things down. She hurried over and said, I smiled and told He Yue to sit down. Mom, Dad, just listen to my explanation first. Our family's restaurant business isn't bad. We should have expanded the space a long time ago. This time, I found such a large storefront. One reason is for our family's business. He Yue and Jiang Jiandong realized it was because I was thinking of them. Hearing me say that, Jiang Jiandong and He Yue looked at each other. They looked at their son with a hint of doubt. Since I returned this time, the most important thing was, I had changed a lot. I had become more mature, more assertive. And at this moment, they once again felt that I had truly become a pillar of the family. This kid acts first and reports later. I said with a laugh, I did it for you. Mom and Dad, I hope you can get some good rest. With a large space, it's definitely impossible for just the two of you to manage. I am thinking of hiring a few people. Our restaurant's business isn't bad. At that time, you two will only need to be in charge of collecting money. That way, it's both relaxing, and you can oversee everything. Hearing this, Jiang Jiandong and He Yu's hearts were stirred. Their son was sympathizing with their hardships. After realizing this, in He Yu's and Jiang Jiandong's hearts, there was an indescribable feeling, an emotion mixing, both being touched and joyful intertwined. It made the gazes of these two parents soften a great deal. The emotions in their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. Jiang Jiandong reached out and patted the shoulder of his son, who was now taller than him. You're grown up now. Much more thoughtful in your actions. Good. From now on, let's listen to our son. He Yue at the side also nodded. This store is located in the commercial district. Business will definitely not be bad. During this time, you'll have to work hard and run around a bit. Dad, find a few reliable people. I told Jiang Jiandong about the specific location and the general situation of the store. Some of the major matters at home are all handled by Jiang Jiandong. He Yue is meticulous and responsible for things that require finesse. I believe that under the management of Jiang Jiandong and He Yue, the store's business will definitely not be bad. Alright, let's stop the discussion about the store here for now. You have a flight tomorrow. Go get some rest early. Seeing that the clock hand had passed, Jiang Jiandong stopped being polite and shooed me out. As soon as I turned around, I saw Jiang Xiaoxiao leaning against the cabinet. I heard everything. Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked slyly. I smiled and walked over, and directly snatched the small piece of cake that Jiang Xiaoxiao hadn't even taken a bite of. Brother, that's my cake. You're bullying me again. I finished the cake in 2 or 3 bites, then put on a very enjoyable expression. This tastes so good. Seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao next to me fuming with anger, I even grinned wickedly and added fuel to the fire. I am doing this for your own good. You're going to be a streamer in the future. If you get fat, you won't look good on camera. Before Jiang Xiaoxiao could grab me, I had already escaped into my room. From childhood to adulthood, Jiang Xiaoxiao and I have always grown up with this kind of playful bickering. For a moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao was feeling a bit reluctant about me returning to Jiang Cheng. But after that recent bout of teasing, the feeling of sorrow from parting in Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart had dissipated quite a bit. The next day, at the crack of dawn, I packed my things and quietly left home, because I really didn't want to face the reluctant gazes of He Yue and Jiang Xiaoxiao when saying goodbye. I first drove to the hotel where Shai Siyao was staying, to pick her up. There was always a smile on Shy Si Yao's face. When she came to Shang Cheng, you could say she brought a belly full of grievances and loneliness with her. But when she left Shang Cheng, she was full of joy. And she even had me by her side for company. So it was hard for CSC Yao not to be happy. This holiday was so short. Seeing the familiar sign of Jiangcheng Airport again, Xia Xiao sighed with a smile. In the past, holidays spent at home were extremely torturous for Xi Yao because she had to stay with her stepmother, Liu Yan, and also had to endure Liu Yan's occasional mischief. But this holiday now had helped Xia Xiao escape the troubles at home, and also made Xia Xiao feel for the first time that happy times always fly by so quickly. I smiled and rubbed Xia Xiao's cheek. We don't have any classes in the first week of school either. Rounding it up, doesn't that mean we get another week off? Hearing me say that, Xia Xiao also suddenly realized the university schedule isn't like high school, where every day is packed with classes, according to the class schedule. It's true that in the week after National Day, Xia Xiao's class has no classes at all. So that means we can have another holiday in Jiangcheng, like a mini National Day. A joyful smile appeared on Xia Xiao's face. I smiled and nodded. I took a taxi and brought Xia Xiao straight to a hotel. You must be a bit tired after the flight. You should get some good rest. I helped Xia Xiao put her suitcase in the room, then turned and left. Xia Xiao still had time to rest in the hotel, while I had other things to do. After all, the company on Lai Xiaodong's side was almost ready. Now, everything was in place. All we needed was the East Wind. For an investment company, the East Wind is the investment capital. Currently, I have 50 million in capital from Lit Tianming, 9 million from the store mortgage loan, and 30 million in investment from Aunt Tang. Including miscellaneous funds, I wasn't far from a small goal anymore, but I would absolutely not complain about having little capital. I even planned to try and prepare some more capital. I took a flight this morning back to Jiangcheng. As for Huizi, the one holding a large amount of capital and contracts, she was actually on the same flight as me. It's just that Xia, Si, Yao, and I were in first class, while Huizi, due to her financial situation, chose to sit in economy class. After getting Xia Xiao settled, I met Huizi in a coffee shop. Although Huizi had been sitting on a plane for several hours, she was still full of life. There wasn't a trace of fatigue on her face. It seems your condition isn't bad. How are things with the loan and capital? I asked, while sipping my coffee. Huizi skillfully took out the relevant documents and contracts from her briefcase. Aunt Tang greatly admires and praises you, Mr. Jiang. Currently, the 30 million investment capital has been transferred to the bank account. You don't need to worry about the bank side either. It's already in the account. Huizi presented everything clearly and orderly. I was still very satisfied with Huizi's work capabilities. After all, I didn't misjudge her in the beginning. This is the address of the investment company, and the person in charge is Lai Xiaodong. You can contact him. I directly gave Huizi an address and Lai Xiaodong's contact information. Huizi nodded and put the things away, taking her things to report to the new company. I believe Li Xiaodong will definitely arrange everything for Huizi properly. It wasn't until Huizi reported to the new company that Li Xiaodong found out I was back. Brother Jiang, that's not cool of you. You came back without telling me. Over the phone, Li Xiaodong's voice was a bit loud. I shook my head helplessly. I just got here myself. Besides, even if I told you, you wouldn't have been able to pick me up. Of course I couldn't. You have no idea how busy I was this National Day holiday. Lai Xiaodong complained on the phone, because during the National Day holiday, Li Xiaodong had to finalize all matters for this investment company, including other big and small tasks. Before I returned to Shangcheng, I had handed over all other matters of this investment company to Lai Xiaodong. Actually, from my perspective, this was also a way of training Li Xiaodong, and indeed, Li Xiaodong had been trained. The price, of course, was being so busy, he couldn't touch the ground. Sometimes Li Xiaodong even got home later than his father. Li Tianming is the person you found reliable. Not just anyone can be an assistant. Li Xiaodong was still a bit suspicious about Huizi suddenly appearing at the company. I said through my Bluetooth headset, "Don't worry, there's definitely no problem. If you say there's no problem, then I'll make arrangements for her." After ending the call with Li Xiaodong, I had also arrived at my destination. It should be noted that in the stock market, there are no absolute rules and methods. Investors need to make decisions based on their own situation and market changes. At the same time, investors also need to remain calm and rational and avoid being controlled by emotions. A politely dressed employee in a suit immediately came forward. "Sir, are you here to look at cars or?" the employee said as he led me inside. I adjusted the sunglasses on my face. "I am not here to look at cars. I am here to pick up a car." Hearing that I was here to pick up a car, the employee's attitude became even more courteous. After all, due to the price and style of a Ferrari, not everyone can afford to buy one. These people are definitely not minor figures that someone like him could afford to offend. Therefore, I received very meticulous service. I only had to wait for a little over half an hour before I got the car. You could say that such efficiency was already very fast when I saw that Ferrari. I fell in love with this car at first sight when I sat inside the car to drive it. I have to say that the driving experience of this Ferrari is excellent, but because the related license plates weren't ready yet, I couldn't drive this cool car on the road for the time being. Speaking of the license plate, I feel that this reward satisfied me the most was the Jiangcheng license plate. After picking up the car in Jiangcheng, I could get a Jiangcheng license plate. You have to know that nowadays, if people want to get this thing, it's entirely based on a lottery. Some people draw for 4 or 5 years and still don't get a license plate, while someone like me doesn't even have to lift a finger. I get a car and a license plate as gifts. You probably couldn't find a second person like that in all of Jiangcheng, sir. All the relevant procedures are complete. The manager smiled and handed the items to me with an extremely respectful attitude. Since the Jiangcheng license plate needs a day for approval, I didn't plan to drive the car away for now. Keep this car here for me temporarily. I'll be back to pick it up in a while. Before leaving, I gave an instruction. The manager over there immediately gave me a number tag, saying he had helped me store the car in a dedicated garage. After getting in the car, I thought for a moment, and then called Huizi. Huizi, there's something I need you to help me with. Huizi had just finished arranging the work at hand, and was a little surprised to receive my call at this moment. But as soon as she heard there was work, Huizi immediately focused and listened. I need you to help me get another loan. Apply for it at the highest ratio. It's for a Ferrari under my name. I instructed Huizi gently and told Huizi to find some time to come to my place to pick up all the relevant papers and documents. Huizi felt this task wasn't difficult. After all, she had handled loans several times already, so she could be considered familiar with the process. Perhaps this is the world of the rich. A Ferrari. Just like that, after sighing to herself, Huizi immediately went to prepare the related matters. It could be seen that Huizi was adapting very well to her new identity. While Huizi went to pick up the car, Li Xiaodong finally had some time. Brother Jiang, it was so hard for me to get a little free time. How about we go out and have some fun? Relax a bit. Li Xiaodong had blocked me early in the morning. As I was about to go out, I thought for a moment. I didn't have anything to do anyway, so why not go out and relax with Li Xiaodong for a bit? This could be considered mixing work and leisure. Where are you planning to go to relax? Hearing me agree, Li Xiaodong broke into a smile. There's a new bar that opened around here. My friend opened it. How about you come with me to liven things up? Brother Jiang, I want to introduce you to my friend. From now on, we brothers can hang out together. I glanced at Li Xiaodong. This kid's face was full of excitement. He probably planned this a long time ago. After getting in the car, I casually agreed. Expanding my social circle isn't a bad thing. Rich second-generation kids like Li Xiaodong. The people he hangs out with are all either rich or powerful. There's no harm in befriending these people. Consider it as another friend. Another path. This newly opened bar was lavishly decorated on the outside. The lights were dazzling.